A profound darkness envelopes everything, save for the faint, shimmering dust motes that drift through the void. As a disembodied voice echoes with a desperate plea, "Oh, hero!" From the ethereal gloom, a translucent, glowing hand reaches out. And Soo-hyun Kim, his expression heavy with a somber understanding, gazes into the shimmering expanse. Another hand, equally luminous, extends towards his own, the voice pleading once more, "Please." The desperate chorus intensifies, urging him to save this world. "You truly are our last hope." Now, countless glowing hands reach out to him, a cacophony of whispers begging, "Help, please give me more." The ethereal hands multiply, forming a towering column that stretches endlessly into the dark, starry expanse, a silent testament to the overwhelming burden placed upon him. The countless translucent hands continue to reach, their silent plea echoing through the void, a desperate chorus calling out a single word, "Hero." Overwhelmed by the weight of their cries, Soo-hyun Kim could only look up at the endless expanse, then down at his own trembling hands, tears welling in his eyes as the pleas of "Save me" and "Hero" pressed down on him. Then, a familiar voice broke through the cacophony, a soft whisper calling out, "Mom." As a glowing, maternal figure appeared behind him, Soo-hyun Kim questioned the impossible burden, wondering why everyone was calling him a hero. His face etched with despair, he pleaded with the silent figure, asking why he had to be the hero, while his mother looked on with a sorrowful expression. His mother's thoughts echoed his own reluctance, wishing he didn't have to bear such a heavy title, knowing it was simply too hard for him. As her comforting hand rested on his shoulder, Soo-hyun Kim confessed his fear, and she affirmed him, calling him "my son." Despite her protective instincts, she looked at him with unwavering conviction, declaring him the world's hope. So, as if losing his grip on reality, a hand reaches out into a swirling void, surrounded by countless shimmering particles. Then, he begins to fall, plunging through the dark expanse, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and terror. Tears stream down his face as a disembodied voice echoes through the void, commanding him to stop whining. The relentless pressure continues, the voice urging him to, and die like a hero. Still, he plummets, a small, vulnerable figure against the overwhelming, particle-filled abyss. The descent intensifies, the abstract space around him blurring into a dense, swirling vortex of white light. Accelerating further, the environment stretches into vertical streaks, signaling an imminent end to his freefall. Then, a sudden, blinding flash erupts, accompanied by radiating impact lines, as if he has abruptly collided with something unseen. A soft tuck sound accompanies his landing or awakening, a single tear escaping as his eyes remain closed, the ordeal seemingly over. He stirs, the lingering echoes of his harrowing vision fading into a dull ache. As his eyes snap open, the world around him comes into sharp, brutal focus, revealing a desolate landscape of shattered ruins. The world has changed, and with it, he has awakened. Groaning, he pushes himself up from the debris-strewn ground, a weary sigh escaping his lips. His hand instinctively closes around the hilt of a long sword, its cold steel a stark contrast to the warmth of the blood staining his fingers. He finds himself on a rain-slicked rooftop, the city sprawling beneath him in a desolate panorama, the downpour mirroring the turmoil within. In the distance, a chorus of guttural roars rises from a gathering horde, their forms indistinct through the driving rain. A wry, almost bitter smirk touches his lips as he realizes they're not giving him any time to rest. He surveys the endless sea of grotesque forms below, a wry observation escaping him. With a mana load of 87 and a mana level of 8, he draws his sword, his expression hardening with resolve as he prepares for the inevitable confrontation. Below, two hulking, armored creatures with glowing purple eyes surge forward, their guttural roars echoing through the desolate landscape. Soo-hyun Kim's own eyes begin to glow with a faint purple light, his focus absolute as he prepares to meet their charge. A burst of purple energy erupts from him, a powerful, swift strike launched with blinding speed. He descends like a meteor, his sword ablur as he closes the distance. The first creature recoils from the impact, its companion lunging in a desperate counterattack. But Soo-hyun Kim is relentless, his blade tearing through the second monster with brutal efficiency. He moves, a blur of motion, leaving only afterimages as he charges into the monstrous horde. With impossible speed, Soo-hyun Kim strikes, his fists and feet a whirlwind of devastating force, tearing through the shadowy figures surrounding him. A powerful impact echoes, as another monster is sent flying. He delivers a brutal kick, the force of his blow sending a hulking creature spiraling away. His assault is relentless, each movement precise and deadly, as more monsters fall before him. A swift swish cuts through the air, marking another decisive blow. He brings a powerful, glowing fist down, shattering the ground and the monster beneath it with a resounding quang. The monsters shatter into fragments, their forms dissolving into glowing particles as he continues his relentless advance. The last of the shadowy figures shatters into countless fragments, their demise marked by a sharp, echoing crack. But the victory comes at a cost, as heavy, ragged breaths escape him, his face slick with sweat and etched with exhaustion. A harsh cough racks his body, the the strain of his awakened power pushing him to his limits. He kneels, his clothes torn and bloodied, the physical toll of the battle evident on his weary form. Yet, a voice echoes in his mind, a quiet acknowledgement of his struggle. You truly are humanity's hero. Before he can fully recover, a new, monstrous presence looms into view, its massive, horned silhouette radiating a sinister purple energy. Its glowing, malevolent eyes fixate on him, a heavy, crushing pressure emanating from its form. Despite his injuries, Suhyan's eyes ignite with a fierce blue glow, and a vibrant purple aura flares around him, ready to face this new, formidable foe. The newly revealed monster, a towering figure wreathed in dark purple energy, emanates an overwhelming aura of power, its presence alone suggesting an enormous strength. Facing this formidable foe, Suhyan Kim stands firm, his gaze unwavering as he prepares to confront the entity that now declares itself. With a voice that echoes through the void, the monster introduces itself. I am Fafnir. He continues, his words laced with a chilling possessiveness. I have acknowledged you to have the right to become a part of. Suhyan's eyes narrow, understanding the grim implication of Fafnir's declaration. Me. The monstrous entity then makes his intentions brutally clear. After I bring you down, I will take that strength myself. Without another word, Fafnir unleashes a devastating burst of purple energy, the impact rippling through the air with immense force. He struggles to breathe, a ragged cough escaping his lips as blood splatters across the shattered remnants of his defense. Each breath is agony, his body racked with pain. He continues to cough, a desperate, hollow sound, his strength rapidly draining away. Looking down at the monstrous figure below, a sigh of utter exhaustion escapes him. As Fafnir surveys the devastation he has wrought, a chilling thought echoes in Suhyan's mind. Is this really the end? A distant memory, perhaps a mother's voice, whispers through the void, questioning his very identity. A hero? My son, you. Meanwhile, Fafnir's glowing eyes narrow, a cruel smirk twisting his features as he dismisses the scene as what a joke. He stands triumphant amidst the shattered city, his monstrous minions gathering behind him, a testament to his overwhelming power. Defeated and bloodied, Suhyan's eyes remain closed, his fate hanging in the balance. Still reeling from the devastating attack, Suhyan stares down at his hands, a profound sense of failure washing over him, unable to shake the thought that he hadn't been able to protect a single person. The monstrous form of Fafnir, still looming in his mind, echoes the bitter self-reproach. A hero? Bullshit. Purple energy crackles around the phantom of the demon, a vivid reminder of his overwhelming power. As the ruined landscape stretches out beneath its ethereal form, lost in the depths of his despair, the thought solidifies. I'm nothing. The darkness consumes his vision, a void reflecting his inner turmoil. Suddenly, a bright light pierces the gloom, revealing two blurry figures looking down from above. And a voice cuts through the silence. Hey. His eyes fluttered open, a faint glimmer of light piercing through the darkness. A soft blink, and the world began to coalesce around him. Above him, several faces peered down, one calling out, Hey, Kim Soo-hyun. A young man, dressed in a school uniform, leaned closer, his expression a mix of shock and relief as he exclaimed, What the heck? Why'd you faint all of a sudden? We thought you died. His own eye widened in confusion, the words barely registering. With a sudden jolt, he sprang upright. The young man recoiled slightly as Suhyan Kim sat up, looking around with a dazed expression, prompting the other to ask, what the heck? Why are you sitting up like a ghost? His eyes snap open, a jolt of confusion coursing through him. He stares at his own hands, as if seeing them for the first time. The vast, bright sky above him seeming to crackle with an unseen energy. The strange sound echoes, a jarring note in his disoriented awakening. As his senses slowly return, he finds himself face to face with a spiky-haired boy, whose expression shifts from concern to something more impatient. A single thought pierces through his haze. Is this a dream? The spiky-haired boy, now joined by another classmate, leans in, scoffing about Suhyan Kim's sleep-talking about Fafnir. Then, with a sharp, almost playful threat, he declares that if Suhyan Kim is finally awake, it's time for a beating. He stands before his classmates, one of whom, a blonde-haired boy, taunts him, demanding to know if he's truly finished with his nonsense, then abruptly orders him to cut the crap and grind his teeth. Before he can even process the words, a sharp impact rings out. His head snaps back from the blow, the force of the hit echoing with a dull thud. The blonde boy's hand connects squarely, sending him reeling. He crashes to the ground, the blonde boy looming over him, a mocking question on his lips as a crunching sound fills the air. But as he looks up, a fierce determination ignites within him, his eyes flaring with an intense, electric blue glow, surrounded by shimmering particles. A flurry of rapid, powerful blows follows. And with a resounding crash, his fist, now wreathed in brilliant blue energy, connects squarely with the blonde boy's face, sending him reeling. Lying sprawled on the ground, Suhyan Kim endures the aftermath of the beating, while three figures loom over him and another flees the scene. The remaining three, their faces contorted in a mix of shock and anger, can only stare in disbelief at the unfolding situation. One of them, a blonde-haired youth, clenches his fist, muttering an apology for his hand's actions, then demands to know if he's gone crazy. His anger escalating, he vows to beat Kim Soo-hyun as the distant wail of sirens begins to approach. Suddenly, Kwon Jang-hyuk rushes onto the scene, shouting a frantic warning that the police are here. The blonde youth, startled by the news, can only utter a confused "What? Why now?" Meanwhile, Soo-hyun Kim remains on the ground, as another student, Kim Sung-sin, walks away, a voice calling out to him. "Kim Soo-hyun, you better come to school tomorrow." Kim Sung-sin pauses, looking back with a puzzled expression, wondering why he's being called Kim Soo-hyun when his name is Kim Sung-sin. With a final glance over his shoulder, Kim Sung-sin continues to walk away, leaving the confusion behind. A pained groan escapes the injured figure, a sense of profound disorientation washing over him. Meanwhile, Kim Sung-sin, having just arrived, walks away from the immediate scene, his gaze falling upon a discarded phone on the ground. He reaches down, his fingers closing around the device. A question forms in his mind about the identities of the aggressors, hoping the phone might offer some answers. The screen illuminates, revealing a striking image of a young man with intense, glowing blue eyes. As Sung-sin holds the phone, the reflection of the same face stares back at him from the polished surface. A wave of confusion washes over him as he wonders who this mysterious individual could be. The title King of the Underworld, Regressor, appears, hinting at the true nature of the events unfolding. The year was 2042, and the world had come to an end. After dungeons began to appear in various places across the globe, monsters started pouring out of them, creatures once thought to be mere glitches in reality. This phenomenon was known as the Outbreak, and it mercilessly destroyed the world. But, on the other hand, there were humans who gained new powers to fight against these monsters. People all over the world called them the Awakened, and I was one of them. Even after all other humans had died, I was the last one standing, continuing to fight against the monsters. He was the last survivor of humanity. One day, he realized something profound. He was the only human left. A voice cuts through the silence, asking, "Did you say your name was?" The interrogator leans forward, awaiting an answer. To which Kim Soo-hyun calmly replies, "No, I'm Kim Soo-hyun." The questioning continues, the officer pressing, "What about your birth date?" His patience wearing thin, the interrogator demands, "How old are you? Answer quickly, damn it." A troubled expression crosses Soo-hyun's face, as his gaze falls upon a calendar marking the year 2022. If his memory serves him right, it should indeed be 2022, yet a chilling realization dawns on him. It feels like 20 years have passed since then. Meanwhile, the interrogator's voice cuts through his thoughts, demanding his age. He states he is 19, trying to reassure the officer that he is simply stating a fact, not being difficult, as the questions continue to press for his name. The officer, growing visibly frustrated, leans forward, questioning how it's possible he knows nothing but his name and age. Soo-hyun's mind drifts again, a chilling memory surfacing. He was quite sure he had died to Fafnir. The monstrous image of Fafnir, with its glowing eyes and cracked form, flickers in his mind's eye. A desolate cityscape stretches out, a stark reminder of the world he left behind. As he clenches his fist, a single thought echoing in his mind. This generation, this reality, it can't be fake. He stares ahead, the realization settling in that he truly has returned to the past. But a new question immediately arises, a profound uncertainty about what to do. And what about his original self, Kim Sung-jin? He stands, a sword at his back, contemplating the impossible task of how to go back to his own time. The glowing energy around him reflects his inner turmoil, as there are simply too many things he can't figure out. Meanwhile, in a different location, a man speaks into his phone, dismissing a concern and assuring the caller he'll be there shortly. He reiterates that his mother will arrive soon, instructing the person on the other end to simply wait, but then something catches his eye, causing him to trail off in surprise. Muttering about the youth of today, his voice suddenly shifts to a tone of recognition and disbelief, calling out, "Soo-hyun." A woman's voice cuts through the air, filled with concern, asking what happened and why he's at the police station. She pulls him into a tight embrace, her voice trembling as she exclaims over his appearance. Her face is etched with worry, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and relief. Her hands cup his cheeks, her gaze searching his face intently. He wonders if this woman could be the mother of the body's original owner. Later, the city skyline glows with the warm hues of sunset. And the woman's voice is gentle, asking if he'd forgotten their new home address, suggesting he might be stressed. He still isn't accustomed to the new address, finding it strange to use such normal speech, even though he doesn't truly like it. He grimaces, caught in a swirl of conflicting thoughts, wondering what he should say in this unfamiliar situation. His mother looks at him with concern, the setting sun casting long shadows behind them, and asks, "Should I apologize first for causing trouble?" She wonders aloud, then adds, "In any case, let's clean up your face with this first." A soft tissue appears in her hand, ready to tend to his injuries. She gently holds his arm, her voice laced with worry, as she recounts, "I heard that the punks who usually bully you at school bullied you again today. When will they come to their senses?" Her touch is tender as she reaches up to his cheek, instructing him, "If they do that again, make sure to tell me about it." Their hands intertwine, a silent gesture of comfort and connection. He stares, wide-eyed, a complex mix of emotions swirling within him. Still reeling from the unexpected tenderness, he walks alongside his mother, a silent but lingering in his mind as she turns to him, asking, "Why yes?" As they stroll through the park, she observes the quiet surroundings, remarking, "It's pretty empty today. Did something happen?" His own thoughts echo her sentiment, a strange quiet settling over the area as he considers, "Come to think of it, it's strangely quiet." Suddenly, a heavy thud echoes nearby, as a massive, clawed foot lands with unsettling force. A low rustle follows, revealing a monstrous maw dripping with saliva, its sharp teeth glinting in the dim light. Oblivious to the lurking danger, his mother calls back to him, and he responds, "I'm coming." But a low grunt from behind confirms his fears, as a shadowy figure with piercing red eyes fully materializes. As his mother's voice echoes, "Aren't you coming?" the creature lets out a guttural growl, its glowing eyes fixed on him. The monstrous entity lets out a guttural roar, its glowing red eyes fixed on him. And Soo-hyun braces himself for the inevitable clash. Nearby, his mother glances down, confused by the commotion, wondering if it's merely a stray wolf. But the impact is far from a simple animal attack, sending Soo-hyun hurtling backward through the air, while the creature itself is simultaneously thrown, tumbling violently. A deafening crash echoes through the room, as the beast lands amidst shattered debris, revealing its true, terrifying form. No, Soo-hyun thinks, that's no ordinary wolf. His eyes widen in grim recognition, realizing he's facing a werewolf. The horrifying truth dawns on him, connecting to the recent police reports about similar incidents. As the world around him blurs into a chaotic rush, he recalls the recent police announcement, a report claiming the monster in the inner city had been dealt with. A chilling thought crosses his mind. Could this be an outbreak? He knows it's not impossible for such creatures to appear even in the heart of a city. The snarling image of the werewolf flashes through his mind, its red eyes burning with feral intent. The real problem, he muses, is how to confront it, and first, he'll need to find a suitable weapon. Now on a bustling city street, he scans his surroundings, an umbrella clutched in his hand. With a decisive motion, he draws a sword from its sheath, its blade shimmering with an ethereal green light. His eyes widen as he spots a monstrous figure in the distance, a creature the news had claimed was already taken care of. A guttural voice echoes, warning, "Please don't move." Even new to this form, the creature knows its strength. "They won't be a match for me." As if on cue, a dark, monstrous form lunges forward with incredible speed, closing the distance on Soo-hyun, who turns to face the sudden, terrifying assault, a small girl watching from the ground nearby. The creature's jaws open wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth in a savage snarl. Then, with a deafening impact, the monster strikes, sending Soo-hyun flying backward, blood spraying from the force of the blow. But the creature recoils, a surprised snarl twisting its features as a splash of its own blood appears on its face. A swift, unseen movement cuts through the air, and the monster's eyes glow with furious red energy, its snarl now a roar of pure, unbridled rage. Soo-hyun stands firm, his green glowing sword now clearly visible, a determined expression on his face as he prepares for the true fight. He barely has time to react as Fafner's massive claw slams into him with a deafening impact, the sheer force sending him reeling backward. Yet, the monster's own hand shows signs of strain, a sharp crack echoing from the impact of Soo-hyun's earlier counter. Fafner seethes, unable to believe it can't easily overpower a mere low-grade monster in its current form, wishing it still possessed its original body to end the fight in a single strike. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun trembles, bracing himself for the monster's next move, as Fafner's thoughts continue to burn with the desire to be an awakened being. Then, with a sudden surge of power, its eye flares with an ominous red glow, the monster's wish manifesting as it finally awakens. Now fully awakened, Fafner lunges forward with terrifying speed and renewed ferocity, its glowing red eyes fixed on its prey. But just as the monster closes in, Soo-hyun's attention is suddenly drawn to something behind him, a new presence making itself known. The awakened Fafner moved with terrifying speed, its massive form closing the distance in an instant, before slamming into its target with a deafening impact. The force of the blow sent Soo-hyun reeling, his body flung violently through the air, his face contorted in shock as a mysterious orange light began to emanate from beneath him. A sudden, guttural growl rips through the air as two monstrous wolves, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent, lunge at the young boy. He barely has time to react before more of the beasts join the fray, their combined weight and ferocity pinning him to the ground. A pained gasp escapes his lips, his face contorted in terror and agony as the attack continues. Through the haze of fear and pain, a single word forms on his lips, a desperate plea for his mother. Just as a wolf lunges for the killing blow, a figure suddenly appears, throwing herself between the boy and the beast, taking the impact with a grunt of pain. His eyes widen in disbelief, unable to comprehend why she would sacrifice herself for him. The wolves, now enraged, turn their full fury upon her, their claws and fangs tearing at her defenseless form. As his mother continues to fight a losing battle, the boy, screaming her name, turns and flees into the night, leaving her behind. A desperate cry escapes him, unable to comprehend the danger his mother has just embraced. Clinging to him tightly, she whispers his name, a final reassurance. His face contorts in anguish, the weight of her sacrifice already crushing him. With a gentle, resolute smile, she insists he must survive, no matter the cost. Her embrace tightens, a final, desperate hug before the inevitable. He can only watch, helpless as the light behind her intensifies. The world around him fades, leaving only the sound of her fading presence. Then, a crimson aura erupts, consuming her entirely. Hunched over, his body trembling, he remains frozen in the aftermath of his mother's sacrifice. A crimson glow begins to emanate from him as a question echoes in his mind. Do you guys? His eyes now burning with an infernal red light. Have a death wish? As if summoned by his rage, two shadowy, monstrous figures with glowing red eyes emerge from the darkness, charging across the basketball court towards him as a vibrant red aura flares around his form. Suddenly, a man with glasses, holding an umbrella, steps forward, his voice filled with concern. You think I'd let you? He shouts, urging Soo-hyun to flee. Go, Hyuk. Both Soo-hyun and the man with the umbrella sprint away, the two monstrous entities relentlessly pursuing them across the court. His body aches, a dull throb echoing the recent struggle, and a frustrated thought escapes him about his own pathetic stamina. He wonders, is he truly this weak? As the man with the umbrella carries him, he calmly suggests, let's go home for now. A sharp cry of pain escapes Soo-hyun as the lingering injury from earlier flares up, making him acutely aware of his body's limits. He manages to respond, huh? Hold on. The man continues walking, a thought forming in his mind. Now that I think about it. Under the fading light of the sky, they continue their journey. Finally, they arrive at a nondescript building, its facade quiet and unassuming. He finally made it back, resting deeply on the bed. Meanwhile, the man who carried him here checks his phone, relieved that he wasn't left to wander the streets alone. He then turns his attention to the sleeping figure, a soft stirring sound escaping the quiet room. A comforting thought echoes in Soo-hyun's mind, assuring him that with his mother, everything will be all right. Yet, the man can only think of one thing, to just run away. His expression hardens, a deep concern etched on his face. A single question hangs in the air, why? A memory flashes, of him carrying Soo-hyun through a chaotic scene, wondering if he went as far as putting himself in danger. Now, he stands silently beside the couch, watching over the still unconscious Soo-hyun. He slowly opens his eyes, taking in his surroundings. A faint blue energy begins to pulse around him, almost imperceptible as it dissipates into the air. His thoughts turn inward, a deep frustration brewing over his current physical state. My body, he laments, why is it so weak? He clenches his fists, the memory of his recent struggles with mere monsters fueling his anger. To think that it struggles to fight off a couple of monsters. His face contorts in a grimace of self-reproach. Was I reborn into such a weak being? A fleeting vision flashes through his mind, a figure, clad in a dark coat, falling endlessly through a shimmering blue void. The words echo in his head, a desperate question. Just to repeat my past mistakes? As the vision fades, the blue energy around him flares once more, a silent testament to his inner turmoil. As a surge of crackling blue energy envelopes him, Soo-hyun finds himself in a strange, ethereal space. He takes a deep breath, trying to regain his composure, knowing he must remain calm in this unfamiliar place. A system message flashes, confirming his identity and status, as a gate begins to materialize before him. The system identifies him as subject Kim Soo-hyun and grants its approval. The glowing interface extends downward, culminating in the definitive command, gate open. Stepping through, he finds himself in a vast, dark chamber, a glowing portal behind him, as he questions the nature of this abyss. The system clarifies, revealing this to be an abyss door, and that his current body has been chosen as an awakened. A profound realization dawns on him, wondering if this means he can truly start anew in the body of Kim Soo-hyun. Reflecting on his past, he realizes he never even made it past the tutorial in his previous life, and now, he's entering the abyss once more. A resolute expression settles on his face. As he concludes there's no reason left to hesitate. Suddenly, a system message materializes before him, proclaiming, Welcome to the Tower of Trials. He finds himself standing on an expansive, glowing grid, stretching into the distance. This is indeed the Tower of Trials, also commonly known as the Abyss, a place where beings are punished for eternity. A voice explains that participants are here to improve the quality of life for the awakened, gradually growing stronger by consuming the essence of higher beings. As he stands within the Tower of Trials, the system explains that there is a fundamental aspect of this place, a core element more significant than the individual floors themselves, which is why most participants aim to clear the higher levels. Even so, there is a system in this tower that is more important than the floors themselves. And for subject Kim Soo-hyun, the trial is about to begin. A holographic interface materializes before him, presenting a crucial choice. He sees the prompt to select his difficulty, a choice that will define his immediate future within the tower. The system clarifies that he may choose from a minimum of level 1 to a maximum of level 10, with level 10 highlighted as the ultimate challenge. This highest difficulty corresponds to the highest rank of each floor, promising the greatest award. Even though it's the same first floor, the higher the level, the stronger the enemies, and consequently, the stronger the enemies, the greater the award. Of course, he understands, it also means greater risk. The system's logic was clear. The higher the risk, the greater the potential rewards. As if drawn by an unseen force, Soo-hyun found himself plummeting towards the glowing interface, the words difficulty select emblazoned before him. The digital world swirled around him, the choice of his fate drawing ever closer. A wry smile touched his lips as he considered his decision. He had chosen level 10, the highest difficulty, confident that he would somehow manage. His mind drifted back to his past, remembering how he had only ever managed to reach level 8. Shaking off the hesitation, he reaffirmed his resolve. He had to do this. The thought of repeating his past mistakes fueled his determination, a dark energy swirling around him as he committed to his choice. He stands before the ruined entrance, his resolve hardening with the thought that he will only face a tragic end if he allows himself to lose. A holographic interface materializes before him, prompting him to select his weapon from a shimmering array of glowing armaments. He steps forward, his feet radiating a soft light as he approaches his choice. The system confirms his decision, announcing that his trial will now begin. With a firm grip, Kim Soo-hyun seizes the hilt of his chosen weapon. He takes a deep breath, his mind racing with a singular, unwavering thought. I must proceed forward. A few hours later, the sky above the trial grounds remains unchanged, yet much has transpired within. A few hours later, the city lights shimmered under a full moon, but for Kim Soo-hyun, the world had become a terrifying, enclosed space. A guttural cry of pure terror escapes him, his face contorted in a desperate scream. He pleads for aid, his voice cracking as he begs for someone, anyone, to help him. Cornered against a wall, he can only stammer out a choked sound, as a monstrous, wolf-like creature with glowing red eyes looms over him. More of the terrifying beasts emerge from the shadows, their glowing eyes fixed on their prey as they close in. A powerful blow sends him flying, his body tumbling helplessly through the air. He lands hard, surrounded once more, his desperate cries for help turning into raw screams of agony as the monsters descend upon him. One of the creatures lunges forward, its jaws wide, a terrifying roar echoing in the confined space. A blinding flash of blue energy marks the impact, the trial's brutal reality crashing down upon him. He hears a voice, a chilling declaration that echoes through the void. I finally found you. Suddenly, a surge of blue energy erupts from him, striking one of the monstrous wolves. But the attack is not without cost, as he cries out, reeling from a counterblow. Despite the pain, Kim Soo-hyun launches himself into the fray, his green umbrella held defensively. As he moves, the umbrella begins to glow with an intense blue light, its edges sharpening. The fabric tears away, revealing a sleek, glowing blade. With a powerful swing, he carves through the nearest beast, a spray of dark blood erupting. The transformed weapon becomes a whirlwind of destruction, tearing through the pack of monsters. Each strike dissolves them into shimmering blue particles, leaving nothing but echoes of their demise. He stands amidst a flurry of white streaks. As a monstrous wolf-like creature with glowing red eyes emerges from the chaos, debris scattering around it. His own eyes now glow with an intense blue light as he declares, I told you, I wouldn't let you go, didn't I? The creature lets out a guttural growl, but Kim Soo-hyun simply adds, don't worry. Suddenly, streaks of brilliant blue energy erupt from him, converging into a blinding pillar of light that shoots upwards. Amidst the swirling blue particles, his voice rings out with chilling certainty, you'll be right behind him. With a surge of power, Kim Soo-hyun stands enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, now wielding a formidable blade of pure energy. A system notification flashes, confirming that Kim Soo-hyun has awakened, successfully clearing the first floor of the Tower of Trials and reaching level 10. A presenter begins to explain that recently, the frequency of dungeons has dramatically increased, with the current amount estimated to be around 3 times what it was when they first appeared in 2019. This alarming surge marks a significant shift in the world's landscape. The sudden appearance of these dungeons had a profound impact, throwing the entire world into controversy and chaos. He clarifies that while the Towers of Trials and dungeons are similar in concept, they manifest in different forms, before directing attention to a system graphic detailing the distinction. The presenter then announces they will begin their detailed explanations with dungeons, which are the immediate focus. Visually, the focus shifts to a glowing, grid-like portal. As the explanation continues, dungeons are the world's trials, and these portals are their gateway. They all appeared simultaneously, their nature unknown, yet too prominent to ignore. The initial fear and attention they garnered only grew, spreading like a virus. As people gradually realized these dungeons weren't going away, their value skyrocketed, symbolized by a hand holding a glowing orb against a city backdrop. While dungeons bring negative effects to everyday life, they also wield immense influence over the world's economy. The awareness Those with special abilities naturally gain material wealth from hunting these dungeons. This pursuit of wealth is often accompanied by the allure of fame and a profound sense of accomplishment. However, many people fail to grasp the true nature of these phenomena. While dungeons are often presented as having a positive effect on society, providing resources and opportunities, the reality is that these dungeons also lead to outbreaks. As a dungeon grows, it summons increasingly stronger monsters into the real world. This escalation is projected to accelerate significantly in the near future, specifically by the year 2028. This, ultimately, is the calamity destined to bring the Earth to ruin. A cascade of shimmering particles descends from above, a silent, ethereal rain. As the world grapples with the escalating threat of dungeon outbreaks, a new question echoes through the ranks of the AwareNet. What was your updated rank? The results are in, and it seems the top player remains unchanged, a consistent force in the ever-shifting hierarchy. With an astounding 2,230 points, Kim Soo-hyun dominates the total ranking, leaving the second-place contender far behind with a mere 940 points. Observing the results, a companion remarks on the emergence of an insane rising star, unaware of the true identity of the top player. Meanwhile, the bustling city welcomes participants to the Tower of Trial, a place where such rankings are forged. Amidst the whispers and speculation, the question hangs heavy in the air. Who exactly is Kim Soo-hyun? A quiet sigh of relief, or perhaps anticipation, escapes into the vast expanse of the sky. He steps into a new, unfamiliar space, a quiet thought echoing in his mind. It has been a long time since he last set foot here. This is the Tower of Trials, a place often referred to as the Abyss, and in his past world, it was an enormous realm where all the AwareNet would gather, flooding its many floors. Each floor within the tower is its own distinct world, complete with its unique environment, climate, and even its own culture. Yet, despite their differences, they all share one crucial commonality. To advance to the next floor, one must successfully pass a trial. Currently, the second floor serves as a hub where all the AwareNet congregate, making it easy to acquire all sorts of items there. But this convenience comes with a prerequisite. In order to utilize this advantageous situation, one must first gather enough points on the first floor. The path ahead is fraught with danger, as grotesque forms begin to manifest from the swirling darkness. A multi-eyed beast, its maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, emerges, its presence radiating raw, untamed power. A faint, ethereal glow pulses in the darkness. As he stands amidst the blood-splattered ruins of the room, a grotesque monster lying defeated at his feet. A long breath escapes him, the tension slowly draining from his body. Suddenly, system messages flash before his eyes, announcing his level up to 2 and highlighting the critical importance of life in these trials, a realization dawning that the more he fights, the stronger he becomes. With his senses fully returned, he feels a surge of confidence, believing he can overcome whatever comes next. A glowing shard materializes in his hand, his eyes briefly flaring with a vibrant yellow light as power surges through him. More system windows confirm his perfect completion of the first trial, displaying a list of 10 achievement points earned, which he can review in his status window. As his achievement ranking begins its calculation, a series of beeps signals the system processing his revoked rights. He notes his incredible progress, having reached level 10, and observes that both his stats and achievement points are increasing far faster than he anticipated, now totaling 100 points. He considers the glowing interface before him, as the system displays his impressive 2,230 achievement points, and he wonders if this is sufficient to proceed to the next floor. Content with his score, he decides it's time to explore the second floor's offerings. Stepping into a bustling street, he glances up at a shop sign. His footsteps echo softly on the cobblestones. As he continues his walk, taking in the various storefronts. As he continues his exploration of the bustling second floor, a striking figure with long, dark hair and pointed ears catches his eye, her gaze sharp and assessing. Approaching her counter, he hears her voice, a hint of amusement in her tone, observing that he seems to be just starting out. Her expression shifts, becoming more direct as she invites him to tell her everything he desires. This is Veli, a dark elf skill merchant, and she offers her assistance, stating that if he isn't looking for anything specific, she can provide him with some information. He apologizes, admitting his confusion as a first-timer on this floor, and then questions the meaning of the cleep. Veli, with a knowing look, then reveals her own need for the transformation skill. Her hand gestures subtly, as if emphasizing her point. A slight gasp escapes her as she realizes someone must have given him some tips. She then poses a crucial question, wondering if such a skill can even be purchased. As Veli's fingers hover over the holographic display, the system registers a transaction. Slept is 150 points, and strength is 1,000 points. He stands calmly, awaiting the result. A notification flashes across the screen, confirming, "You have paid 150 points," accompanied by a soft chime. Soo-hyun begins to speak, but Veli cuts him off. He stares at the points displayed on his own screen, a bewildered expression crossing his face as he exclaims, "What's with these points?" Veli, equally stunned, demands to know, "Just what did you do?" He ponders for a moment, genuinely confused. "I don't think my math was wrong." But Veli quickly clarifies, "That's not what I mean. She explains the unprecedented nature of his achievement, emphasizing, there wasn't even a single person who earned 1,000 points on the second floor, her voice rising in disbelief. And you're only standing from the second floor? He responds with a matter-of-fact tone. Of course, I ranked up here just now. As he begins to ascend the nearby staircase, he adds, almost as an afterthought, I'm just a normal customer. He steps into the room, a soft chime echoing as Veli stands ready. The bustling town stretches out under a clear sky, its buildings a familiar sight. Later, his hand glows faintly, holding a small, shimmering orb, the skill acquisition pouch. Sitting on a bench, he reviews his recent actions, confident he hasn't overlooked anything important. An appraisal screen flickers before him, displaying information about his newly acquired abilities. It explains that every skill requires a specific mana level for an awakened to acquire it, a soft chime accompanying the revelation. The text continues, detailing how acquired skills grow stronger with proficiency, but also noting that some skills, unlike others, can actually gain levels instead of just proficiencies. These level growth type skills, the screen emphasizes, are exceptionally rare and difficult to obtain, with one such skill, transformation, now listed among his abilities. He studies the skill description, noting that the transformation skill is the only growth type ability obtainable from the pouch, and there's something unique about it. His attention then shifts to a purple potion, an elixir-grade mana catalyst, though it appears to be diluted with water. As he holds the bottle, a system interface confirms that it will amplify his mana level and load, scaling with his current rank. He realizes this item can significantly boost his magic power without the arduous process of climbing the tower or raiding dungeons, and it's available in the basic rewards shop after a trial. He navigates through the item shop interface, observing that many valuable items like this are easily overlooked by those too focused on rushing to the next floor, yet hidden treasures abound if one looks closely. Holding the mana catalyst, he considers it particularly useful for rapidly increasing magical power in the early stages, though he finds the diluted version rather unappealing. A wave of profound relief washes over him, grateful for the memories of his previous life. Kim Soo-hyun considers the transformation skill and the mana catalyst he acquired, realizing he still lacks crucial information about their full potential at this stage. As he ponders, a sudden sound makes him look down, and he mutters an apology, sensing someone nearby. Turning, he finds himself face to face with a figure whose presence he hadn't detected until now, a surprising encounter that leaves him momentarily speechless. He couldn't sense the man's presence at all, a fact that deeply unnerves him. The newcomer, Jin-woo, simply stands there, his expression calm. With a slight smile, Jin-woo apologizes for the surprise, explaining he didn't mean to startle him. Soo-hyun's eyes widen in recognition, a single word forming on his lips as he identifies the powerful figure before him. He recalls images of Jin-woo, a formidable warrior standing atop a mountain of defeated foes, his eyes glowing with an intense, otherworldly power. A powerful aura of dark energy and blue particles swirls around the figure of Jin-woo. And Soo-hyun's eyes widen in shock, his mouth agape at whatever revelation has just been made. He can only manage a single, incredulous question. Choi Hakjin. Jin-woo approaches, a slight smile playing on his lips as he asks, is something on my face? He continues, a hint of amusement in his tone. To be honest, I was a little surprised. Soo-hyun Kim, however, recalls a different impression of the man, thinking to himself, he had a more murderous aura around him in the past. Cutting to the chase, Jin-woo then asks, anyway, what did you want to talk to me about? With a confident smile, he reveals his true intentions. To be honest, I've been following you ever since you left the store. He elaborates, explaining his interest. It seemed like you were buying a lot of different things, and I think you have a good eye for buying equipment. Soo-hyun Kim's internal monologue betrays his shock. What? He was following me. Regaining his composure, Soo-hyun Kim looks up, a serious expression on his face, and begins, so about that. Still reeling from the unexpected encounter. He swallows hard, his expression a mix of shock and apprehension. Suddenly, a small, fluffy dog appears, asking if he wants to join a party. Taken aback, he can only manage a bewildered, sorry. Just then, a system message flashes, announcing his arrival on the second floor, the trial of the Legion. Another message confirms his escape from the Trial Legion's assault, highlighting a glowing necklace. A dire warning follows, stating that the angry Charles clan members will pursue him to reclaim their treasure. The final directive is clear, escape with the treasure. The system command flashes, instructing him to survive in this forest. A heavy thud echoes through the dense foliage, as a massive, green reptilian creature scans its surroundings. It lowers its snout, sniffing the ground intently. Soon, another of its kind joins it, both creatures meticulously tracking a scent. Hidden high above, Soo-hyun lets out a soft breath. He watches the two hunter-type monsters search the forest floor beneath his perch in the towering tree. The Charles clan, he realizes, are expert trackers, and the system's directive to escape with the treasure while being pursued by such formidable foes feels like an impossible demand. From his vantage point, he continues to observe the relentless hunters below, his mind racing for a solution. Soo-hyun Kim, still reeling from the sudden turn of events, wonders aloud what could make this attack so difficult. A system message flashes, revealing the treasure of the Charles clan has no effect, leaving him to ponder its true nature. He clutches the glowing pendant, realizing it's not just about possessing it, but about protecting it. His gaze drifts, a silent thought passing through him as he surveys the dense forest around him. A new directive appearing before him. He must survive in this forest. A sudden gasp escapes him as he senses a presence, a chilling awareness of being watched. From the dense undergrowth, a reptilian hunter, clad in maroon armor and wielding a spear and shield, emerges with predatory grace. It lunges, its claws striking Soo-hyun Kim with brutal force, sending him sprawling to the forest floor. Before he can even register the blow, a swift, unseen attack connects, sending a spray of blood into the air. But in an instant, he retaliates, swinging his weapon with immense force. He lands heavily, his foot creating a small crater upon impact. His attack connects, sending another spray of blood from the monster. Moving with incredible speed, he leaves a blurred afterimage as he passes his foe. As the dust settles, Soo-hyun begins to understand the true meaning of his mission, realizing the implications of his task. He questions the vast scope of it all, wondering if he truly has to eliminate everything within this forest. Before him, the forest stretches endlessly, teeming with countless reptilian figures, all glowing faintly in the distance. The ground beneath his feet is rough, strewn with debris and the faint shimmer of magical energy. With a burst of purple energy, he launches himself into the fray, closing the distance on a reptilian foe. His movements are a blur as he engages the monstrous horde. A vibrant blue aura surrounds him, cutting through the ranks of the creatures. Leaping high above the fray, he considers the overwhelming numbers, realizing a party would have been more advantageous. Despite his efforts, the monsters continue to press in, their sheer numbers a relentless tide. The strain of the prolonged battle begins to etch itself onto his features. He exhales slowly, acknowledging the high probability of a long-term, grueling fight. Later, away from the chaos, he reflects on the unexpected difficulty, deciding he needs to regroup before tackling the tower alone. He considers the question, do you have a reason for it to be level 8? His companion, Jinwoo, responds with a firm declaration, yes, I have my own reasons. Soo-hyun, a faint trace of blood on his cheek, acknowledges the weight of the challenge, but states, I'm sorry, but level 8 is too low for my goal. Later, deep within a verdant, overgrown forest, he walks cautiously, only to suddenly halt, sensing an unexpected presence. A heavy, rhythmic thudding echoes through the trees, growing louder with each beat. Before him, a colossal reptilian monster with glowing red eyes emerges from the shadows, its massive form radiating an ominous aura as he raises his glowing blue blade. The air crackles with raw power, a deep hum vibrating from the creature's immense form. Standing firm, he acknowledges the inevitable. Finally, the boss has appeared. He activates a skill, preparing for a decisive move, launching himself high into the air. As the massive reptilian boss braces for the incoming assault, his blade, already glowing with stored energy, is poised to strike as he declares his intent to bring down the apex predator. With fierce determination etched across his face, he channels more power into his weapon, his necklace pulsing with a vibrant blue light. A barrage of glowing blue energy then erupts from his attack, striking the monster with devastating force. As he continues his rapid descent, maintaining the relentless assault, having just cleared the second floor of the Tower of Trials, a glowing necklace, the unique ability of the Charles clan's treasure, is revealed as his reward. This treasure of the Charles clan is a potent artifact, capable of healing all injuries and removing all status ailments, though it holds only one use. Sitting in quiet contemplation, Soo-hyun admits he hadn't even expected a reward for the second floor, but acknowledges that his high agility proved crucial in the fight. His status window confirms his growth, displaying increased mana load, strength, agility, stamina, reflexes, and defense, along with the leap skill and details on skill transformation. Thanks to his exceptional agility, he can now move faster than his opponents, and through transformations, temporarily gain additional stats. As he observes the defeated monster, a new unique ability, Berserker, belonging to the head of the Charles clan, is revealed. This skill dramatically strengthens physical abilities for a limited time, its power proportional to his strength and stamina, promising to be invaluable in future emergencies. Despite the exhaustion, Soo-hyun reflects that the intense fight yielded significant benefits. As he sits, contemplating his progress, Jinwoo watches him with a surprised expression, letting out a soft exclamation. Still immersed in his thoughts, Soo-hyun reflects on his rapid progress, wondering if this accelerated growth could finally lead him to escape his current predicament. A soft chime signals a system notification, revealing his current fatigue level at 81. He continues to ponder, focusing on strategies to navigate his way out of the metaphorical forest. A subtle, crackling sound accompanies a flash of blue light, signaling a shift in his environment or status. Later, the warm glow of the afternoon sun illuminates a familiar building, marking a return to the everyday world. Now dressed in casual attire, he stands in a room, his gaze fixed forward. A comforting aroma fills the air as he settles down to a meal, the simple act of eating a welcome respite. Chopsticks poised, he prepares to continue his meal. Oh my, wait, Mom. What's all this? Soo-hyun asks, looking at the generous spread of food being placed before him. His mother replies, I'm sorry that I can only do this much, even though you saved me. It must have been tiring studying up till now, my son. Her voice filled with concern, she continues. You must have been tired. You even went to work with your new body yesterday. Her expression softening, she wonders aloud, how hard can it be to fix my son a meal? Soo-hyun watches her, a complex mix of emotions on his face. He remains silent, contemplating her words. Later, his mother diligently wipes down the table, clearing away the remnants of the meal. A soft sound accompanies her careful cleaning. The simple, comforting meal his mother had prepared sat before him, a silent testament to her care. He ate quickly, the food disappearing with audible munches. A sigh of contentment escaping him as he thought, Thank you, mother. His focus remained on the meal, but his mind was already made up, a silent promise forming. Although I cannot become your real son. His mother watched him, a soft, concerned expression on her face as she murmured, Oh my. She saw him gobbling down the food, and a gentle smile touched her lips as she asked, It seems like you were really hungry? His internal vow solidified, a silent declaration echoing in his mind. I will most definitely protect you. A digital interface flickers to life, displaying the title, Abyss Online, and highlighting a daily hot topic, information regarding the first ranker of the Tower of Trial's second floor. The system processes the request, with a distinct "oh" sound effect accompanying the loading of the top ranker's details. Finally, the name appears, Kim Soo-hyun, holding an impressive 2,230 points on the Tower of Trial's second floor, a revelation met with a resounding dong. A collective gasp of Wongsong echoes as the news spreads. Voices from unseen observers question the impossible. Who is it? It's not Soo-hyun. There must be a progress error. So who on earth is it? The collective OHHH of surprise continues to ripple through the unseen crowd. Meanwhile, in a quiet room, a pair of legs sits beneath a desk, hinting at the presence of someone deeply engrossed. His eyes wide with a mixture of shock and concern, Soo-hyun stares at the screen, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The system itself seems to acknowledge the gravity of the situation, displaying a message that this has become quite troublesome. Kim Soo-hyun's fingers fly across the keyboard, navigating through the system interface. Until a bead of sweat trickles down his temple, his expression tightening in disbelief. The screen before him reveals a new option, the skill merchant, but that's not what truly captures his attention. His heart pounds as he reads the ranking for the Tower of Trial's second floor. First ranker, with 2,230 points, is Kim Soo-hyun. The system displays the title Royal Castle. And his mind races, unable to comprehend how he could have achieved such a high score. He thinks, this is impossible. There's no way I could have gotten this high. So who on earth is this guy? The Royal Castle title flashes again, a stark reminder of the unbelievable truth. He sits before his computer, the screen still displaying the shocking news of his top ranking. Across the network, comments flood in, speculating that guilds must be going wild trying to scout him. A frustrated sigh escapes him, the weight of the situation pressing down. He mutters to himself, realizing this unexpected fame is becoming troublesome. Meanwhile, high above the city, the world continues, unaware of his internal turmoil. In the bustling district of Gangnam, Seoul, a prominent skyscraper stands tall. Within the Aries Guild headquarters, a conversation unfolds, centered around the surprising news. A young man with spiky red hair, Jin-woo, looks up in surprise, asking if the first ranker on the second floor is the one recently in the news, wondering if it's that guy. From an office, an associate informs Jin-woo that a new awakened individual seems to have appeared around the same time as him, asking if he knows anything about them. Looking away, Jin-woo replies that he doesn't know the person, nor does he think they've ever met. The associate acknowledges the vastness of the tower, remarking that its interior is quite expansive. Then, the associate shifts the topic, inquiring about the progress of the attack on the third floor. As Jin-woo listens, a narration clarifies that the powerful Aries Guild is currently assaulting the third floor. The associate continues, adding that now, a formidable challenger named Kim Soo-hyun has appeared. Jin-woo's expression turns contemplative, processing this new information. A voice informs him that he can't be shown something, as it doesn't belong to the speaker, but to Jin-woo himself, to which Jin-woo replies that if that's the case, he'll find it on his own. The man offers a knowing smirk, adding that he'll try to search for Jin-woo if any problems arise, a light chuckle escaping him. Jin-woo's resolve hardens, his mind singularly focused on climbing the tower. The man turns to depart, leaving Jin-woo with a final, pointed reminder. He promises to see Jin-woo in a week's time, and casually mentions his intention to run over the new challenger if possible. A frustrated sigh escapes Jin-woo as he walks down a long corridor, muttering about the man's audacity. Even as the words echo, a voice muses, Kim Soo-hyun, huh? He looks out at the world, a sudden thought striking him. No way. It's that guy? Dismissing the idea with a shake of his head, nah, it wouldn't be. Even if that is him, what's going to happen? With a renewed sense of purpose, he resolves to himself, let's just focus on my own path. As he continues his relentless ascent, a large number 6 appears, marking his progress. and the system confirms he has perfectly cleared the 3rd floor. A thought crosses his mind, wondering, they set a break, but for how long? Regardless, he presses on, swiftly clearing the 4th and 5th floors of the tower, before effortlessly conquering the 6th, 7th, and 8th floors in quick succession. His mother waves him off from the doorway. Sure, young worker. As he clears the 9th floor, she adds, don't worry, I'm studying for my exams, so just rest. He stands at the threshold, phone in hand, and with a final glance, he assures her, yes, I'll be back. 1 year later, on Saturday, July 12th, a new chapter begins. He travels swiftly, the world blurring past his window. A quiet thought escapes him, wondering if time should have moved more quickly. But it has already been a month since his last major challenge, as he stands before Veli. His footsteps echo with purpose, reflecting on the worry of his final exam, yet relieved to have cleared the 10th floor. As he walks away from Veli, he muses that since he doesn't know how long he'll be stuck on the 10th floor, there's no better way to have a vacation than to get away from home. The system reveals the Awakener's exam, declaring the 10th floor a crucial barrier that must be overcome. The difficulty of the trials escalates dramatically every 10 floors, to the point that the 11th and 12th floors are considered easier than the 10th floor trial itself. This stark reality brings to mind that pivotal moment when everything was lost, a memory that still haunts him. His hand clenches tightly, a silent testament to his resolve. He knows that in order to prevent such a future, he must become stronger. He envisions the green dungeon that will soon appear in Anyang, a harbinger of the coming chaos. This will lead to a larger-scale outbreak, a devastating event that threatens to engulf everything. It is the first future he witnessed, one where humanity is ultimately wiped out. And soon after, the Gyeongdu incident on New Year's will follow, a chain of events that defines the futures he is determined to change. As his resolve hardens, a faint glow emanates from his hand, a silent promise of the power he will wield. A quiet resolve settles over him, as he declares his intention to change the grim future. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, he walks away from the city, vowing to protect what matters most this time. His destination, the formidable Tower of Trials, specifically the glowing entrance to its 10th floor. He approaches the colossal structure, a lone figure against its immense scale, when a voice calls out, observing his intent to challenge the 10th floor. The white-haired man offers a challenge of his own, suggesting a training session before Suhain proceeds. He stands before the imposing entrance to the Tower of Trials, specifically the 10th floor gatekeeper's station. Raising a hand, a subtle energy begins to gather around him, as a system window materializes, confirming a substantial donation of 5,000 achievement points. A soft, blue light emanates from his open palm, surprising him. An old, bearded man, the gatekeeper, looks on, acknowledging the generosity of the offering. He thanks Suhain for the donation, then asks what kind of information he desires. Suhain's request is direct, details about the 10th floor. The old man's eyes widen slightly in surprise. Before he explains that information regarding the 10th floor is exceptionally valuable and cannot be simply given away, even after such a significant contribution. The gatekeeper's voice echoes with a final, cryptic warning. Be wary of the village chief. His aged face, etched with experience, holds a solemn expression as he imparts this crucial piece of advice. Suhain, still processing the implications, can only ask, is that it? The gatekeeper confirms, yeah, that's it, leaving Suhain to ponder the ambiguous hint, a vague but potent piece of information. He knows the gatekeeper's words are never wrong, and though the hint is subtle, he decides it will be enough to guide him. With a final word of caution, then, be careful. The gatekeeper watches as Suhain turns and steps towards the shimmering portal, ready to face the 10th floor. A soft, ethereal hum emanates from the portal, enveloping him as he enters. The light intensifies, and the sound grows louder, signaling his transition to the next trial. He materialized into a new space, the system's stark assessment of the challenge already echoing in his mind, marking this as level 10. The words level 10 hung in the air, a clear indicator of the increased difficulty. A soft whoosh of displaced air accompanied his gaze as he finally looked up, taking in the ethereal surroundings. Before him, a luminous, tree-like structure pulsed with soft light, its branches reaching towards a sky filled with shimmering particles. Beyond the ethereal forest lay a sprawling village, its houses glowing faintly under the strange, otherworldly light. As he stood on a winding path, observing the luminous settlement, a system message appeared, formally announcing the trial of the 10th floor. The trial's 10th floor level 10 village chief. The instructions continued, urging him to please find the aim of the trial to clear it. The task was clear, yet the path remained shrouded in mystery. Then, a final, chilling directive flashed across his vision. Please don't die. The ominous warning underscored the true danger of the upcoming challenge, as the title Hero, Return appeared below. Deep within the Tower of Trials, on the 10th floor, adventurers find themselves navigating level 12. Amidst the vibrant foliage, a small hand reaches out, plucking a ripe, red berry from its bush. A young girl, her eyes sparkling, exclaims with delight at her good fortune. She muses to herself, never imagining she'd be able to fill an entire basket, feeling that her luck today is truly exceptional. With her basket nearly overflowing, the young girl stands contentedly amidst the greenery. Deciding to enjoy one of her plentiful finds, she pops a berry into her mouth, only for a sudden, sharp sensation to make her gasp. Her eyes widen in shock as the unexpected sensation intensifies. The sharp, stinging feeling continues, leaving her face contorted in surprise and discomfort. Suddenly, a monstrous, clawed hand bursts forth from the foliage, its green, scaly skin and razor-sharp talons signaling immediate danger. The young girl, still reeling from the berry's unexpected effect, freezes in terror, the red fruit now discarded on the ground beside her. A piercing scream tears through the air, her voice echoing the sheer panic gripping her. From the shadows, a low, guttural growl rumbles, a chilling sound that promises no mercy. As the monstrous form looms closer, Soo-hyun Kim cries out desperately for help, her plea swallowed by the creature's menacing snarl. The creature lets out a deafening roar, and she turns, scrambling away as fast as her legs can carry her. Her heart pounds against her ribs as she flees, the monster's heavy footsteps thudding relentlessly behind her. Every muscle screams in protest, but the primal urge to survive propels her forward. The chase continues, a desperate race against a terrifying, unknown predator. Still reeling from the monster's attack, Soo-hyun Kim is sent flying through the air, a desperate cry escaping him. As he tumbles, a voice urges him to hold on tight, a desperate plea for survival. In that critical moment, a surge of power activates within him, triggering a transformation skill that temporarily doubles all his stats. Now enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, he continues his uncontrolled descent, the impact imminent. Instead of crashing, the transformed Soo-hyun Kim redirects his momentum, slamming the massive green salamander into the ground with devastating force. Without a moment's hesitation, he draws a gleaming sword, launching himself into a rapid, fluid assault. Each strike lands with explosive power, the sound of impact echoing through the cavern. The salamander thrashes under the relentless onslaught, its scales tearing as Soo-hyun Kim carves through its defenses. Finally, with a decisive blow, he stands victorious over the defeated huge salamander. Having just overcome the monstrous salamander, he finds himself holding a small child, who looks up at him with wide, frightened eyes, uttering a soft, questioning, "Kiddo." His expression is one of concern and determination as he continues to hold the child securely. The child's small legs dangle as he carries them, a silent exclamation of surprise hanging in the air. The scene shifts to a quiet town, its buildings silhouetted against a dark, stormy sky. As if trying to explain himself, Soo-hyun Kim's voice carries, "As I was saying, I'm not a kidnapper." A faint blush touches his cheeks as he speaks, his expression a mix of exasperation and slight embarrassment. He continues his defense, "I was just an outsider that happened to save a kid as I was passing by." He stares into the dark expanse, an unseen voice echoing with a stern warning. There is nothing for him to do here, and he should go do his part now. The voice continues, expressing doubt. Even if they were to believe him, how could they know he had no malicious motives? It was reckless, even if he was trying to rescue a hostage. A look of utter disbelief crosses his face as he exclaims, "What?" He looks down, a thought forming in his mind. There must have been a misunderstanding. Now standing in a rustic village, he sighs, finding it quite embarrassing to be treated as a kidnapper. Looking up in surprise, he wonders aloud, "I didn't do anything though, so why?" As he walks away, deeper into the unfamiliar village, a chilling realization settles in. This place is in danger. Meanwhile, a hooded figure watches from the shadows, their face obscured, observing the unfolding events with an unreadable expression. A system message flashes, declaring the village below to be in danger, urging him to survive. He descends from the rooftops, his feet touching the ground as he realizes he must adapt to survive in this perilous place. Walking through the quiet streets, he muses on how different this 10th floor feels from all the others. Yet, a deeper purpose drives him, a conviction that there must be some meaning behind this trial, and he must survive to save the village. He scans his surroundings, wondering where he might gather crucial information. As he looks out from a window, an unseen, hooded figure watches from another, their presence a silent enigma. Soo-hyun concludes that it would be difficult to extract any useful details from the villagers themselves. Meanwhile, the hooded observer reflects on the people within this trial, noting their appearance and thoughts are far from truly human. He observes the strange, dark structures around him, a thought forming in his mind. The villagers, he realizes, are not like any he has encountered before, and the entire village feels corrupted, despairing, a sensation eerily familiar to a past experience. Yes, this is just like a fragmented memory or system message, flashing through his mind, a purification log that seems to enjoy changing things. His eyes glow with a fierce, determined light. As he scoffs, a sardonic thought escaping him about the theme they've come up with. A heavy sigh escapes him as he takes in the strange, glowing environment. He used to believe that he needed to meet an important person, someone who could truly make a difference. But now, sitting beneath the ancient tree, he sees no such figure. Suddenly, a pair of worn boots steps into view, and a voice calls out, "Ajusi." Soo-hyun looks up, his expression one of surprise. meeting the gaze of a young man looking down at him. The stranger confirms his suspicion. You're from the previous stop. With a sudden movement, Su-hyun rises to his feet. As the young man extends a hand towards him, leaving Su-hyun to ponder this unexpected encounter. Su-hyun sits alone, a simple bowl before him, his hand offering a small cluster of vibrant red berries. From behind a thick tree trunk, a young woman with short, light brown hair cautiously observes him. Hesitantly, she begins to speak, her voice barely a whisper. As Su-hyun turns, extending his hand in a gesture of welcome, a gentle smile graces his lips, his expression reassuring. He then produces a small sack, its contents rustling softly. And as the young woman gazes upon the offering, her eyes widen, reflecting the shimmering, almost magical glow of the food within. A single, astonished thought escapes her. The young woman devours the food, her eyes wide with an almost primal satisfaction, a soft sound of pure delight escaping her lips. Watching her, Su-hyun can't help but smile, a small, almost shy. Heh, this is so good. Escaping her, followed by his gentle inquiry, Is it that good? His expression then shifts, a furrow appearing between his brows as he considers the implications of her reaction, wondering if there truly isn't enough food in her village, and realizing that the villagers must have been starved, with even the little food they had often stolen. The young woman confirms his suspicions, muttering, It looks like the villagers are having a hard time, before adding that their survival until now is all because of the village chief. Her words echo in his mind. He's the hero of our village. He ponders the title, the hero? He recalls her father's words. That's what my dad said. He said that the village chief has been working hard to protect the village, and that they need to trust him. Su-hyun looks surprised by her sudden monologue, asking, only for her to quickly clarify. I'm just talking to myself. She then turns to him, her curiosity piqued, asking, why did you come here? He hesitates. I was just. His thoughts drift to the village's plight, considering that if the village chief needs help, he could offer the food he has, or even take care of any monsters threatening the village. The young woman's voice trembles, recalling the immense monster she had just seen. Fearing it would soon destroy their village, yet she insists that such creatures cannot enter. Still eating, the young woman's gaze drifts, lost in thought. Su-hyun's eyes glow with a determined blue light, his mind racing to the village chief. Wondering if he was the one who provided the village's additional protection, when the young woman suddenly asks if he is the person who came to their village. Approaching the village entrance, they see a tall, elderly man with a long white beard awaiting them. With a warm smile, the man introduces himself, calmly stating that he is the village chief. Su-hyun's eyes widen in utter shock, realizing this imposing figure is the very village chief the young woman had spoken so highly of. The young woman's voice cuts through the air, a stark warning to be careful of the village chief. The chief, however, offers no pleasantries, his voice grave as he explains the dire situation, admitting that food is quite scarce in this village. His gaze falls upon the ground, as he justifies his actions, stating that food is too scarce to be given away freely, and that he took what was offered without his permission. Su-hyun looks down, his expression unreadable. The chief's words hang heavy, a clear challenge to anyone who would rethink handing out food. The village chief confronts Su-hyun, his voice firm, stating he would appreciate it if the young man refrained from moving about without permission. Surprised by the direct address, Su-hyun questions if he is the mayor. Later, sitting on a low wall with a small child beside him, the chief continues their conversation, stating he had been wanting to meet him, then asks, and you are? Su-hyun replies that he is merely a passerby who happened upon the village, before turning the question back to the chief, asking if he is the mayor for a couple of skills, a title the chief acknowledges with a slight mayor. A contemplative escapes the chief, as he warns Su-hyun that the villagers are very alert about outsiders. Su-hyun observes the chief's demeanor, realizing he is not letting his guard down. As the village chief sternly confronts a small, frightened child, he declares that they are not permitted to eat, while the child can only stammer a response. Suddenly, a hand reaches out, and a calm voice reassures the child, telling them there's no need to be afraid. The hand gently rests on the child's head, offering a silent comfort. Su-hyun then addresses the chief directly, explaining that he merely shared his own food and has no intention of harming the village. With a soft glow, a dimensional pocket bag materializes, and Su-hyun confidently declares that he possesses more than enough food to give them. The chief, along with a nearby villager, reacts with stunned disbelief as the sheer quantity of food is revealed. Finally, Su-hyun makes his offer clear to the chief. He will provide food for as long as he remains in the village. He considers the chief's words, then dismisses the concern, assuring him that everything will be fine. With a nod, the chief turns and begins to lead the way. Looking back over his shoulder, he confirms Su-hyun's stay, stating he can remain for the duration of their journey. A voice from the crowd cries out, pleading for pity upon the young lambs. Su-hyun looks on, a curious hum escaping him as he takes in the scene. He realizes this must be where everyone has gathered, recalling the chief's instruction to go to the house after the incident. The villagers, overwhelmed by his generosity, offer their blessings, marveling at the unimaginable bounty and the power of an outsider. He looks out with a somber expression, reflecting that he has seen this kind of devotion many times before. His mind drifts to a memory of robed figures with glowing eyes, as people began to believe in the name of belief itself. He recalls those who would hide behind the guise of faith, those who would abandon reality and perpetuate truly horrible deeds. He looks down, a quiet understanding settling over him, knowing that eventually, nothing but ruin remains. The echoes of his past thoughts linger, leaving only the remnants of what once was. But as he observes the current villagers, he finds solace in the fact that this situation is nothing compared to back then. At least they aren't harming one another. As he watches them, their expressions filled with awe and gratitude. One villager, holding a glowing knife, declares with fervent devotion, "We glorify this faithless and unholy soul to you." The villager's voice rings out, a desperate plea for salvation. As he continues to implore, "Please bestow upon us pitiful lambs, generous peace." His hand, clutching a knife that glows with an ominous red aura, trembles as he finishes his fervent declaration, "Us pitiful lambs." The intensity of the moment causes a sudden jolt through Su-hyun, a clatter of unease echoing in his mind. His eyes widen in a silent scream, the weight of their blind devotion pressing down on him. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure walks away through the falling rain, a soft groan escaping them into the dreary weather. Back with Su-hyun, his hand instinctively covers his mouth, his eyes now glowing with an intense, electric blue. He realizes that this place is no different from any other, concluding that people are just the same, no matter where he goes. As Su-hyun Kim walks away in the rain, a cloaked figure expresses regret for Miller's family, while a dark-haired man in sunglasses dismisses it, stating they can't do anything about it. His words echoing, the man justifies their actions as being all for the sake of the village. Su-hyun stands amidst a shimmering purple aura, his face etched with distress, as the villagers' voices recount the mayor's borrowed power from a mountain god to protect them, believing their home would have been wiped out without him. Surrounded by the fearful villagers, he hears them discuss the need for another sacrifice in 3 days, wondering aloud whose turn it will be next. Glancing back at them as he walks away, Su-hyun hears their hollow reassurance that they should be safe for now. Meanwhile, a group of shadowy figures with ominous glowing red eyes gather, confirming to each other that they already have a sacrifice ready for the ceremony in 3 days. Their voices continue, acknowledging that this ceremony was a success as well, mayor, but hinting at an unresolved issue. Back in a quiet room, Su-hyun Kim stands before a screen, a thoughtful escaping him as he processes the disturbing events. The village chief inquires about the outsider, Su-hyun Kim, to the red-haired man, who calmly reports that he hasn't done anything out of the ordinary. Understanding the implication, the chief acknowledges this, concluding that the man must have accepted Su-hyun to use him as a sacrifice. The red-haired man confirms this without hesitation, explaining that they will administer a drug to render him unconscious on the altar, a mere thing. The village itself has grown increasingly perilous. For the safety of many, sacrifice is deemed a necessary evil. The red-haired man responds with a slight acknowledgement, as the narrative reveals a monster once inhabited beneath the village, and it only consumed humans. Because of this grim reality, the village has remained safe, never falling into a state of panic. He concludes, amidst the terrified faces of the villagers, that they don't have monsters inside them. The village chief, his expression grim, declares his resolve, as the mayor of the village, that he must act, even if it means sacrificing a few lives. He continues, his voice devoid of remorse, believing his actions are necessary, even heroic, for the greater good. 4 days later, under the cold, star-dusted expanse of the night sky, the village sleeps, unaware of the grim ritual about to unfold. 2 figures, cloaked in deep red robes, emerge from the shadows, their torches flaring with an unnatural, crackling light, casting dancing shadows. One of the robed figures carries Su-hyun Kim, limp and unconscious, his head resting against their shoulder. His eyes remain closed, his body still, as he is gently laid upon a glowing, unseen surface, the ground beneath him radiating an ominous, golden light. His body lies still on the wooden surface, the sheathed sword at his hip a silent testament to his former life. Above him, a voice echoes with a chilling apology, "Please forgive us, outsider," as embers dance around the ritual site. 3 figures in crimson robes stand watch, their forms stark against the flickering light. The village chief, staff in hand, gazing down with a grim resolve. "This is all for the sake of the village," he declares, as glowing particles swirl around a small, writhing creature. Suddenly, the young man is cast downward, plummeting through a vortex of light and energy. The robed figures watch him passively as the glowing chasm swallows him whole. And he falls through an endless, dark expanse, streaks of light blurring past. Deeper and deeper he descends into the unknown. As he plunges deeper into the abyss, a colossal, segmented red creature, resembling a serpent, rides below him. Its massive head turning, revealing a single, malevolent yellow eye that glows ominously in the darkness. The creature's jaws gape wide, a maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, emanating a sinister purple energy. A desperate scream echoes through the void as he continues his rapid descent into the unknown. Meanwhile, far above, the village chief walks deliberately across the rocky ground. A flickering torch held high, its light casting long shadows. He muses that the sacrifice must have fallen deeper than anticipated, expecting it to be excreted up north soon, and noting that this time, the process seems faster than before. He continues his measured pace, intent on ensuring the creature's expulsion occurs precisely where he desires. His gaze fixed downward, the village chief's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of concern crossing his aged features. He remains still, his traditional robes draped around him as he continues to observe the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun Kim's own eyes snap open, a gasp escaping him as he takes in his new, terrifying surroundings. He stands alone in a vast, dimly lit cavern, a monstrous, toothy archway looming above him like the maw of some ancient beast. From the depths of the cavern, a colossal serpent-like creature with glowing red eyes emerges, its body wreathed in a golden-orange aura as a deep, resonant voice echoes. "What brings you here, Mayor?" The village chief's eyes widen in profound shock, his mouth falling open in disbelief. A soft, bewildered sound escapes him, as Soo-hyun Kim stands triumphantly atop a massive, defeated red beast, asking what could have brought the elders so far out here. The village chief, his face etched with confusion and fear, can only stammer, demanding to know the meaning of this impossible sight. He reaches out a trembling hand towards the colossal remains, his voice filled with disbelief, asking if this monster was truly destroyed, wondering how something so powerful could have been defeated. A low tremor of anger vibrates through the air as Soo-hyun Kim turns slightly, his expression unreadable. The village chief can only utter a single word, unbelievable, as Soo-hyun Kim's eyes glow with an intense purple light. A faint purple aura emanates from him as he retorts, "You say that as if the monster wasn't supposed to die." The village chief flinches, taken aback by the young man's words, stammering, that is." His face contorted in a mixture of shock and distress. He finally manages to articulate his true concern, shouting, "It was for the village." The village chief explains that if this snake monster had entered the village, the damage would have been immense. But Soo-hyun Kim simply stares back, repeating the phrase, "for the village." A chilling question hangs in the air, challenging the chief's earlier claims. The village chief recoils, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple, his composure visibly cracking under the weight of the accusation. Soo-hyun Kim continues, his voice devoid of emotion, explaining that the monster possesses a peculiar characteristic. It would never attack the village as long as it was fed, requiring numerous humanoid sacrifices until it eventually departed, ensuring the villagers' safety from other threats. He then clarifies the grim implication of this arrangement, that to keep the monster nesting, one must continuously provide it with sustenance. His eyes glowing faintly with an inner light, Soo-hyun Kim adds another chilling detail. The monster would never consume the very person who fed it. The chief's eye widens in stark terror, the realization of Soo-hyun's words hitting him with full force. Taking a deliberate step forward, Soo-hyun Kim's voice hardens. He looks down at the chief, his accusation clear. He had played the hero by feeding people from the village to this monster. The weight of the truth settles heavily between them, a silent, damning judgment. He continues his damning accusation, his voice echoing through the monster's dark, glowing lair, declaring that the chief's hypocrisy ends here. He explains how the creature simply nests and marks its territory until it decides to leave. Meanwhile, the villagers, having overheard the shocking revelation, begin to murmur, their faces etched with disbelief as they question what they've just heard. The truth about the monster's passive nature and the chief's manipulation sinks in, prompting a collective realization. The chief lied to us? A wave of denial washes over them, some refusing to believe such a blatant lie, while others grapple with the monster's unexpected behavior. Tears well up in one woman's eyes, as she struggles to comprehend how such a terrible deception could have occurred. Another villager voices the collective sentiment, finding it unbelievable that the chief lied about the monster, yet acknowledging its protective effect against weaker creatures. As the chief stands exposed, a villager steps forward, demanding to know what he will do now, having known the truth about the snake they were feeding, and offers to help him. The other villagers react with renewed shock, their faces a mixture of confusion and dawning horror at this new development. Soo-hyun Kim turns to the stunned villagers, a new revelation forming on his lips. His eyes widen slightly as he gestures towards a hidden sight, revealing several large, smooth, white eggs, clearly belonging to the monster. A wave of shock and revulsion washes over the assembled villagers. But anticipating their protests, he urges them to listen, reminding them of the monster's protective instincts towards its feeder. He explains that by utilizing this very characteristic, they can raise the monster's young. The serpentine creature's scales shimmering with an ominous red glow. He offers a calming assurance to the still disturbed crowd, promising that no longer will they need to sacrifice their own people as offerings. He asks what they will do then, if they are to feed the monsters. He explains that he will capture the monsters for them. But as an outsider, he will leave this village soon, and they will have to capture them on their own. The villagers gasp in disbelief, the chief exclaiming, "What? as he demands Soo-hyun stop speaking such nonsense. Soo-hyun Kim counters, reminding them that they have only limited tools and their entire village is at stake, questioning if they expect him to protect them from monsters. He challenges them, asking if this isn't their village. If they don't protect it, who will? The village chief, looking downcast, admits it's not as easy as he makes it sound. Soo-hyun Kim's gaze hardens, telling them to just give up then. He stares intently at the villagers, his voice cutting through the tense silence. Or you can give up everything and just keep feeding the villagers to them like before. A collective gasp ripples through the crowd. As his gaze hardens, emphasizing his point, no willingness to protect themselves. He reflects on the deeper issue, how the continuous dependency upon others is what makes up such a hero. A weak hero that was formed from others' wills. The villagers exchange glances, a mix of fear and dawning resolve on their faces, until one of them finally speaks up, asking, "Wait? You mean?" Soo-hyun Kim simply states, "I'll have to think of another way to do it." Then, with newfound determination, the villagers declare, "We'll do it." His gaze, sharp and intense, holds a faint, electric blue glow. He stands before a young villager, who flinches slightly under his scrutiny. "You are that kid from before," she murmurs, her voice barely a whisper. A nervous giggle escapes her lips. As she admits, I don't know how much help I can be, but I want to become strong like you, and help protect my people." "You're an awesome kid," he replies, confident that if everyone comes together and combines their strengths, they can protect their village. The villagers, stirred by his words, begin to voice their determination, with even the young girl, who had spoken to him earlier, echoing their resolve. While the village chief looks on with a heavy heart. "We will try it," the villagers declare, understanding that it's better than being massacred. He watches them, a quiet resolve in his own stance, as they affirm their commitment. But one villager, his face etched with worry, expresses the deep fear that still grips their people. Soo-hyun Kim turns to him, listening as the man explains they've already received so much from him. Yet he continues to stay. A faint, distant sound echoes in the quiet. Soo-hyun Kim observes a sudden notification, as a system message confirms the villagers have gained willpower, with a completion rate of 60%. A subtle smirk plays on his lips. Before he declares, "Now then, shall we really get started?" standing beneath the night sky. Meanwhile, deep within a dark, cavernous passage, the village chief clenches his fist, muttering about an arrogant outsider bastard. A massive, reptilian eye, glowing with an eerie blue light, opens in the darkness. A surge of raw energy begins to manifest. As a monstrous, reptilian eye snaps open, its yellow iris glowing intensely, accompanied by a sharp, cracking sound. The village chief, his face contorted in a furious grimace, clutches his lantern, declaring, "I'm going to wipe them all out." A dark, crimson aura erupts around him, the air thick with a guttural groan of exertion or pain, leaving behind only streaks of red in the oppressive darkness. A massive, segmented creature with a rocky carapace and glowing yellow eyes emerges from the shadows, its presence radiating an oppressive aura. Kim Soo-hyun observes the monstrous form, understanding its nature. It nests and marks its territory until it leaves, preventing weaker monsters from ever daring to step foot within its domain. Meanwhile, the village chief and a worried villager discuss a grim plan, proposing to slice the monster's offspring and feed them to the village, fearing what might happen if they refuse. A young girl, witnessing the creature, points it out, asking if they should attack the outsider. The monster's eyes flare with an ominous red glow, its segmented body bristling with dark energy. But before it can act, a sudden, powerful impact shatters its rocky shell, green energy erupting as the creature is violently torn apart. Kim Soo-hyun looks down at the remnants, his expression calm and resolute. He unleashes a powerful, blue-tinged attack, a surge of energy tearing through the unseen foe. The assault continues, a blur of azure energy slashing through the air. Meanwhile, back in the village, the chief and another villager exhale in relief, calling out in concern. As the sun begins to set, Soo-hyun turns back to the villagers, who urge him not to overwork himself. He assures them he will return after dealing with the monster. Later, Soo-hyun observes a holographic screen, displaying his progress in the Tower of Trials. The screen shows the 10th floor at 90% completion, noting that while the baby snake has grown, the completion rate hasn't increased. He wonders if the missing village chief is the reason for the stalled progress, as a small red monster is shown. Looking down at the creature, Soo-hyun is determined to raise the completion rate to 100% and clear the floor. He pushes forward, a singular thought echoing in his mind. What else must he do to overcome this challenge? His footsteps pound against the earth, a relentless rhythm of determination. Then, a sudden realization washes over him, his eyes widening in surprise. With a surge of brilliant blue energy, he unleashes a powerful force. The ground beneath him shatters, as the raw power manifests. From the swirling azure light, a majestic, avian form begins to coalesce, taking shape above him. This creature, he knows, is the sole predator of the formidable predatory python snake, a perfect counter to his current dilemma. It is the divine bird of blue fire, a powerful ally now at his command. Its form fully realized, the magnificent creature spreads its wings, radiating an intense, ethereal glow. A soft aha escapes him as the blue energy he summoned begins to coalesce, reflecting in the water below. He watches the spectacle unfold, realizing it is all because of that fellow, the divine bird of blue fire. The majestic creature fully forms, its vibrant blue aura illuminating the dark cavern, while the village chief observes with a knowing, satisfied smile. His eyes reflecting the creature's glow as he murmurs, "Look, it's so magnificent and dignified." He then adds, a hint of pride in his voice, "It was worth the effort of putting it to sleep with the sleeping poison." And with such a powerful ally, the villagers would finally be able to live in peace again, free from the vicious snake said to control a monster. Its form now fully realized and radiating immense power. The village chief gazes at the divine bird, a tender expression on his face as he whispers, "You, my child, I'm the one who raised you." The blue energy of the divine bird erupts, swirling with immense power, expanding rapidly and filling the air with a vibrant, ethereal glow. The energy coalesces into a furious vortex, its raw force causing an unseen observer to question its very existence. The vortex intensifies, crackling with destructive potential, leaving another observer in disbelief, muttering, "This can't be it." Suhayan braces himself against the sheer magnitude of the power, the blue light reflecting in his eyes as he struggles to comprehend it. He stares, a mix of awe and shock on his face, realizing the destructive capabilities now at his command. The divine bird's power then channels, forming a concentrated blast of blue flame that tears through the air. Suddenly, Suhayan's attention snaps to a new, ominous presence, realizing the village is directly in its path. With grim determination, he raises his hand, a surge of white energy gathering at his palm, ready to confront the approaching danger. He cries out, a surge of blue energy already crackling around him as an unseen force bears down. A massive wave of white energy then erupts, sweeping him off his feet, sending him flying through the air. The sheer force of the impact continues to propel him backward, a helpless projectile against the overwhelming power. He takes the full brunt of the attack, a jarring blow that reverberates through his entire being. Still falling, his blue energy trails behind him, a stark contrast to the white force that struck him. But even as he falls, a massive eruption of blue energy bursts from his form, a clear sign of his refusal to yield. His eyes burn with fierce determination, his resolve hardening amidst the swirling blue aura. With a sudden burst of speed, he moves like a blur, his body wreathed in crackling blue energy, ready to retaliate. His teeth are gritted, his expression a mask of intense focus, as his power continues to surge. He plummets through the air, desperately reaching out towards the majestic blue bird, knowing he can't quite grasp it. Suddenly, a torrent of his own blue energy erupts, surging with immense power. Still falling, he looks up in frustration, a sharp gasp escaping him. The blue energy slams into the divine bird, a blinding impact rippling through the air. As he continues his descent, his sword is drawn, blue particles swirling around him. The ground rushes up to meet him, the forest canopy a blur beneath his falling form. He hits the earth with a sickening thud, blood trickling from his mouth as he lies stunned. Pushing himself up, he looks towards the sky, a realization dawning on him that he finally managed to get through to the messages. A glowing blue rope materializes before him, pulsing with ethereal light. He gasps, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, the impact of his fall still reverberating through his body. Meanwhile, in the village, a concerned voice asks if the outsider is truly the one fighting the monsters. The village chief, observing the distant chaos, responds with a chuckle, acknowledging that he's been at it for days without sleep, calling him incredible, and wondering if it's simply his youth. Unseen by them, a glowing blue rope, imbued with ethereal energy, twists and coils, a conduit for a mysterious message. The chief continues, reflecting on his past self, who would have simply told the young man to stop messing around, but admits these monsters are different, expressing gratitude for having someone like him. The glowing rope, now firmly grasped by an unseen hand, vibrates with latent power. The two villagers exchange a worried glance, their faces etched with concern for their precarious situation. Above them, the majestic divine bird of blue fire hovers, its brilliant azure form radiating an intense, otherworldly glow. Its piercing yellow eyes scan the surroundings, a silent, powerful presence dominating the sky. The worried villager and the chief exchange glances, their faces etched with concern as the chief explains how the creature establishes its domain. A bead of sweat tracing a path down the worried villager's temple. Other villagers gasp in collective shock, their eyes wide with terror. Above them, the divine bird of blue fire hovers, its vibrant azure plumage radiating an intense glow. Meanwhile, Suhayan plummets through the air, a desperate cry escaping his lips as he falls. The majestic bird watches his descent, its piercing gaze unwavering. As he falls, a glowing, rope-like energy manifests before him, and a thought crystallizes in his mind. If he can't reach it, he just needs to make it so that he can. With a surge of resolve, his hand shoots out, seizing the luminous tether. Propelled by this newfound connection, he rockets upward, a determined shout echoing through the sky as he declares his intent to confront the divine bird. Despite the blood streaking his face, a fierce resolve hardens his expression as he declares his intent to borrow an ability, a system notification instantly confirming his action. Immediately, a brilliant blue energy erupts around him, surging with immense power. The vibrant aura intensifies, radiating outward with dynamic force. A voice dismisses any concerns, assuring that nothing significant is happening. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun Kim, having decided to take a break after his rank exams, rests in the countryside, though his current state is far from what one might expect from a simple vacation. Another voice agrees, sensing a subtle shift in his power, remarking that he seems to have grown even stronger. Indeed, Soo-hyun Kim stands enveloped in a vibrant, crackling blue aura, his eyes glowing with an inner light as raw power surges around him. The ethereal blue energy intensifies, swirling and expanding, a tempest of magical particles dancing around his form. From within this maelstrom, the majestic divine bird of blue fire materializes, its powerful wings unfurling amidst the brilliant azure glow. Soo-hyun Kim stands firm, surrounded by the bird's radiant energy, a silent communion taking place between him and the mythical creature. The divine bird's gaze is intense, its head glowing with concentrated blue fire, a testament to the immense power it wields. He tries to take control, but the system's limitations frustrate him. As a warning flashes across his vision, indicating an abnormal amount of mana coursing through his body, yet he defiantly declares that the previous level wasn't enough to damage him, even if he did get out. The blue flames around him intensify, surging with uncontrolled power. His face contorts in a grimace, the sheer force of the mana threatening to tear him apart. Blood begins to seep from his hand, unable to withstand the internal pressure. The blue aura flares even brighter, his body racked with pain. A guttural scream escapes his lips, the agony becoming unbearable. He cries out that it's too hot, his form twisting under the intense, scorching energy. Finally, with a desperate gasp, he admits defeat, unable to bear the overwhelming power any longer. Overwhelmed by the surging purple energy, Soo-hyun Kim screams, a desperate plea to save what he can. He still clings to the hope of saving the endangered village, and with a fierce resolve, he vows to survive. A glowing necklace around his neck reminds him of an item he once considered useless, yet now understands he must protect. His eyes snap open, now burning with an intense blue light, as the chaotic purple energy gives way to a controlled, vibrant azure. From his very being, a majestic blue flame bird erupts, its form coalescing from the raw power he now wields. The necklace around his neck clicks into place, and a voice urges him to focus, calling out his name, Kim Soo-hyun. With renewed vigor, his eyes blazing with blue fire, he affirms his ability to continue the fight. A system window appears, confirming the activation of Charles' treasure, instantly recovering all damage to his body. Fully healed and empowered, the divine bird of blue fire now fully manifested around him. He declares his readiness to act. He lets out a guttural scream, a torrent of brilliant blue energy erupting from his form, shattering the air around him as his power intensifies. His resolve hardening into a single, desperate command, just die. His eyes glow with an otherworldly blue light, reflecting the sheer force he unleashes, culminating in a colossal blast that engulfs everything in its path. As the devastating power dissipates, the divine bird of blue fire, its purpose fulfilled, begins to fade into shimmering particles, leaving behind a massive, circular crater where the attack landed, a testament to the raw force unleashed. In the center of the devastation, Soo-hyun lies face down, utterly spent, his body collapsing from the immense exertion. He remains motionless amidst the rubble, the silence a stark contrast to the chaos that just erupted. As the dust settled from the devastating blue fire, a young girl's voice pierced the silence, calling out with desperate concern. Suddenly, Soo-hyun Kim's eyes snapped open, his body jolting upright in a startled gasp. A sharp, involuntary cry of pain escaped him, his muscles screaming in protest. He found himself in a simple room, the young girl and another villager hovering over him, their faces etched with profound relief as they confirmed he was alive. Confused, Soo-hyun Kim could only manage a bewildered question, while the villagers, still reeling from the recent events, poured out their fears, admitting they thought he had perished in the fire. His mind raced, trying to piece together the fragmented memories of his collapse, as a fresh wave of agony washed over him, a sharp, throbbing muscle pain reminding him of the immense toll his power had taken. A worried villager expresses relief, telling the young girl that Soo-hyun Kim is finally awake, and they should thank him for his efforts. He continues, explaining that they had to cut up the bird's body, but now they won't have to worry about food for a while, and it's all thanks to him. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun Kim, still recovering in bed, thinks to himself that he can't remember anything, only a vague sense of having used a powerful skill. He then realizes the villagers are calling him a hero, but he feels it's not enough to earn such a title. Despite his self-doubt, he acknowledges his good fortune, feeling mostly fine, aside from some muscle pain. As he sits up, a system message appears before him, announcing that he has gained 1,000 achievement points and has achieved the highest accomplishment. The message continues, detailing his progress in the Tower of Trials, confirming that he has reached 100% achievement on the 10th floor. The system confirms his success, declaring 100% achievement, and with it, the eradication of all immediate threats. He muses that the villagers can now live in peace, free from the constant fear of destruction. A quiet period awaits, he reflects, as the system reiterates his perfect 100% achievement. From the gathered villagers, a collective voice of profound gratitude rises. His expression remains stoic, a slight bandage visible around his neck. The village chief, standing among the others, declares him their savior. He assures Su-hyun that this act will never be forgotten, and that every villager thanks him from the bottom of their heart. The word savior echoes in his mind, a complex emotion crossing his face. The scene blurs into a series of vertical lines, signaling a shift. He walks away from the village, passing through its stone archway and into the open world beyond. Suddenly, a small voice calls out, "Are you leaving?" He turns, a slight smile playing on his lips, caught in the act. The young girl stands before him, flanked by the village chief and other residents, asking, "Why are you leaving without warning? And what's that?" He looks down at her, a conflicted expression on his face, explaining that someone has to go with them, but admitting, "I'm at a loss. I want to leave quietly." With a soft rustle, she extends a small pouch towards him. Her voice ringing with conviction, fighting, "No matter where or when, we'll never forget you, Ajusi." A warm smile spreads across her face as she adds, "These are some fruits that I picked. Eat them when you feel like it." He considers something further, as the young girl, Melly, introduces herself with a bright smile. Her voice, filled with gratitude, echoes his departure. And he offers a final, gentle farewell to Melly. The car speeds away from the village, leaving the past behind as it races down the open road. Inside, a man with reddish-brown hair drives. His name, Hak-jun, slowly revealed. He glances over, asking if his passenger is nervous. As the car speeds along, Hak-jun glances over at his passenger, a thoughtful expression on his face. He wonders aloud, "Of course, there's no way our Kim Soo-hyun, who's the top rookie of the year, would be feeling down, right?" The driver continues, his voice laced with a hint of challenge. "Since you've already climbed to the 15th floor, you're at least a B rank." He then questions, "No, you'll probably even be able to reach A rank." Hak-jun maintains his gaze on the road ahead, a subtle expression of amusement on his face. He continues, almost to himself, since we're talking about rookies." Turning to Soo-hyun, Hak-jun states, "That Kim Soo-hyun guy will probably have succeeded soon as well." Soo-hyun, surprised, asks, "How do you know?" Hak-jun simply replies, "Just my gut feeling. He recently cleared the 10th floor. Isn't it natural to do so?" Hak-jun continues his probing, noting that even he is impressed by the floors Soo-hyun has cleared, referring to him as this Kim Soo-hyun. As he drives on, Hak-jun thinks to himself, feeling a strange pity, "No, seriously, this guy is just a mess." Meanwhile, Soo-hyun's mind races, fixated on the Tower of Betrayal, the tower that Kim Soo-hyun cleared. He grapples with the implications, wondering, "You must have gone into the tower. That was, who knows?" A dangerous idea begins to form in his mind. "If I become Kim Soo-hyun's backup," he muses, just as Hak-jun's voice cuts through his thoughts with a cryptic offer, "I might set you free." Soo-hyun looks intently at Hak-jun, asking if he truly understands what is about to happen. Hak-jun, sitting in the back of a car, reveals the difficult condition for healing, before declaring his unwavering resolve, his face etched with determination. Later, the city skyline stretches under a clear blue sky. As Soo-hyun approaches a towering structure, the Awakened Certification Authority, Soo-hyun walks with purpose, his steps firm. He meets with Hak-jun, who acknowledges something with a simple, that's right." From the driver's seat of a sleek car, Hak-jun continues, "Once you're finished, I'll arrange everything for your entry into the abyss." His expression turns serious. "You had better come back to me stronger than ever, and if you have any doubts." Soo-hyun's face tightens with resolve, remembering the weight of Hak-jun's words. "Remember that it will make everyone suffer." A faint, determined smile touches his lips. As he responds, "Of course." His red jacket shifts with the movement, and he walks away from the towering building, a quiet sigh escaping him as he thinks, "Choi Hak-jun, you're also a wreck." He approaches a towering, modern structure, its glass facade reflecting the clear sky. Checking his phone, a small sigh of relief escapes him, as he notes the time, reflecting that it has been quite some time since his last rank examination. This was the Awakened Certification Authority, a government-affiliated institution where all Awakened came to have their ranks assessed and certified. Inside, he approaches a reception desk, stating his purpose to receive a new rank. The receptionist, however, reminds him of the strict prerequisites. One must already be recognized as an Awakened and have completed the necessary process to even be eligible for a rank assessment. Following her instructions, he proceeds down a corridor, eventually finding himself in a waiting room filled with other applicants. A screen displays the criteria. Those who clear the certification exam become active Awakened, and high grades signify outstanding potential. Soo-hyun finds himself the target of a scout, who explains that this is the only way for their guild to find new talent, specifically awakened individuals with quick eyes. He politely declines the offer, stating his disinterest, which elicits a disappointed, "Oh no" from the scout. Meanwhile, a heated argument erupts nearby, as Hakjun confronts an official, demanding to know why his rank is D when his level 3 should qualify him for C. The official attempts to explain that rank requirements are fixed and unchangeable, but Hakjun's frustration boils over, leading him to grab the official by the collar, accusing him of lowering ranks and acting on his own authority. Suhayan observes the escalating situation, hearing the official's desperate explanation that dungeon revenue varies by rank, and that this place is swarming with scouts regardless. Hakjun, however, refuses to acknowledge the explanation, his grip tightening, and shoves the official back, expressing his disgust at what he perceives as cheap tricks. Suhayan watches the chaotic scene unfold, his expression one of clear surprise. The official's grip tightens on Hakjun's wrist, his voice laced with contempt as he demands to know what the young man thinks he's doing, ordering him to release his hold. Hakjun, however, remains defiant, his gaze fixed on a glowing artifact as he explains that it possesses the ability to greatly increase magic load, making it a rare find in the exchange store. He admits he doesn't know much about it, but even though it's expensive, he's sure it will come in handy. His words only fuel the official's rage, who, with a furious roar, throws Hakjun violently across the room. As Hakjun lands hard on the floor, the official looms over him, sneering about people who judge abilities based on rank, and warns him that if he doesn't take the exam, he'll break his arm. Hakjun grimaces in pain, struggling to process the official's cruel words. A sinister smile spreads across the official's face, reveling in Hakjun's distress. Despite the pain, Hakjun's expression hardens with resolve, as he considers the official's challenge, unsure if he'll be able to get AD rank. Suddenly, the official recoils, clutching his own wrist in agony, a sharp, unexpected pain shooting through him. The official's face contorts in rage, his voice a low growl as he glares at Hakjun. Ordering the others to escort him out, Hakjun resists, a defiant look on his face. He struggles against the grip of his escorts, insisting he will leave by himself. Admitting he's not in the best mood, he confesses to having gotten a bit too excited. Suddenly, a sharp, searing pain lances through the official, his eyes widening in shock as his face contorts. He clutches his wrist, a visible wave of agony radiating from the point of impact. Later, in a different part of the building, Suhayan approaches Hakjun, asking if he remembers their first meeting on the floor. Hakjun pauses, then acknowledges him. Suhayan then asks if this is his first examination, the ornate ceiling of the grand hall looming above them. He presses Hakjun, asking if he doesn't usually take the rank exam a month after awakening, noting that this is his first exam too. Hakjun, however, simply states that he had a special circumstance preventing him from taking it earlier. Though he considers letting it go to avoid trouble, Suhayan's curiosity gets the better of him, and he asks if Hakjun can elaborate. As an unseen official reviews a document, Suhayan continues his line of questioning, wondering aloud, what about? Hakjun explains that one must reach the 10th floor to be recognized by the Awakened Certification Authority, to which Suhayan responds with a knowing, "Ahaha, about that." His expression darkening, Hakjun admits to having some personal situations that delayed him. Suhayan stares intently at him, a silent thought of this bastard crossing his mind. Then, as if realizing the awkwardness of their exchange, Hakjun formally introduces himself as Cho Hakjun of the Ares Guild, before issuing a command for someone to please come down. Both men look up, their attention now drawn to an unseen presence above them. Yes, Hakjun dismisses the question. I remember. I got massacred by those bastards. He continues. It seems like I've been cursed with that guild since that time. As Suhayan wonders why he would do such a thing. Meanwhile, in a grand hall, the Ares Guild's rank 1 lord, Kim Suyun, stands determined, an unaffiliated B rank. When Hakjun then announces, congratulations. He adds, it doesn't seem like you're happy, even though you got a B rank. Well. Then, with a sudden shift in tone, he calls out, unaffiliated, Kim Suyun, please come down. His expression sharpens, awaiting a response. Kim Suyun. The name echoes, causing a ripple of murmurs to spread through the room. What? Kim Suyun? For real? The whispers grow louder, as students recall the legend of the individual who consistently topped the rankings with an incredible amount of points, though some speculate it must be someone with the same name. The sheer power implied by the name is insane, and a thought crosses the mind of one student. Jung Dong-hoon was right. Where is Kim Suyun? A slight flinch passes through Hakjun, as he mutters an uncertain, He turns to the protagonist, a knowing look in his eyes, telling him, you do. The protagonist's eyes widen in surprise, a sudden realization dawning on him. What? That means. A stark warning flashes through his mind, a directive from the guild. If you meet Kim Suyun at the tower or in the waiting room, you better report him to our guild, if. The implications hang heavy in the air, as he considers the unknown, knowing that you never know what dangers lurk. Hakjun considers the implications, believing he might just be able to set someone free. He then reveals the identity of the person they've been discussing, stating that this individual is truly formidable. Suhayan, hearing the name, reacts with a sharp gasp of surprise. With heavy steps, He walks away from the building, a deep sigh escaping him. His mind races, consumed by the thought that he had made a grave error. The realization hits him with full force, a profound sense of regret washing over his face. Only moments before, he had been looking down at a scene of utter devastation, bodies strewn across the ground. Now, an unseen voice commands him to inject his mana into a measuring tool. Okay, Suhayan affirms, ready to proceed with the mana measurement. A sudden thrum of energy makes Hakjun's eyes widen in surprise. As Suhayan's hand begins to glow with an intense, swirling light, mana erupts around him, a vibrant purple aura enveloping his form, the sheer force of it vibrating through the ground beneath his feet. The energy intensifies, blossoming into a blinding pillar of light that engulfs him completely. The raw power radiating outwards, causing the very air to crackle. Hakjun stares, his face contorted in disbelief, utterly overwhelmed by the ridiculous mana sense emanating from Suhayan. Hakjun is utterly bewildered, questioning what he just witnessed, wondering if the C rank he perceived from the unexpected Su Hyun was real. After all, the device had clearly indicated a C rank, load 29. He couldn't believe it. What he felt had to be at least A rank, if not higher. He tried to rationalize it, to convince himself he'd imagined the impossible, yet the vivid memory of the overwhelming power persisted. No one else seemed to have noticed, but he was certain of what he'd felt, a sensation far beyond the perception of an average registered hunter. As Suhayan calmly walked away, Hakjun's mind raced, connecting the dots. The young man remained utterly unfazed. He was the rumored Kim Soo-hyun. He still can't shake the feeling that something is off, a nagging doubt about the true nature of the power he witnessed. A frustrated sigh escapes him as he grapples with the impossibility of it all, unable to reconcile the C-rank reading with the overwhelming mana he sensed. The measuring tool couldn't have been wrong, could it? He sighs again, resigning himself to the fact that some things are simply beyond his comprehension. Even if the young man is a genius, such a feat would only be possible for someone who has truly reawakened a level of power far beyond what a C-rank should possess. Arms crossed, Hakjun remains lost in thought, the enigma of Suhayan's strength weighing heavily on his mind. Meanwhile, Suhayan lets out a nervous chuckle, a bead of sweat tracing his temple as he considers his own situation. He's only at level 1, a mere beginner, and struggles to control his burgeoning mana, thankful that his power remains contained, preventing a potentially embarrassing display. He wonders if this difficulty in control is a direct result of the sudden, dramatic increase in his overall abilities. Suhayan reflects on his recent dungeon clears, acknowledging the natural progression of his increased stats. And with those successes, the rewards he's been accumulating have also been substantial. Among his acquisitions, a vibrant blue flame flickers in his hand, one of the many treasures he's obtained from the shop. He considers the powerful items he's obtained, some so potent he can't even wield them yet, like a growth-type item particularly effective against demon-type monsters. His personal stats have also seen a significant boost, reflecting his rapid growth. He continues to review his inventory, noting the impressive, yet currently unusable, items. But the most intriguing acquisition is a large, unidentified egg, purchased with many of those valuable items, its classification, rank, and abilities all unknown. This egg was a rare prize, one he hadn't known how to obtain, yet he feels a sense of unease about it. He recalls a cautionary tale of a great hunter who met their demise due to a similarly ominous egg. He knew the beast that hatched from the egg would be a rancor, a creature that nested and marked its territory until it left, ensuring weaker monsters would never dare to step foot in its domain. This was the kind of creature that would command respect, and he had acquired its egg. Despite his high hopes, he'd had the egg for quite some time now, but nothing seemed to be happening, making him wonder if it couldn't be an unfertilized egg. As he walked through the city, lost in thought, a familiar voice suddenly called out to him, pulling him from his musings. Turning, he saw Hakjun and expressed his surprise, thinking his friend had already left, only for Hakjun to explain he was just in the toilet. Hakjun then inquired about his recent dungeon run, to which he replied that it had gone well, all right. His friend's expression shifted slightly, as he repeated Suhayan's name with a hint of disbelief. He hears a voice calling out from behind him, "Hey, you over there." The voice belongs to Hakjun, who turns, his face contorted in rage, uttering a furious, "You bastard," as he demands to know if they understand the effort it took him to reach C rank. Suhayan glances back, recognizing the figure Hakjun is confronting as the one from earlier, and wonders if a fight is about to break out. The other man, Kim Soo-hyun, pauses, turning back with a casual, almost indifferent, "Excuse me?" A smirk plays on his lips as he muses about Choi Hakjun's strength, eager to witness it firsthand. Suddenly, Hakjun gasps, a wave of unseen pressure washing over him, his face contorting in shock. He stumbles back, clutching his chest, a choked sound escaping his lips. Overwhelmed, Hakjun collapses, racked by the invisible force. A gruff voice calls out, demanding to know why Hakjun is so late. Hakjun, looking distressed, replies that he has been waiting. Meanwhile, Suhayan and Hakjun watch a screen, where a man's image prompts Suhayan to wonder who this person is. Hakjun, recognizing the figure, utters the title. The man on the screen is identified as the guild master of the Aries Guild. The guild master, Young Dong-young, stands before a towering building, his name spoken with a hint of surprise. He then dismisses the formality, instructing them not to address him so stiffly. Hak-jun is violently struck, the impact sending him reeling. Soo-hyun's eyes narrow, a cold intensity reflecting the sudden turn of events. Young Dong-young, however, simply pats Hak-jun on the shoulder, a casual smile playing on his lips, telling him to just call him Hyung. Hak-jun gasps, clearly taken aback by the unexpected familiarity. Dong-young then shifts the conversation, asking if he's made a new friend. Hak-jun flinches, glancing nervously at Soo-hyun, who remains stoic. Soo-hyun explains that he merely met the other man at the testing center, and had intended to invite him to join their guild if his rank proved high enough. Dong-young cuts him off, a dismissive tone in his voice, suggesting that he doesn't think Soo-hyun could join. He then lets out a knowing "oh ho," a subtle smirk hinting at deeper implications. If he took the money, then there must be something special about him, Soo-hyun muses, deciding to check on the situation himself. As he walks away, a sudden presence makes him pause, his attention drawn to two figures ahead. One of them, Kim Soo-hyun, recognizes the other, Young Dong-young, the guild master of the Aries Guild, and then turns his attention to Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun, caught off guard, looks back at the unexpected encounter. Meanwhile, Hak-jun watches the scene unfold from a distance, a worried expression on his face. Young Dong-young then steps forward, his gaze fixed on Soo-hyun. With a calm demeanor, he begins to introduce himself, stating his name. A subtle smirk plays on his lips, revealing his confident and perhaps condescending attitude. But Soo-hyun meets his gaze with fierce determination, his eyes glowing a vibrant red as he prepares for whatever comes next. He stands, a familiar presence, as his name, Kim Soo-hyun, echoes in the quiet space. A sharp intake of breath escapes him. As he stands, seemingly unfazed by the attention, the name, Kim Soo-hyun, echoes, confirming his identity to those around him. An older man with a distinguished beard observes him intently. His expression unreadable. He adjusts his tie, a subtle gesture of contemplation. Another voice questions, Kim Soo-hyun, as if unable to believe his presence. That's not him, Hyung. Hak-jun protests, his voice filled with disbelief, insisting, that person is a C rank. There's no way that's Soo-hyun. He reminds them, I was the evaluator. But a distinguished older man cuts him off with a sharp, show. You keep quiet, Hak-jun is told firmly. Then, the man with sharp red eyes, Kim Soo-hyun of the Aries Guild, asserts, I'll be the one confirming things here. He holds up an identification card. As Hak-jun, still unconvinced, asks, if you don't mind, could I please take a look at your awakened identification card? The card clearly displays the name, Kim Soo-hyun, and his rank as C. Staring at the details, the guild leader questions, you're really a C rank? The guild leader of Aries, a man with a neatly trimmed beard, carefully examines the identification card in his hand, a thoughtful hum escaping his lips. Then, with a slight chuckle, he apologizes, stating that it seems Kim Soo-hyun is not the person they are looking for. Handing the card back to Kim Soo-hyun, who stands before him with the other Kim Soo-hyun observing silently, the guild leader explains that he had called him for a recruitment test, assuming he was the one they wanted to recruit. Kim Soo-hyun listens, his expression unreadable, as the guild leader continues, stating that it wouldn't be appropriate for someone of his standing to recruit a mere C rank, and apologizes again for the disturbance. Turning away, the guild leader offers a consolation, suggesting that if Kim Soo-hyun is still interested, he could take the guild's entrance test. But Kim Soo-hyun's response is immediate and firm, I'm not interested. As the guild leader and the other Kim Soo-hyun walk away, the protagonist's resolve hardens, vowing never to join the guild of Kim Soo-hyun of the rumors. Still processing the recruiter's words, Soo-hyun wonders how he could have possibly ended up in such a situation. The recruiter's gaze sharpens, explaining that if he were to join a guild whose leader disregards human lives, it would be a grave mistake. He continues, emphasizing the importance of a leader who understands the value of every life, and how such a lack of understanding could lead to dire consequences. As if to illustrate his point, a chilling image of a bloody hand on a cold, tiled floor flashes through Soo-hyun's mind, a stark reminder of the brutal realities of their world. Is it an unwritten rule that no one intervenes in a fight between hunters? The question hangs in the air as one hunter delivers a brutal kick to another. A golden energy blast erupting from the impact, even if one of them were to die in that process. The stronger guilds would simply claim they could get away with whatever they did. As a dark aura pulses from his hand, Soo-hyun considers the implications, a guild that possesses the power to get away scot-free, even if they commit a slaughter. Wouldn't everyone? He continues, go crazy over wanting to enter a guild like that? The recruiter simply agrees, acknowledging that their ways of thinking are indeed different. The recruiter, accepting their fundamental disagreement, simply states he has nothing more to say. He then turns to Hak-jun, inviting him to leave, who responds with a hesitant sound. Hak-jun quickly agrees. Without warning, Soo-hyun casually trips him, sending Hak-jun tumbling to the ground. Hak-jun looks up, a mixture of surprise and irritation on his face. Soo-hyun extends a hand, offering a small card. His eyes briefly flash with a subtle blue glow as he speaks. inviting Hakjun to contact him whenever he might need assistance. He walks away from the towering Ares Guild building, his companion trailing slightly behind. A moment later, he glances back at the structure, a subtle shift in his expression. The guild leader of the Ares Guild, a formidable middle-sized organization, was once an A-rank awakened, a fact that weighs heavily on his mind. Back in his own space, his fingers fly across a keyboard, the rhythmic clicking echoing in the quiet room. He recalls a time when the guild leader was formerly a man of a different caliber. Guild leader Kong, a notorious gangster known for his brutal fists, changed his ways after becoming an awakened. After his awakening, he abandoned his gangster life to establish a guild, but his past still clung to him, involving him in illicit services like high-interest loan businesses, human trafficking, and drug smuggling. His reputation as a gangster preceded him, even before he became an awakened. The Ares Guild was deeply entangled in illicit activities, and the way he eliminated his targets showed no hesitation, a chilling ruthlessness that defined his past. After all, they say a leopard never truly changes its spots. Su Hyan Kim muses, certain that the guild leader is concealing something significant, a secret buried deep within his past. That's why he believes Hakjun must have been targeted as well, caught in the crossfire of the guild's dark dealings. However, despite his suspicions, there's nothing concrete to go on just yet. He wonders what exactly transpired between Choi Hakjun and the Ares Guild, a mystery that continues to nag at him. It seems he has one more thing to uncover, adding to his already growing list of tasks. With a sigh, he acknowledges the sheer volume of responsibilities awaiting him, a seemingly endless stream of things to do. As the first snowflakes of the season drift past his window, a quiet thought escapes him. He remembers a time when the world itself seemed to freeze in place, a chilling premonition of the end. The situation only spiraled further out of control, growing worse with each passing moment. Now, looking out at the peaceful snowfall, he wonders why he feels such a sense of luxury, muttering to himself that the new year will soon arrive. Suddenly, a realization hits him, causing him to gasp in surprise. He had almost forgotten about the upcoming rank evaluation, another complicated task he needed to complete. But the true reason he had stopped climbing the tower and returned wasn't solely for that evaluation. It was for something far more significant. He needed to obtain the Awakened certification, a crucial requirement established for stability. This certification, issued by an Awakened management organization, was essential for participating in dungeon raids. He knew he had no choice but to proceed with the evaluation, though he would have preferred to take his time. As his hand moved across the mouse, he realized he couldn't push it off any longer. This urgency stemmed from a deeper understanding, because he knew the truth behind the recruitment ads for dungeon raids that filled his screen. With the difficulty set and the location confirmed for Gwangju on the 24th of January, the incident was about to unfold. A flicker of doubt crossed his face, a single, unsettling thought. What if he didn't make it, even after meeting all the requirements? The realization struck him with a jolt. He hadn't considered that possibility. He wasn't the only one involved, and if he failed, others would need help too. His brow furrowed in deep concern, the weight of his responsibilities settling heavily upon him. He considers the situation before him, a heavy sigh escaping him as he thinks. Although he doesn't feel like doing it. He wonders if he should try baiting them. The bustling city street hums with activity, a modern cafe named Star Bin standing out amongst the urban landscape. Inside, a woman leans forward, her expression earnest as she discusses the latest Hunter Clear statistics, mentioning C-rank hunters like On Min-sik, Lee Yunmi, and Kim Yun, all with similar experience levels. Her companion, a man with a thoughtful demeanor, listens intently. As she questions if their consistent, albeit mediocre, performance is truly acceptable, wondering if there's any special synergy among them that makes up for their lack of individual prowess. The man sighs, dismissing her concerns with a wave of his hand, insisting they are all just mediocre and that their synergy is nothing special. She persists, however, asking what difference it makes if they're on the same team, her brow furrowed in confusion. He then reveals the crucial detail. He himself is already a B-rank awakened, Lee Juho, a fact that puts their discussion of C-rank hunters into stark perspective. She insists that they won't proceed without at least one B-rank member, as their cut of the profits would decrease otherwise. Emphasizing safety first, she points out the significantly higher death rate in C-rank dungeons recently. Having stopped climbing the tower to avoid wasting lives, she questions the purpose of dying in a dungeon. A notification chimes on a phone, displaying a message that dismisses her concerns, stating it's merely an orange dungeon and there's nothing to worry about. She then asks Lee Juho if he likes it, adding that she has to follow the leader, so what can she do? A frustrated sigh escapes him, wondering if there isn't anyone more useful. His expression tightens, the same question lingering on his lips. Suddenly, the woman calls out to Juho, announcing they've received an application, but hesitates at the applicant's name. The application details reveal an awakened Kim Soo-hyun applying to participate in the Orange Dungeon, prompting the question of whether it's the Kim Soo-hyun. The simplest way to gauge a dungeon's danger is by its color, a spectrum mirroring the rainbow. As you move further along the colors, the challenge intensifies significantly. Orange dungeons, for instance, represent the second lowest tier of difficulty. With a team primarily composed of C-rank awakened users, they can typically be cleared without much trouble. Meanwhile, on January 1st, 2024, in Donggongu, Gwangju, a young man walks purposefully along a forest path. His casual attire belies the significance of his destination. As he approaches a small gathering, a familiar voice calls out, "Ah, Soo-hyun." Lee Joo-ho, accompanied by the Aries recruiter and another woman, greets him warmly, announcing, "Waiting for you." He arrives, finding himself the last to join the gathering. "It seems I'm last," he remarks, but the man waiting assures him, "That's all right. We've only just gathered here ourselves." The man then formally introduces himself, stating, "My name is Lee Joo-ho, the team leader of this party." Lee Joo-ho turns his gaze towards the newcomer. Soon, Lee Joo-ho addresses the small group, presenting the young man. "Everyone, this is Kim Soo-hyun." One of the group, a young man in an orange jacket, immediately reacts with a gasp, asking, "Are you the Kim Soo-hyun? The one whose name is always brought up in guild chat?" Another voice from off-panel quickly interjects, "No, Minseek. They just have the same name. This Kim Soo-hyun is C-rank." Minseek's surprise deepens as he adds, "And his first time trying out a dungeon as well." Lee Joo-ho, observing the reactions, recalls his own initial shock, remembering how he and Hakjin were equally startled. A slight smile plays on Lee Joo-ho's lips as he concludes, "I see. When it was announced he changed my rank. If everyone is okay with this, I'll be grateful." He considers it better not to expose his true skill just yet. Meanwhile, another member of the party wonders aloud if this is truly the beginning of something new, despite the familiar name. Minseek scoffs, having been looking forward to meeting Kim Soo-hyun, only to find himself asking, "And he's some kid who's barely legal? Would you be of any use to us?" Lee Joo-ho recalls his own initial surprise, thinking, "I don't think you'll be the same A rank." He remembers the shock of realizing Kim Soo-hyun's true potential. Minseek continues his outburst, demanding, "You think we're the same just because we're both C rank? I'm much more." Lee Joo-ho steps in, trying to calm the situation. All right, let's settle down." Hakjin, ever practical, suggests, "Let's get going if we're done here. Are you ready to go into the dungeon?" Minseek, still grumbling, finally concedes, "Humph. Let's see what you can do in the dungeon." A new face joins the group, a woman named Kim Berlin. She is introduced as a friend of Lee Joo-ho and the assistant leader of the team. Meanwhile, a voice calls out to him, pulling Kim Soo-hyun from his thoughts. Another new member steps forward, introducing herself as Kim Yoon, the team's healer, holding a glowing green orb. As she greets the group, Kim Soo-hyun offers a quiet, hesitant reply. Minseek, however, quickly dismisses the healer's role, muttering that healers are always protected and should just hide, implying many are useless and get killed. His words weigh heavily on Kim Soo-hyun, who wonders if the disdain is also directed at him. Unaware of the underlying tension, Kim Yoon politely asks the group to take care of her, receiving a curt agreement from Minseek, who still seems hesitant. Her gaze then drifts to the side, noticing the lone figure standing apart from the rest. As the group prepares to enter the dungeon, Hakjun expresses his uncertainty about the new members, particularly the healer, Yoon, wondering if she'll be able to keep up. He voices his concerns, questioning her ability to handle the challenges ahead. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun, cloaked and observing from a distance, finds the entire situation perplexing. He can't fathom how such a flawed strategy could possibly make sense. He had deliberately kept his face and true name hidden for various reasons, but he had ensured they checked his rank, confirming his strength. Despite his hidden power, he dismisses their concerns about the healer, believing it won't matter in the end. As the group prepares to enter the dungeon, a massive, ancient tree serving as its entrance, he recalls his true purpose. He gave up climbing the tower to come here, to this dungeon. Following the others, he knows the truth about this place, and the grim reality that awaits them all. With a chilling certainty, he concludes that everyone here will soon die. A bizarre incident occurred on January 1st, 2014, when all team members were killed inside a dungeon. The truth of the incident, however, was only discovered 2 days later, revealing that 5 people had been found dead. Yet, the records showed that 6 people had originally entered the dungeon team. Because of his participation, the number of victims had tragically increased to 7, including Kim Berlin, Kim Soo-hyun, and Kim Sung-sin. The mana that flowed out of the dungeon was deemed the murder weapon. While protecting the team members, Minseek was also among the fallen. He has to find the criminal. Walking through the remnants of that tragic past, Kim Soo-hyun knows exactly what he must do to accomplish this. And this concerns his ground rules and explanation. As the group prepared to enter, Hakjin turned to him, asking if he had caught everything, to which Soo-hyun confidently affirmed. Hakjin then raised a hand, a sphere of golden mana coalescing in his palm, reassuring everyone not to be too nervous. The team approached the glowing orange gate, dismissing it as just another dungeon entrance. But from the darkness within, a single, malevolent yellow eye opened, watching them. Unaware of the danger lurking directly behind him, Hakjin continued to downplay their fears, suggesting any monsters inside would be weaker than mere wolves. Suddenly, a collective gasp of terror erupted from the group, their faces contorted in fear as an orange glow intensified. A massive, one-eyed cyclops, club in hand, let out a deafening roar. The sight of the colossal beast made Soo-hyun question, A cyclops. His mind raced, trying to comprehend the impossible situation as he uttered a bewildered, "Why?" He can only wonder why such a monstrous entity would appear in an orange dungeon. Suddenly, a powerful force erupts, sending debris scattering violently through the air. The impact blossoms into a blinding, fiery explosion that engulfs the immediate area. As the light fades, the residual energy forms a vibrant, glowing ring of fire, pulsating with raw magical power. A colossal, green-skinned cyclops looms, its single yellow eye glowing ominously, prompting a startled question from an unseen observer, wondering if such a creature could truly be real. Soo-hyun Kim stares, his expression a mix of disbelief and concern, uttering a quiet, bewildered exclamation. The environment around him glows with an unsettling orange-red hue, making him question if he somehow entered an orange dungeon. A surge of power begins to emanate from him, as he unleashes a devastating, red-tinged attack, the force of it creating a powerful impact that echoes through the dungeon. The shockwave from his strike sends multiple smaller monsters flying, their forms scattering amidst the vibrant red energy. Soo-hyun Kim observes the massive, one-eyed creature before him, a strange feeling washing over him as he notes, a cyclops in an orange dungeon. Something here is weird. As he and his companion continue to navigate the rocky terrain, the full scale of the monstrous cyclops comes into view, prompting him to connect the dots. A cyclops that comes out in a dungeon. Then that means. A sudden flash of insight illuminates his mind as he exclaims, "A level growth dungeon?" His eyes widen in shock as the system confirms his suspicion. A level up notification appearing before him. Just like how his temporary skills had a level growth type skill. The implications ripple through his mind. Then there are dungeons that gradually increase in level called level growth dungeons. A sharp intake of breath escapes him as he pieces together the final puzzle. Then, the reason for the orange dungeon is because of his companion, equally stunned, blurts out, "No, all of you, unbelievable." He considers the situation, realizing there are simply too many things that cannot be explained by simple logic. His companion, Hakjun, then asks, "You said it yourself, didn't you? That this dungeon could interfere with a different dungeon." Hakjun continues, his voice filled with disbelief. If they wanted to interfere, they would actually be more direct. So who is it? As the group stands dumbfounded by the unfolding mystery, Hakjun's gaze sweeps over the other bewildered faces. Behind their dumbfounded expressions, a silent truth emerges. The person secretly responsible for this entire situation is none other than Soo-hyun Kim himself. Hakjun, still processing, then exclaims, "Wait, what are you doing? We have to leave." He points out the obvious danger. This is at least a yellow dungeon, but the dungeon reward. Soo-hyun Kim, however, cuts him off, his expression firm. "Reward? Is a reward more important than your life?" He then adds, with a hint of exasperation, "Monsters like this. I'm leaving. Wait." He hears a sudden cry of behind, as a warning echoes through the space, followed by a desperate plea for everyone to stop fighting. Before anyone can react, a massive, green-skinned monster, resembling a hulking troll, lunges forward, its powerful arms swinging towards a cluster of figures. A heavy, sickening impact reverberates through the air, making Soo-hyun Kim's eyes widen in alarm as he curses under his breath. His companions, including Kim Berlin, Kim Yun, Minsik, and Hakjun, are equally stunned, their attention abruptly drawn to the chaotic scene unfolding to their side. Another devastating blow lands with a blinding flash of light and energy, prompting a panicked shout of "Juho" from someone in the group. The Ares recruiter, Lee Juho, grunts in pain, his body recoiling from the force of the attack, sword still clutched in his hand. Soo-hyun Kim stares, a flicker of recognition crossing his face as he whispers the name, Lee Juho. He stands before the colossal green monster, dismissing its perceived weakness, even as the injured Lee Juho lies nearby. Without hesitation, he launches himself forward, his sword whistling through the air, striking the creature's arm with a resounding crash. But the impact reveals the monster's true power, a strength far beyond what he had anticipated from a mere cyclops. His blade shatters instantly, and a subsequent attack sends Lee Juho reeling again, crying out in pain. The Ares recruiter sits stunned, his body clearly taking the brunt of the monster's assault. Despite the overwhelming force, Soo-hyun Kim's eyes gleam with a dangerous excitement, declaring that this B-rank monster's strength only makes the fight more thrilling for him. The monster, in turn, glares back, its single red eye burning with the realization that its initial assessment of this human was gravely mistaken. The monster's attack lands with a deafening crash, followed by a pained groan. Lee Juho, battered and disoriented, struggles to comprehend the sudden assault, his face contorted in shock and fear. As the dust begins to settle, his leg firmly planted, Soo-hyun Kim stands firm, his body a protective barrier between the injured recruiter and the monstrous threat, prompting Juho to look up with a questioning. "Kim Sonisasai?" Soo-hyun Kim turns, his concern evident as he asks, "Lee Juho, are you okay?" The recruiter, still dazed, manages a weak, "Huh? Yeah, I'm fine," while Hakjun and Minsik watch from a distance, their faces etched with worry. A flicker of intense focus crosses Soo-hyun Kim's eyes, his gaze hardening as if savoring the challenge ahead. Further back, Kim Berlin lets out a relieved sigh. Thank God, he seems unhurt, as Kim Yun stands beside her, also visibly relieved. He lunges forward, his blade arcing towards the massive Cyclops. But with surprising speed, the monster sidesteps, his attack striking only the ground with a shower of sparks. The Cyclops retaliates with a sweeping blow, forcing him to weave back, while his allies watch in stunned silence. Berlin and Hak Jun exchange a look of disbelief, uttering, "That's Cyclops' attack." As he continues to evade the monster's relentless assault, a voice from the party wonders aloud. How did he dodge it so easily? Turning his gaze towards his hesitant companions, Suhai and Kim challenges them, asking, "How long are you all going to stay like that?" The Cyclops pauses, its single eye narrowing in confusion, wondering, What was that? He then shifts his attention to the environment, observing the path ahead, realizing, there is no exit. The way is blocked. A sudden exclamation escapes him, his gaze fixed on the Ares recruiter, demanding to know what he just said. As he walks away, his voice carries back to Hak Jun and Minsik, explaining that the monster nests and marks its territory until it leaves, preventing weaker creatures from daring to step foot inside. Kim Berlin, Kim Yun, and the Ares recruiter listen intently, with Berlin acknowledging the grim truth of his words. Their path forward is completely blocked by the colossal Cyclops, its monstrous roar echoing through the cavern, as Suhai and Kim and Hak Jun look up in alarm. He stands ready, his mind racing, knowing that if the monster doesn't leave, they'll have to find another way out. With a resolute expression, he declares that they will have to fight, if only to escape. The entire party now stands united, facing the towering Cyclops, ready for the inevitable confrontation. The Ares recruiter, stepping forward with a determined look, insists that he will join Suhai and Kim in the battle. As the monstrous horde surges forward, Hak Jun cries out in alarm, realizing the sheer number of enemies before them. A guttural roar echoes through the cavern, as the creatures charge with terrifying speed. Still, Hak Jun refuses to yield, shouting for everyone to pull themselves together and prepare for the fight. Meanwhile, Suhai and Kim calmly observes the approaching threat, noting that there are approximately 30 monsters. Without hesitation, he surges forward, a blur of motion as he strikes multiple creatures with bursts of vibrant blue energy. These creatures, mostly goblins and orcs from an orange dungeon, are no match for his speed and power. He moves with effortless grace, considering that leaving the remaining monsters to his companions wouldn't pose much of a challenge. However, if he were to unleash his full potential against this number, a swirling vortex of brilliant blue energy begins to coalesce around his hand. He muses that he could eliminate every single one of them in a single, devastating blow using that skill, as a massive explosion of azure light erupts. The Cyclops, a creature of immense power, spends most of its time sleeping, a lazy brute that marks its territory. This habit ensures that weaker monsters never dare to trespass, but the true weakness of a Cyclops isn't its single, prominent eye. The eye they're talking about isn't the eye on their head. The Cyclops' real weakness is another hidden eye. Having processed this crucial information, Suhai and Kim launches himself into the air, closing the distance to the massive creature in a single, explosive leap. His weapon, glowing with fierce energy, strikes true, impacting the Cyclops with a burst of red light. The blade sinks deep into the creature's leg, precisely where its hidden weakness lies. With the attack delivered, he pushes off, creating distance as the Cyclops reels from the unexpected blow. He lands gracefully, his weapon still in hand, observing the giant monster's reaction to his precise strike. Having found the Cyclops' true weakness, Suhai and Kim plants his foot firmly on its massive arm. And with a swift, glowing arc of his blade, he brings his weapon down with deadly precision. His target clear in his mind, he declares, "Right here." The weapon connects with a burst of energy, embedding itself deep into the monster's vulnerable flesh. A guttural roar of agony erupts from the Cyclops, its scream echoing through the cavern. The massive creature thrashes violently, sending debris flying as it struggles against the sudden, searing pain. The Cyclops' true weakness isn't its prominent eye, but a smaller, hidden one that not only allows it to see, but also to defend itself. The monster's cries continue, a prolonged shriek of agony. It clutches at its injured leg, its massive claws tearing at its own flesh in a desperate attempt to alleviate the pain. The Cyclops, still reeling from the previous blow, is met with another fierce strike from Suhai and Kim, who follows through with a powerful, sweeping motion. Meanwhile, from a safe distance, Kim Yun observes the chaos, noting that while their own area is secure, the main battle still rages. Ares recruiter confirms the situation with Kim Berlin, assuring her that their immediate surroundings are clear. But suddenly, a desperate shout cuts through the air, warning Suhai and Kim to look out. He turns, only to find the Cyclops, thought to be incapacitated, looming directly behind him, its massive form surprisingly agile. Before he can react, a colossal green hand lashes out, connecting with brutal force. The impact sends him sprawling to the ground, his body momentarily stunned. The Cyclops stares down at him, a look of disbelief on its face, questioning if its opponent truly wasn't defeated. The air crackles with an unseen tension. Suddenly, a massive, clawed hand erupts from the shadows, snatching Su Hyan from behind. His eyes widen in disbelief, utterly unprepared for the sudden assault. The realization dawns on him that this isn't the hand he'd been anticipating, but a different, more insidious threat. With brutal force, the monster's grip tightens, crushing his hand in its vice-like hold. It was the other hand, the one he hadn't seen coming, that delivered the devastating blow. The impact reverberates, a testament to the monster's immense power. A panicked cry rips through the air as Hakjun sees the danger closing in on Su Hyan. Both he and Kim Berlin recoil in horror, unable to comprehend the monster's sudden, brutal attack. Kim Berlin's voice trembles with fear, declaring the situation hopeless and urging them to flee. But Hakjun, eyes wide with a new realization, sees the Cyclops monster preparing another devastating blow. Its single, glowing eye pulses with malevolent energy, charging a deadly attack. A shimmering blade of pure force erupts from its gaze, streaking towards its target. Hakjun can only watch in stunned silence as the attack closes in. But before the energy blade can connect, Su Hyan, now wreathed in a fierce red aura, moves with impossible speed, intercepting the attack and striking the Cyclops with a powerful blow. He stands amidst the dissipating red particles, acknowledging the narrow escape. He moves with blinding speed, a crimson aura flaring around him. A thought crosses his mind, acknowledging the crucial advantage of his borrowed abilities. The system confirms his skill activation, mana break, and transformation, now fully engaged. The impact shatters the monster's protective barrier, a green orb exploding into fragments, landing with enough force to crack the very ground beneath him. A gasp escapes him, surprised by the sheer power he just unleashed. He reflects on the outcome, concluding that investing in his skill level was indeed a worthwhile endeavor. He recalls the characteristics of the abilities he's copied, like the Berserker trait from the Charles Patriarch, and the potent blue fire of the Divine Bird. Up until now, he had only been able to replicate the superficial aspects of his target's powers, but a new, vibrant red energy now pulses from his clenched fist. The realization dawns on him. He can now copy their full, inherent power as well. A surprised intensity crosses his face as the red aura around him flares, this surge of power proving to be more than he had initially anticipated. With a newfound determination, he wonders just how far he can push this incredible ability. As the red energy intensifies around him, a voice calls out, concerned, asking if he is all right. But he is already unleashing a powerful, expanding wave of crimson energy, the sheer force of it distorting the air around him. With his sword now drawn, he stands amidst the swirling, destructive aura, the ground beneath him cracking under the immense pressure of his unleashed power. Su Hyan stands before the colossal, dormant monster, its immense form dominating the landscape, as he considers its nature. This creature, he knows, nests and marks its territory until it leaves, ensuring that weaker monsters would never dare to step foot in its domain. Meanwhile, a short distance away, Hakjun looks up, a deep concern etched across his face, sensing the shift in the air. Suddenly, from the desolate sky above, a horde of small, emaciated monsters begins to descend, their forms blurring with speed. As they close in, Su Hyan's body ignites with a fierce, crimson aura, ready to meet the incoming threat. With a surge of his newfound strength, he unleashes glowing red chains, erupting from his hand with explosive force. The energy whips out, snaking through the air and instantly ensnaring the leading monsters, halting their descent. One creature finds itself completely bound, the glowing red chains wrapping tightly around its emaciated form. More and more of the creatures are caught, their desperate attempts to break free proving useless against the magical restraints. In a swift, decisive move, Su Hyan completely immobilizes the entire horde, binding them all in a dense network of glowing red chains. He unleashes a powerful red energy, the air humming with resonant power as it erupts around him, striking a monster's leg with such force that the ground shatters beneath it. Amidst the swirling red particles, he maintains an intense, unwavering focus. Before another wave of red energy crashes down, impacting the earth with a resounding boom. A hulking green-skinned monster recoils from the unseen force. But the young hunter is already closing the distance, a blur of motion as he taunts his foe, asking, "Where are you looking?" A swift, red energy-infused slash cuts through the air, connecting directly with the monster as Su Hyan drives his red-bladed sword home. From an unseen vantage point, an observer remarks on the incredible speed and technique displayed. That speed is incredible, and his technique as well. A man watches the unfolding chaos, his brow furrowed in disbelief. He can barely comprehend what he's witnessing, wondering if this is truly the ability of a C-rank hunter. As Su Hyan unleashes a torrent of crimson energy, the observer's shock deepens at the sheer force emanating from him. Nearby, Berlin hesitates, momentarily overwhelmed by the escalating battle, but Su Hyan's voice cuts through the din, reminding her of their immediate priority. He continues his relentless assault, insisting that their personal feelings are secondary to the fight at hand. Berlin's expression hardens, her resolve solidifying as she accepts her duty. With a renewed sense of purpose, she prepares to join the fray, Su Hyan calling her name in acknowledgement. As they fight side by side, cutting down the monstrous threats, Soo-hyun reminds her to prioritize Min-seek's safety. Berlin confirms his instructions, telling the others to stay close behind her as Min-seek acknowledges the command. From a distance, the recruiter watches as the two hunters, now working in tandem, begin to overwhelm the monstrous Cyclops. And with a powerful, crimson-infused strike, Soo-hyun delivers a devastating blow, sending shockwaves through the creature. He then prepares for the final assault, his eyes glowing with fierce determination. As the Cyclops lets out a guttural roar, its body flaring with a desperate orange light. But it's too late. Soo-hyun's finishing attack erupts, tearing the monster apart in a blinding flash of energy. Its massive form disintegrates into countless glowing particles, leaving nothing but dust and echoes of its final scream. Fragments of the Cyclops monster, reduced to mere dust and rock, continue to rain down from above, a testament to the overwhelming power that just obliterated it. The air still crackles with residual energy. Amidst the settling dust, a voice barely manages to utter a sound, as the group acknowledges their narrow escape, having just barely managed to finish off the monsters. The cavern floor is now a graveyard of defeated Cyclops, their stony forms scattered like broken statues, a grim testament to the ferocity of the battle. Kim Berlin, still clutching her sword, confesses her terror, wondering aloud what their next move should be. Min-seek adds to the growing unease, pointing out that despite their victory, they remain trapped without an exit, vulnerable to any further threats. The Ares recruiter, observing the panicked reactions, considers their options, questioning if waiting for official rescue is their best course of action. He admits this unprecedented situation falls outside his experience, leaving him without any established protocols to follow. After the intense battle, a moment of quiet settles over the dungeon, allowing Soo-hyun Kim to take a much-needed rest, acknowledging their temporary safety. Approaching him, the Ares recruiter inquires about his well-being, to which he confirms he is mostly fine, despite a few lingering issues. He then reveals his true rank, admitting he is only a C-rank hunter. The thought of facing such a powerful enemy again weighs heavily on him, even as he feels his mana slowly recovering. The recruiter, considering his condition, suggests that Kim Yun treat him, before turning his attention to discussing their next moves with Kim Berlin. With a nod of agreement, the group follows the recruiter's lead, moving deeper into the dungeon. Kim Yun, now attending to him, asks if he is badly hurt, but he dismisses her concern, claiming his injuries are not severe. As her healing magic, represented by a soft green glow, envelopes his arm, he offers a quiet word of thanks. She then praises his earlier performance, acknowledging his skill in the recent fight. He considers the implications of the dungeon's nature, realizing that a monster would never waste its time outside of eating or sleeping like a lazy beast. The recruiter continues, explaining that a monster nests and marks its territory until it leaves. This strategy ensures that weaker monsters would never dare to step foot in its territory. Kim Berlin, listening intently, wonders aloud if he's talking about the dungeon's difficulty. The recruiter acknowledges her point, admitting there's that too, but then clarifies his true concern. He gestures to the group, his gaze sweeping over them, and states his concern is about the people here. He points out Min-seek, noting that he's scared to death and can't fight properly, always complaining. And then, his gaze shifts to someone else he has concerns about. He concludes his assessment, specifically highlighting those two. Continuing her explanation, Kim Yun clarifies that if they were to be kicked from their party, they would lose the right to receive any rewards. She elaborates, stating that even if they somehow managed to complete the raid, they still wouldn't be able to claim any proper rewards. The Ares recruiter listens intently as Kim Yun finishes her thought, the implications of her words hanging heavy in the air for the assembled team. Min-seek, hearing this, lets out a small, frustrated sound, realizing the full extent of the situation. Soo-hyun Kim, however, simply offers a calm assurance, telling them not to worry. Kim Yun looks at him, a hint of confusion on her face, as if questioning his composure. She admits to understanding the gravity of the situation, then asks what exactly is happening. Just then, the Ares recruiter calls out to him, addressing Soo-hyun Kim directly. He requests a moment of his time, asking him to follow for a private discussion. He stands before Soo-hyun Kim, his posture firm as he continues their private discussion. With a slight nod, Soo-hyun Kim confirms his understanding, while Kim Yun watches them, a hint of concern on her face, as the recruiter states, "Yeah, sure. Let's go." He then adds, "Actually, there's something I'd like to ask you myself." Hak-jun looks on with a questioning expression, while Soo-hyun Kim's gaze remains sharp and focused, his composure unwavering. The group continues their journey through the dark, cavernous depths, their footsteps echoing softly on the rocky ground, a rhythmic sound in the oppressive silence. Hak-jun expresses relief that they haven't encountered any weaker monsters, noting that the Cyclops had given them enough trouble, and they should be nearing their destination. Berlin agrees, suggesting they should be safe until they reach the next area. As they proceed, Hak-jun holds up a glowing device, its light illuminating the path ahead. Berlin turns to him, asking if his earlier conversation with Suhyun SSI went well. Hak-jun then poses a question of his own, inquiring about their plan. His expression serious, he clarifies that he has a specific question he'd like to ask. He stands with the others, receiving the grim news that their plan has been cancelled, a development that suggests something far bigger than anticipated is now waiting for them. Before a massive, ornate door, Soo-hyun Kim holds a glowing device, his gaze fixed on the imposing entrance. He leads the group, including Hakjun, Berlin, Minsik, and Yoon, across a precarious stone path. Their footsteps echo softly in the vast, silent space. With a determined glint in his now glowing eyes, Soo-hyun Kim mutters, acknowledging that the true nature of their adversaries is finally being revealed. A heavy, ornate door slowly creaks open, revealing a path forward into the dungeon's depths. The group advances cautiously, their footsteps echoing in the vast, silent corridor. Looking around with a hint of confusion, the recruiter wonders aloud about their current location. It appears they've reached the central area of the dungeon, and a question hangs in the air. Is there an exit here? Hakjun, noticing the shift in atmosphere, expresses concern. Ahead, a grand, sealed door looms, prompting an excited realization from the group that it might be their way out. Soo-hyun Kim, his determination unwavering, declares his eagerness to finally leave this dreadful place. But a voice of caution cuts through the excitement, warning him against reckless movement. Ignoring the advice, Soo-hyun Kim steps forward, his foot crushing something unseen on the ground, triggering an immediate, unknown reaction. The dungeon system flickers to life, its glowing blue interface illuminating the dark passage. He and Hakjun stare in stunned silence, a sudden exclamation escaping the latter. A voice echoes, declaring that whoever clears all trials will be granted a wish, and the dungeon's trial has now begun, leaving Hakjun bewildered. The rest of the group gathers, their faces reflecting the blue glow as the system questions their regrets, reminding them that from yellow dungeons onward, only killing monsters will clear the path. It then issues a plea, much like the trials of the tower, to save the village now in danger. The system continues, urging them to survive, for dungeons can only be cleared after meeting specific requirements. A choice appears before them, asking them to select the trial they wish to proceed with. Either kill all monsters or defeat only the boss monster. A small, open dungeon is presented as the second option, requiring them to clear it within 10 minutes, or the trial will close. They are given 10 minutes to decide, or the system will randomly choose for them. He listens intently as Kim Berlin argues that they cannot abandon the village, emphasizing the system's declaration that it's impossible to do so. Therefore, she concludes, they must choose the kill all monsters option, as attempting both is simply not feasible. However, the Ares recruiter interjects, questioning if it wouldn't be wiser to fight instead of fleeing, reminding them of their previous successes. Berlin quickly retorts, challenging his right to speak on the matter, given his perceived lack of contribution, and suggesting he should be the first to run. Her frustration is palpable, her expression tight with exasperation. The recruiter, however, remains composed, his gaze sharp as he questions her overly critical stance. As the argument unfolds, Hakjun and Soo-hyun stand side by side, observing the escalating tension between their companions. A subtle smirk plays on Soo-hyun's lips, a silent acknowledgement of the unfolding drama. His eyes, sharp and calculating, reflect a deeper understanding of the situation. With less than 10 minutes remaining before the trial begins, Minsik turns to the Ares recruiter, asking what their next move should be. The Ares recruiter, katana at his side, offers his opinion, believing they should fight. Kim Berlin interjects, reminding everyone that their success against the Cyclops was due to Soo-hyun Kim, implying his strategy should be considered. Hakjun, walking beside Soo-hyun Kim, agrees, suggesting they follow his lead. The Ares recruiter clenches his fist, his disdain evident as he mutters, questioning the idea of a mere C-rank leading the raid. Kim Yoon, standing with Kim Berlin, defends Soo-hyun Kim, pointing out his effective combat performance. Soo-hyun Kim begins to speak, his expression thoughtful. However, the Ares recruiter cuts him off, reiterating his belief that fighting is their only option. Kim Yoon and Kim Berlin react with shock, stunned by his forceful declaration. He continues to berate Soo-hyun Kim, accusing him of arrogance for looking down on a C-rank, and questioning if he's being greedy even in this dire situation. Kim Berlin interjects, suggesting that while better rewards are desirable, they still need to fight, and proposes they look for a solution together. She elaborates, acknowledging that running away might seem easier at first glance, but urges them to consider the situation from a different perspective. She paints a grim picture, explaining that if they simply flee, they risk being chased by monsters they are truly incapable of handling. Kim Yoon reacts with a start, her expression shifting as she processes the implications of Kim Berlin's words. Kim Berlin continues, emphasizing the unknown dangers that lie beyond the door, and reiterating that it might be safer to confront the monsters directly. Minsik nods in agreement, acknowledging that given their current predicament, Kim Berlin's assessment of the situation is quite plausible. The Ares recruiter, having listened to the arguments, declares his decision, stating that if no one has any further objections, they will proceed inside. His voice rings out with authority, commanding everyone to get into formation. As the Ares recruiter's decision settled, a deep, resonant sound echoed through the ancient chamber, a heavy, impactful presence filling the air. The group stood gathered on a circular platform, its intricate patterns glowing with a soft blue light. poised for the trial ahead. Suddenly, a holographic screen shimmered into existence before them, its ethereal blue text declaring, "You've chosen the first trial to fight monsters." Suhai and Kim watched intently as the display shifted, a new message appearing. In 30 seconds, the trial will start. The group stood ready, their expressions a mix of determination and apprehension, as the holographic system offered a final, almost mocking, travelers, I wish you luck." Then, the very air around them seemed to distort, a surge of raw energy rippling through the space. From the ground beneath their feet, a blinding golden light erupted, showering the chamber in brilliant, shimmering particles. With a guttural roar, a monstrous, rocky claw tore through the cracking earth, glowing with malevolent yellow energy as it emerged. The ground continued to fracture and tear, more golden light spilling forth as the creature began to fully reveal itself. As the monstrous claw fully emerges, the group finds themselves face-to-face with a massive insectoid creature, its segmented body rattling ominously. A guttural screech erupts from its maw, echoing through the cavern. With the threat multiplying, the group has no choice but to scatter, fleeing as more of the insectoid horrors swarm behind them. Suddenly, a whip-like green tentacle bursts from the ground near Suhyan, lashing out with incredible speed. "Everyone, be careful!" He narrowly avoids the strike, his eyes widening as Hakjun exclaims, "Why is it so fast?" Before anyone can react, the tentacle whips around, striking the Ares recruiter with a sickening impact. He cries out in pain, "Kugh." His face contorts in agony, struggling to draw breath. "I can't breathe." Suhyan and Hakjun watch in horror as their comrade is attacked, Hakjun shouting in alarm. Looking up, Suhyan finally sees the full, terrifying form of the tentacled monster, which lets out another piercing shriek. He moves with incredible speed, a vibrant green aura flaring around his blade as he carves through the air. His eyes glowing with an intense blue light, utterly focused, as a full minute passes in the relentless, brutal fight. The air around him still crackles with the residual energy of his rapid, precise strikes. Elsewhere, the rest of the group continues their desperate struggle, Kim Yun's healing magic glowing brightly as she supports her allies, who are still engaging the monstrous threats. Suhyan leaps over a grotesque creature, his sword arcing down to strike, while the others press their attack in the background. His blade connects with brutal, decisive force, moving like a whirlwind, dispatching multiple smaller creatures with blinding speed and efficiency. The flurry of attacks leaves only dust and debris in its wake, the battle nearing its end. Finally, he kneels, planting his sword into the shattered ground, a single, weary thought escaping his lips. It's about time. The question hangs heavy in the air, as he wonders if his companions will reveal their true selves in the face of danger, or if they will prioritize their own survival. A sudden, piercing scream echoes through the ruins, causing Kim Berlin, Minsik, and Hakjun to recoil in alarm. While the Ares recruiter turns, a single word escaping him in shock as he looks back at Suhyan. Kim Yun clutches her staff, her face contorted in terror, trembling uncontrollably. Through a grand, arched doorway, a lone figure stands silhouetted against a blinding light. But before it can even fully register, multiple glowing blue spears erupt from the ground, impaling the intruder and sending it plummeting. A collective gasp of disbelief echoes through the space, a stark realization of the power just unleashed. Suhyan Kim approaches a shimmering, blue-hued portal, its energy radiating outwards. Behind him, Hakjun stares in disbelief, his mind struggling to comprehend what has just transpired. While Kim Berlin, Minsik, and Kim Yun stand frozen, their faces etched with shock as the blue energy crackles around them. The Ares recruiter's eyes widen, a gasp escaping his lips. But he quickly regains his composure, shouting for everyone to focus, as Kim Berlin and Kim Yun look on with concern. Suhyan Kim's eyes blaze with an intense blue light, a powerful aura erupting around him as he declares the fight is far from over. A glowing blue blade slices through the air, its energy crackling. Then, without warning, he and his companions find themselves disoriented, surrounded by an unfamiliar, crystalline blue dimension, with the Ares recruiter's shock echoing the group's collective confusion. A moment later, a system message materializes before them, announcing a forced restart into a second route, prompting Suhyan to exclaim in disbelief at the sudden, impossible turn of events, especially with their previous trial so close to completion. As they process this, the group remains stunned, wondering aloud who could have possibly opened the gate to this new, perilous situation. Amidst the chaos, Kim Berlin, facing the Ares recruiter, voices the grim reality. It's impossible to proceed under these conditions. Further compounding their despair, the system clarifies the dire circumstances, revealing that they cannot recover health or mana to full strength, making the upcoming battle even more treacherous. He warns his companion that if they proceed, they are walking straight into a trap. However, the other man dismisses his concerns, assuring him there is nothing to worry about. With a confident stride, he urges the group to move forward. But Suhyan's gaze remains fixed on something unseen, a silent question hanging in the air as he asks if his companion truly cannot perceive the danger. He points to the grim evidence around them, questioning the origin of the dead bodies and the group's ability to survive combat in such a treacherous place. Hak-jun, however, simply scoffs, implying Su-hyen's lack of understanding. Su-hyen reminds him of the system's warning about the second method, where summoned monsters would relentlessly attack them. Hak-jun retorts that the system never mentioned avoiding traps, suggesting a different kind of danger. Su-hyen then points to a glowing timer, now visible in the air, revealing they have only 3 minutes to eliminate their foes. Kim Bear-lin presses the issue, asking if they intend to do anything about the danger everyone understands, while Lee Juho urges them to consider their options. With his eyes glowing with a fierce blue light, Su-hyen declares that they are all going to die in 3 minutes anyway, a stark reminder of their limited time. Bear-lin then counters, suggesting it would be better to at least try something before their time runs out. A sharp, crackling sound echoes through the crystalline chamber as the group stands ready, facing the unknown. Lee Juho addresses the team, offering a chance for anyone with reservations to speak now, agreeing that they will need to work together to escape. He then adds, with a hint of self-deprecation, that they can blame him later for not having the skills of a true raid leader. Kim Bear-lin interjects, reminding everyone to focus on the immediate danger and ensuring their survival. Juho agrees, emphasizing that it will be easier if everyone acts together, as another sharp crackle echoes through the air. With time running out, an urgent call rings out. Then let's go. Hurry, we don't have much time left. He looks at Su-hyen, asking if he intends to stay, given the circumstances. Su-hyen stands firm, his gaze unwavering, as the recruiter's question hangs in the air. The recruiter presses on, inquiring once more if he's truly staying. Hak-jun, observing the exchange, mutters in disbelief, wondering if Su-hyen has lost his mind to consider fighting the monsters alone. Su-hyen responds with a confident smile, assuring them he won't be staying alone. His words elicit a surprised reaction from Kim Bear-lin and the recruiter, who exchange bewildered glances. Su-hyen continues, revealing he needs to bring someone along for them. He then turns to Kim Yun, seeking her confirmation. The identity of his chosen companion is made clear, Kim Yun. She stares, wide-eyed and disbelieving, as the implications of his words settle in. With a simple gesture, he urges her forward, but she hesitates, questioning his motives, asking what she stands to gain from this arrangement and why she must remain by his side. Her gaze shifts, widening further as she spots the others in the distance, their presence adding another layer of complexity to the unfolding situation. The Ares recruiter, his face contorted in anger, steps forward, demanding to know what Su-hyen thinks he's doing and what Kim Yun could possibly have done to warrant such treatment. Unfazed by the outburst, Su-hyen simply replies, promising to explain everything later. Meanwhile, Kim Bear-lin, desperate, cries out, begging to be taken along, while Hak-jun calls out to the recruiter. The recruiter's expression hardens as he reminds Su-hyen of a promise that must not be forgotten. A faint, golden glow emanates from him, his resolve unwavering. His eyes now burning with an intense light, the recruiter declares that he remembers. A hand reaches out, fingers splayed in shock as a desperate cry echoes through the air. Kim Yun plummets through the shimmering void, her voice cracking as she pleads for help, calling out to Su-hyen. Below, on a crumbling platform, Su-hyen and Hak-jun watch the unfolding disaster. Her desperate plea echoes once more, a fragile whisper reaching the protagonist. As if in response, a glowing, ethereal object rests in his outstretched hand, particles swirling around it. The falling woman's voice grows more frantic, begging for her life, and for Su-hyen to survive this ordeal with her. A flicker of surprise or concern crosses Su-hyen's face, his eyes wide as he processes her words. Suddenly, a hand clamps down on his collar, the Ares recruiter's voice sharp and commanding, ordering him to stop. The recruiter pulls him closer, his expression stern, accusing him of being involved with someone he shouldn't be. A sharp, tearing sound echoes, as if something vital has been violently ripped apart. The symbol of the Dump Guild, a stark, unsettling emblem, is revealed, hinting at the source of such destruction. The Ares recruiter's face contorts with a mixture of fury and disgust as the name Dump Guild is uttered, a name synonymous with the worst kind of murderers. A stark visual transition sweeps across the scene, revealing the true nature of this organization, a breeding ground for all manner of atrocities, a madhouse of murderers whose glowing eyes betray their monstrous intent. The imagery shifts, a chaotic burst of white and orange, foreshadowing a future where this group commits even more evil deeds, becoming a force devastating humanity almost as much as the initial outbreak itself. The Ares recruiter's fury lingered, a stark reminder of the cultists who had brought the world to the brink of ruin, and if the world was to be saved, those roots had to be severed completely. Turning to his companion, Su-hyen questioned, "Did you truly intend to clear this entire dungeon by yourself?" A sharp tch escaped Bear-lin, her expression tightening, a clear sign of her irritation. In a flashback to the past, Lee Juho, the leader of Ares, was a paternal figure to Bear-lin, and her worry for him was palpable when he fled during the battle. Su-hyen pondered the details, recalling that Min-sik hadn't gone to clear the dungeon, and his combat abilities alone weren't enough to wipe out the entire party, leaving the identity of that mysterious man still unknown. The hooded figure, concealing his identity, had acted most suspiciously, his presence raising many questions. Berlin, in her younger days, had feared he would drag her down too, convinced he was both the mystery man and the traitor. Soo-hyun realized that the story about Lee Joo-ho and Kim Baroon had been deliberately leaked, making it easier to suspect someone else for the incident. Yet, despite all the pieces falling into place, he still couldn't quite grasp the full picture. A soft scoff escapes her, a sound of clear disdain. As he remains impassive, she continues, recalling his past actions. I noticed it back when you took down the Cyclops. Her gaze sharpens. You're really something else sometimes. She challenges him. Are you really Kim Soo-hyun from that rank? A cold threat follows. You're going to die within a few seconds. When you die from the monsters, I'm going to open the door and escape. As a blue system window materializes before him, he calmly states, I have the sneak skill. A faint blue aura shimmers around him as he adds, I used my sneak skill to avoid your eyes as well. A system message dings, announcing the start of the second boss trial, as a gate slams shut between them, leaving her to offer a final, sarcastic farewell. Well, good luck on your own. He plunges downward, a blur of motion against the glowing, crystalline structures of the dungeon. The impact of his landing echoes through the vast space. Meanwhile, a short distance away, Berlin considers the situation, wondering if her skill will be enough to erase her scent from the area, preventing any pursuit. As green particles swirl around her hand, she activates her ability, ensuring no trace of her remains. With a swift movement, she disappears further into the dungeon's depths, leaving Soo-hyun to his fate. Back in the cavern, Soo-hyun pushes himself up, a low groan escaping him. As the dust settles around him, he stands tall, his sword drawn, ready to face whatever lies ahead in this new, desolate chamber. He stands ready, golden motes of light dancing around him. Facing the approaching swarm of dark, winged creatures, he declares, What's left are you guys? Beyond the immediate threat, one of the winged beasts lets out a guttural roar, its red eyes burning. Before it can advance, a swift, decisive slash cuts through the air. Soo-hyun moves like a blur, blue energy arcing from his blade as he carves a path through the aerial attackers. His expression hardens. I'm sorry, but, he states, you're not getting past a single step. His eyes blaze with electric blue light, crackling with raw power. From here, a monstrous reptilian creature unleashes a deafening roar, red energy erupting from its wide-open maw. The powerful sonic assault continues, its force spreading through the air. But before it can fully connect, Soo-hyun Kim moves with blinding speed, a blur of motion as he evades the attack, already positioning himself for a counter. A sharp, decisive sound accompanies his swift, unseen action. His hand tightening around the hilt of his sword, ready to strike. He unleashes a powerful, arcing slash, leaving a vibrant blue energy trail in its wake as it connects with the monster. The creature recoils violently from the impact, thrown backward, while he lands gracefully, dust kicking up around him. His gaze is sharp and resolute, his eyes now glowing with an intense electric blue light, small particles of energy shimmering around them. As expected, the sheer number of enemies is staggering. A seemingly endless swarm of creatures filling the golden-lit cavern. He stands amidst them, surrounded by their glowing forms. A fierce resolve hardening his gaze as he prepares to unleash a technique. His hand glows with nascent power, a defiant challenge to the horde. As a brilliant blue energy coalesces, promising to end the fight in a single, decisive blow. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a dark, swirling portal opens, forcing a group of individuals to flee in terror. Kim Yoon, Kim Berlin, and Minseek race away, knowing the monsters will quickly catch up if they hesitate. Minseek, still reeling from the recent events, confronts Hak-jun, his voice laced with frustration. He demands to know how Hak-jun could possibly have known about Kim Yoon and the man with the trap, his disbelief evident. Hak-jun looks away, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he processes the question. His brow furrows in thought, his expression intense. He then reveals, with a hint of smugness, that he possessed this information in advance. Turning his attention to Soo-hyun Kim, Hak-jun pauses, then asks what he wants to say. His posture remains firm, awaiting a response. He then specifically mentions Doohyun SSI, inquiring if Soo-hyun Kim is truly a C rank. Soo-hyun Kim, his expression unreadable, simply asks why Hak-jun would ask such a thing. He questions that, as Hak-jun reveals he had actually spoken to Baron. Hak-jun continues, acknowledging his strength. You're strong enough to take down developers alone. He then leans in, wondering if he is the rumored ranker, Kim Soo-hyun. The question hangs in the air, leaving Soo-hyun Kim to ponder the implications. Hak-jun then makes an unexpected proposition. I wanted to ask if you could become the guild leader instead of me. He explains his reasoning, believing that you're more suitable as commander to lead the rest. Soo-hyun Kim's mind races, a different name surfacing in his thoughts. So, please answer me, Doohyun SSI. Hak-jun's gaze sharpens, his final question cutting to the core of the matter. Are you really a C rank? Soo-hyun Kim remains silent, his expression unreadable as the weight of the question settles. He confirms his identity with a simple, direct answer. Hak-jun nods slowly, acknowledging the truth he had already suspected. A sudden realization dawns on him. his eyes widening in surprise. Soo-hyun Kim stands firm, declaring himself to be the one Hak-jun sought. Hak-jun's expression shifts to one of knowing, asking if he had deliberately concealed his power. He offers a vague explanation, citing personal reasons for his secrecy. Hak-jun then brings up a disturbing rumor, accusing him of destroying a guild's raid team and deceiving other hunters, leaving Soo-hyun Kim momentarily stunned. Despite the accusations, Hak-jun presses on with his offer, insisting that he become the new raid leader, a request Soo-hyun Kim immediately declines. Hak-jun, undeterred by the refusal, reiterates his conviction that Soo-hyun Kim is the only one capable of leading. Hak-jun continues, describing how Soo-hyun Kim possesses the ability to control a raid and sacrifice himself for everyone. A truly trustworthy individual. He then insists that Soo-hyun Kim is more qualified for the raid leader position than anyone else, urging him to listen to his request. Hak-jun then reveals that his request is related to something he just mentioned, and that something will happen shortly within the raiding team. He warns that if Soo-hyun Kim doesn't accept, there will be a murder case, leaving Soo-hyun Kim stunned. He questions what Hak-jun is saying, his expression filled with disbelief. In a flashback, Hak-jun races through a perilous dungeon, his voice echoing with a promise to explain the details later, but first, he needs a commitment. He insists, "You'll bring the rest of the people out of this place safely, excluding me." The Ares recruiter, observing this memory, questions, "The rest of the people? What about you?" Hak-jun's determined reply echoes, "I'm going to stay behind, because I came here to catch the culprit." The Ares recruiter reflects on the strongest rookie within Ares, Choi Hak-jun, believing it was possible for him to buy time. Yet, a sense of dread washes over him. Even if he manages to do it, what about the numerous monsters in the dungeon? He pictures the horde of creatures, their forms indistinct in the gloom. A pained sound escapes him as he realizes, even if he's worried about Hak-jun, there's nothing he can do. He concludes with a heavy heart. In any case, he'll just be in Hak-jun's way. Back in the present, both the Ares recruiter and Soo-hyun Kim stand with wide, shocked eyes, processing the weight of the flashback's implications. A deep groan escapes the Ares recruiter as he grips the hilt of his sword, his mind reeling from the recent memories. He cannot allow it to happen again. The image of Hak-jun standing alone in the dungeon burning in his thoughts. No matter how much he thinks about it, he simply cannot leave Soo-hyun Kim alone and walk away, not after what he just witnessed. Driven by a desperate resolve, he takes a step forward, as if to re-enter the very memory that torments him. A wave of regret washes over him, a silent apology for the promise he couldn't keep, as the echoes of his own name, Lee Ju-ho, ring in his ears. With a renewed surge of determination, he declares his intent to return, to make things right. He lunges towards a blinding white light, his thoughts racing to Soo-hyun Kim, as if trying to bridge the gap between past and present. But a shimmering blue barrier violently repels him, his desperate cry of "UNSSI" echoing as he's thrown back. The force of the impact sends him tumbling through the closing energy, the dungeon's exit sealing shut against his will. A look of utter disbelief and anguish washes over the Ares recruiter's face, his mouth agape, as he confronts the impenetrable barrier. Suddenly, a torrent of brilliant blue energy erupts from the ground, swirling and coalescing into an unyielding wall of light. Despite the overwhelming force, he clenches his fists, a desperate resolve hardening his features as he mutters, "What on earth?" Before he can react, an invisible impact slams into him, sending him reeling backward with a sharp cry of surprise. A system message flashes into existence, confirming the barrier's power. Divine Flames has been shut down. Divine Flames is a skill that can only be used by its real owner. It is able to repel foul souls and enemies. It will not be able to be used. Undeterred, the recruiter extends his hand, a desperate surge of blue energy flaring around it, only for the barrier to violently reject him once more, throwing him high into the air and away from the dungeon's entrance. A wave of blue energy suddenly flares around him, catching him off guard. As a figure enveloped in a brilliant azure aura charges forward, his movements a blur of raw power. The recruiter can only stare in disbelief, a question escaping his lips as he recognizes the newcomer. Meanwhile, a massive reptilian monster presses its claw down, its glowing red eyes fixed on its prey. But before it can strike, the protagonist unleashes a devastating wave of blue energy, a powerful blast tearing through the air. The attack connects directly with the creature's head, its jaws distorting from the impact. The monster recoils, blue energy trailing from its form, its glowing red eyes wide with pain and surprise. The protagonist follows up with another swift slash, the azure blade of energy cutting through the air. His attack continues, a relentless assault of glowing power. He descends with a powerful strike, a torrent of brilliant blue energy trailing behind him. As the Ares recruiter recoils, a pained gasp escaping him. Then, with a solid thud, he lands, his presence radiating raw power. The blue energy crackles around him, illuminating the dungeon's icy depths before dissipating into shimmering particles. The reptilian monster's head snaps back from the impact, cracks spreading across its armored scales. As the dust settles, the recruiter calls out, his voice laced with disbelief, "Soo-hyun, Lee Ju-ho." He stares, a mix of confusion and concern on his face, demanding to know why he didn't leave as instructed. Standing in the glowing blue cavern, the young man looks down, a quiet apology on his lips. His gaze hardens with resolve as he confesses, "I just couldn't leave you behind no matter what." Looking up at the Aries recruiter, Soo-hyun confirms the fate of Kim Yoon, stating that she was killed by monsters. The recruiter's face falls, his expression troubled by the news. He laments his own perceived uselessness, having rushed back only to find everything already handled. But Soo-hyun, his eyes glowing with a faint blue light, reassures him that he will indeed be of help. The recruiter's expression hardens with resolve as he begins to explain the true nature of their current predicament. Standing side by side, both men face a swirling yellow portal, as the recruiter declares this is where their true challenge begins. With a thunderous crash, a violent burst of yellow energy erupts from the portal. The energy intensifies, and within its chaotic glow, the faint outline of a skeletal hand begins to materialize. With a chilling screech, the skeletal hand fully emerges from the portal, reaching out into the space before them. From the swirling yellow portal, a towering skeletal figure fully materializes, its empty eye sockets burning with an intense purple light. The sheer power emanating from the creature causes the air to crackle, leaving Soo-hyun and the recruiter stunned by its sudden appearance. A chilling realization settles over them, confirming that this is indeed the final, most formidable challenge they must face. A deep, guttural laugh echoes through the cavern as the skeletal boss fixes its glowing gaze upon them. Finally, a new and formidable presence makes itself known, heralded as the final boss. A towering, robed figure emerges, its form wreathed in dark energy, a chilling laugh echoing through the space. Its eyes glow with an ominous purple light, the laughter continuing, full of dark amusement. Soo-hyun Kim looks up, his expression shifting to one of utter disbelief, a single, stunned syllable escaping him. He can only stare at the monstrous entity, wondering aloud what exactly stands before him. As Soo-hyun Kim and Hak-jun stand before the imposing dungeon, Hak-jun explains that the creature before them is the final boss, a monster that marks its territory and prevents weaker creatures from entering. Suddenly, the skeletal figure speaks, its voice echoing with an unexpected intelligence, protesting the label of skeleton monster. Soo-hyun Kim reacts with shock, realizing the skeleton is capable of speech, while the creature dismisses their surprise as quite rude. Hak-jun continues his explanation, seemingly unfazed by the talking monster, detailing the nature of dungeon bosses that look like skeleton monsters. The two stand on a glowing blue platform, facing the skeletal entity, its presence radiating an oppressive aura. The skeletal figure reiterates its desire to be addressed properly, not with derogatory terms like skeleton. It holds a glowing purple orb, its power palpable. As its true identity is revealed, Lich the Dark. The newly named Lich then asserts its dominance, declaring that the territory is its own, and warning them not to try anything foolish. He considers the creature's words, a single thought forming in his mind. Meanwhile, the Ares recruiter clarifies to Hak-jun that the entity before them is not a true Lich, but merely something that almost became one. The skeletal boss, however, is not amused by such trivial distinctions, declaring that the actual Lich the Dark has lost its dignity, and it will not forgive such a trifling taunt from a mere halfling. Soo-hyun Kim internally dismisses the creature's claim as a half and a failure, a mere decalcomany of a true Lich. He continues to mock the boss, labeling it a half-off-sale version of a real Lich, further fueling its rage. The skeletal boss trembles with barely contained fury, its skeletal jaw clenching. A guttural growl escapes its throat, as it curses them as bastards. Its form glows with an ominous purple aura as it screams a violent threat, promising to rip off their limbs and feed them to monsters. As the Lich's rage intensifies, Soo-hyun Kim stands ready, a small, glowing blue orb now held firmly in his hand. The skeletal boss, Lich the Dark, unleashes a torrent of purple lightning and dark energy, its rage manifesting as raw power. It stands tall amidst a growing pile of corpses, a chilling testament to its dominion over the fallen. Observing the display of power, Soo-hyun Kim's expression hardens, purple ambient energy crackling around him. He notes the boss's resilience, realizing that despite its injuries, it still possesses the ability to control the dead. Smaller skeletal monsters now surround Lich the Dark, their numbers swelling as it asserts its dominance over the dungeon. The reason for the dungeon's corrupted state becomes clear as its staff, topped with a glowing skull, pulses with dark magic. Walking alongside Hak-jun, Soo-hyun Kim explains his calculated actions, revealing that he orchestrated the situation on purpose. Elsewhere, the Ares recruiter reacts with a look of stunned disbelief, processing the implications of Soo-hyun Kim's audacious strategy. Back in the dungeon, Soo-hyun Kim prepares for the true confrontation, his sword now glowing with a brilliant, vibrant blue energy. His sword, now a conduit of raw power, pulsed with an intense blue light. As Soo-hyun Kim gripped the hilt, readying himself for the coming fight. With a powerful swing, a deep rumble echoed through the dungeon. And he slammed his foot down, unleashing a burst of azure energy that spread across the ground. A vast, intricate magic circle materialized beneath him, prompting a stunned realization from those watching. This is... Hakjun turned to the Ares recruiter, a worried expression on his face, as the recruiter called out, Juho SSI. Hakjun continued, his voice laced with concern, I don't mean to make you feel bad or anything, but you are currently not strong enough to face all those monsters, and it's going to be very difficult for me to fight while protecting you. The recruiter's gaze dropped, a heavy sigh escaping him as he conceded, yes, I'm aware. He then addressed Soo-Hyun Kim, who stood ready within the glowing circle, instructing him, please, just defeat the boss and leave the rest to me. Soo-Hyun Kim, however, hesitated, asking, but what about you? Before him stands the towering skeletal boss, its form crackling with dark, ominous energy. Observing the monstrous figure, Soo-Hyun Kim questions its very existence, while Hakjun and the Ares recruiter watch with bated breath from behind. Suddenly, a surge of crimson power erupts from the boss. But Soo-Hyun Kim is already in motion, a blur of speed closing the distance. The skeletal boss's eyes glow with an eerie purple light, a silent challenge to the approaching threat. As he charges, Soo-Hyun Kim's own aura flares to life, a brilliant blue energy engulfing him. With a surge of resolve, he unleashes his full power. The skeletal boss responds with a guttural, mocking laugh, unfazed by the display of power. Ignoring the provocation, Soo-Hyun Kim strikes, his body a conduit for the concentrated blue energy. He lunges forward, but the skeletal boss, a blur of dark energy, mocks his speed, declaring him too fast yet unable to reach it, before vanishing with a burst of purple light. The boss's sudden disappearance confirms a crucial detail. Liches are not built for close-quarters combat, preferring to keep their distance and rely on their undead minions to avoid direct confrontation. This strategy serves a vital purpose, concealing their ultimate vulnerability. Their fatal flaw is the glowing crystal of life embedded directly into their forehead, a vibrant mana crystal that acts as the very source of their life force. Therefore, liches must always maintain distance to protect this core, making their teleportation skill a defining characteristic of their kind. However, this also means that once he can finally catch up to it, defeating it will be simple. With renewed determination, Soo-Hyun Kim unleashes a powerful strike, the blue energy of his attack shattering the air around him. But the boss is still too quick, sending him reeling backward. A blinding purple blast erupts from the boss's unseen position, slamming into him with immense force, the impact echoing loudly as his blue aura flickers and fades. He doesn't hesitate, launching himself forward with incredible speed, a trail of azure energy marking his path as he seeks out a blind spot. Closing the distance, he aims for what he perceives as a momentary weakness, a blind spot in the boss's cloak. But the skeletal boss is quicker, erupting in a burst of dark purple energy that radiates outwards, intercepting his assault. The destructive force expands rapidly, catching him squarely and sending him reeling backward, a frustrated sound escaping the boss as it watches him fly. Yet, even as he's thrown, Soo-Hyun Kim's hand ignites with a brilliant, crackling blue energy. And with a fierce declaration of divine flames, he unleashes a torrent of pure power. The azure inferno engulfs the skeletal boss entirely, sending the massive figure crashing down, defeated. He unleashes a devastating burst of blue energy, the divine flames erupting with a thunderous roar. As he lunges forward, his weapon a blur of motion through the shimmering aura. A moment of uncertainty follows the strike, and he wonders if it truly connected. He knows the divine flames are potent, a skill capable of inflicting immense damage. Yet, he also recognizes its double-edged nature, the potential for it to harm even himself. All that power, however, means nothing if the attack fails to reach its target. A chilling, mocking laugh echoes through the chamber, as the skeletal boss stands, completely unfazed, its form wreathed in a sinister purple glow. He had been so sure the blow would land, but it seems hitting a moving opponent is harder than it looks. Looking down, his expression hardens, the reality of the situation settling in. He stands before the colossal skeletal boss, which seems to mock him, its very presence radiating an aura that claims the territory, ensuring no lesser monster would dare approach. A sudden realization dawns on him, as a voice, or perhaps a system message, urges him to examine his sword. He looks down at his arm, purple energy crackling around it, a horrifying truth beginning to sink in. The boss's corrupting energy, it explains, steals the life force from anything it touches. His sword, now lying on the ground, is visibly corroding, with only 5 minutes remaining until his only weapon is completely lost. A fierce determination hardens his expression, refusing to let such a fate befall him. The sword continues to crack and crumble, the corruption spreading rapidly. He leaps into action, purple energy flaring around him, declaring that everything will be over soon. Meanwhile, his sword, almost entirely consumed, lies shattered on the ground. A sudden, powerful impact sends debris scattering across the dungeon floor, the force of the blast echoing through the cavern. Nearby, Hakjun stands enveloped in a faint blue aura, his gaze fixed on the unfolding chaos. He mutters to himself, wondering if this is truly the right path. A frustrated sigh escapes him, as he curses the situation. Before them, 2 skeletal monsters, their eyes glowing with an eerie green light, stand ready for battle, their bony forms poised to strike. Hak-jun watches the approaching threats, his thoughts racing, knowing that if he were to intervene, he would be instantly overwhelmed. But before the monsters can advance, Soo-hyun Kim, wreathed in a vibrant purple aura, lunges forward, unleashing a powerful magical attack. The skeletal monster recoils violently from the impact, its form shuddering under the force. Soo-hyun Kim continues his relentless assault, his purple energy flaring brightly as he presses the advantage. Soo-hyun Kim stands resolute amidst a field of jagged ice, his ice field skill active around him. Taking a decisive step forward, he knows that simply waiting for the enemy to come to him is not an option. Ice shards erupt from the ground, tearing through the air with lethal force. His hand rests on the hilt of his sword, but he knows that merely sitting still is simply not what he does. With a surge of power, his eyes glow emerald green, and a vibrant blue aura flares around him as he prepares to strike. A fierce, exhilarated laugh escapes him, followed by the sharp, chilling sound of ice impacting flesh. A skeletal monster, its green eyes still burning with malevolence, is instantly impaled by countless ice shards, its form shattering under the assault. Engulfed in a torrent of brilliant blue energy, Soo-hyun is propelled downwards, a blur of motion and ice. His body continues its rapid descent, trailing streams of crackling ice magic in his wake. Then, with a fierce resolve, he clenches his jaw, the blue energy around him flaring intensely as he prepares for whatever comes next. A brilliant, ethereal blue energy surges upward, filling the cavernous space with its vibrant glow. Into this maelstrom, Soo-hyun Kim plunges headfirst, his form a blur as he descends rapidly into the heart of the surging power. From a vantage point above, Lee Joo-ho watches the spectacle unfold, a look of disbelief etched across his face as he murmurs the name, Lee Joo-ho. Below, Soo-hyun Kim lands with a powerful stance, the blue energy swirling around him as he prepares for the inevitable confrontation. Lee Joo-ho, still observing the unfolding battle, wonders aloud, he's fighting over the blue flames? Indeed, Soo-hyun Kim is already engaged, his blue-infused attacks tearing through a horde of skeletal enemies that crumble under his might. He isn't just fighting, Soo-hyun is actively wielding the divine flames. And, in fact, his total combat ability now far exceeds what it was when he first entered this dungeon. Could he have grown this much stronger in such a short amount of time? A determined expression settles on the recruiter's face, as he considers the implications, thinking, excellent, if that's the case, then it's time for a change of plans. Meanwhile, within the swirling blue energy, Soo-hyun continues his fierce engagement with the skeletal enemies. He launches himself through the air, a streak of blue light against the chaotic backdrop. The skeletal boss taunts him, its voice echoing through the dungeon. Huh, are you running away? He moves with blinding speed, a streak of azure light, tearing through the skeletal ranks, each strike a burst of raw power, sending bone fragments scattering as he carves a path through the horde. His form wreathed in crackling blue energy, he continues his relentless assault. The final blow lands with a decisive impact, surrounded by an intense aura. Far away, the Ares recruiter watches the unfolding chaos, a thoughtful expression on his face, while the skeletal boss, its eyes glowing with malevolent purple light, issues a chilling challenge. Run? What are you talking about? It sneers, its voice echoing with dark amusement. But the battle is far from over. In a new, luminous blue environment, Soo-hyun Kim stands beside Hak-jun, both looking determined, declaring, we're just getting started. Their swords are sheathed, ready for whatever comes next. Within the vast, glowing blue chamber, Hak-jun calls out to his companion, his voice echoing slightly in the ornate space. Soo-hyun looks down, while Hak-jun, his expression serious, asks why he came all this way, prompting Soo-hyun to mention Juho SSI. With a somber tone, Hak-jun then offers an apology, regretting his earlier words. Soo-hyun, meeting his gaze, quickly reassures him, insisting that he is not inadequate in any way. Hak-jun, now with renewed determination, suggests they first deal with the smaller threats, implying a larger challenge awaits them afterward. His eyes burning with resolve, he then proposes a joint effort to take down that guy together. Soo-hyun's eyes widen in surprise, reacting to the bold declaration. Meanwhile, in a dark, foreboding cavern, a robed figure with a skull mask and glowing purple eyes stands menacingly, clutching a staff that pulses with dark energy. From the depths of the glowing, rocky structure, an unseen voice echoes, taunting them. Huh, you sure are trying hard. Do you think you two will be enough to take me down? Soo-hyun looks down, a flicker of doubt crossing his face, wondering if such a feat is even possible. Hak-jun, however, meets his gaze with unwavering conviction, assuring him, yes, very. His expression remains serious, a testament to the gravity of their situation. Soo-hyun acknowledges his own lack of confidence, but trusts Hak-jun's judgment, saying, I'm sure you have a reason for saying it's possible, Soo-hyun SSI so. Hak-jun nods, accepting the unspoken challenge, I understand. I'll try. He takes a determined step forward, his resolve hardening, vowing, not to drag you down. The two stand ready in the fractured chamber, their combined will a silent force. Soo-hyun's internal frustration boils over, a silent curse escaping him. Fool of fools. A chilling voice echoes through the darkness, promising to show them the true fear of death. As if summoned by the threat, a monstrous reptilian creature with glowing green eyes lunges forward, its jaws wide. But Hakjun doesn't hesitate, shouting for them to move as he and Suhyan charge into the fray. Suhyan leads the assault, delivering a powerful, blurring kick. The force of his strike generates a shockwave. His face contorted in fierce determination, he pushes through the impact. The blow connects with explosive force, shattering the air and sending debris flying. Following his partner's opening, Hakjun moves with blinding speed, his blade a streak of light. He closes the distance, ready to deliver his own decisive strike. Observing the massive reptilian creature, Suhyan notes its inherent laziness, spending most of its time sleeping rather than hunting. He understands that it establishes and marks its territory until it decides to move on, a strategy that keeps weaker monsters from ever daring to trespass. Suddenly, a sharp impact reverberates through the air, and the skeletal boss's eyes flare with an ominous purple glow. He turns, a chilling grin spreading across his bony face, taunting his attackers. "So you're coming at me this time?" His voice drips with disdain, "even though you're so much weaker and slower than him." But before he can finish, Suhyan and Hakjun descend from above, launching a coordinated assault against the skeletal boss and the reptilian monster, Suhyan enveloped in a vibrant blue aura. With a powerful surge, Suhyan's blue energy flares intensely, glowing particles erupting around him as he drives his attack forward. The force of his strike continues to build, the blue light intensifying with every passing moment. Finally, his foot connects with a resounding impact, the sound echoing through the dungeon. He surges forward, a determined expression on his face, blue energy swirling around him. Both he and Hakjun launch into the air, a coordinated aerial assault, surrounded by the vibrant blue of his power and the rushing wind. He descends rapidly, a spearhead of pure force. Below, the skeletal boss watches their approach, a sinister purple aura flaring as it dismisses their efforts, believing neither will reach it. Hakjun's gaze remains fixed, unwavering. His hand tightens around his sword, the blade beginning to glow with a golden light. He prepares to unleash his Tempest Sword, followed by a swift wind dance. Meanwhile, Suhyan continues his rapid descent, enveloped in a spiraling vortex of blue energy. Hakjun unleashes his rapid, orange-hued attack, a blur of motion and energy. While Suhyan Kim descends from above, enveloped in a powerful blue energy vortex that tears through the air. The combined force impacts the skeletal boss, erupting in a violent explosion of blue energy. The vortex continues to swirl, tearing at its form with relentless intensity. A concentrated column of blue energy then pierces through its defenses, leaving the boss utterly shocked. The assault intensifies, the swirling blue energy overwhelming the creature. Its purple eyes widen in disbelief, the skeletal boss realizing the true power of their combined skills. Electrical currents discharge from the blue energy, further tearing into its form. The devastating assault culminates in a final, overwhelming impact. Suhyan Kim sprints across the shattered ground, while Hakjun plummets through the air, his glowing blade spinning wildly. Suhyan Kim launches himself skyward, closing the distance to his falling ally. With a powerful, calculated kick, he sends Hakjun hurtling forward like a projectile. The force propels Hakjun directly towards their target, his sword a blur of motion. The blade connects with devastating impact, shattering the boss's defenses. Before it can recover, Suhyan Kim follows up with a fierce aerial kick to its head. The skeletal form shudders, crackling with raw, purple energy from the combined assault. Its glowing eyes narrow, a furious declaration echoing through the space. "I won't fall for the same trick again." Suhyan Kim unleashes a torrent of dark energy, striking with immense force. Closing the distance, he taunts the boss. "Is this the end for you?" But the skeletal figure only grins, its purple eyes glowing with malevolent intent. A sudden, unseen attack forces him to recoil, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Yet, he counters instantly, his blade finding purchase against the boss's form. He grips his sword tighter, preparing for the next exchange. The boss, however, declares, "This is the end," its voice echoing with finality. With a swift, powerful motion, it brings its own blade down. The impact shatters his sword into countless fragments. A sharp, metallic crack echoes through the chamber. As the skeletal boss's swift strike connects, sending a shockwave through Suhyan Kim's body and shattering his blade into countless fragments. The air shimmers with the glittering remnants of his sword, a stark image of his sudden disarmament. A malevolent grin spreads across the boss's skeletal face, its purple eyes glowing with triumph. Another sharp sound punctuates the silence, as the boss throws its head back in a mocking laugh, reveling in its victory. "Jigahaha, what a shame." It cackles. "It seems you've forgotten that your sword was clothed in your fighting spirit." Suhyan Kim recoils, his blue aura still flickering around him, now utterly disarmed and vulnerable. The skeletal boss looms over him, its voice echoing with a chilling taunt, challenging how he could possibly fight without a weapon. But a determined glint enters his eyes as he begins to retort. "Who said I only had one sword?" Before the boss can even process the defiance, he launches himself forward, a small, glowing blue projectile already arcing through the air towards his foe. The boss's purple eye flares with sudden surprise, as a sharp, whistling sound cuts through the air, eliciting a shocked, "What?" His expression remains resolute, his hand still extended from the throw. The blue projectile slams into the boss's chest, a ripple of energy spreading across its robes. It's not a single object, but a volley of glowing blue shards, each one embedding itself deep into the boss's form. His mysterious blue shards continue their swift flight, streaking through the air with dazzling speed. Propelled by an unseen force from his outstretched hand, closing the distance to their target. Then, with a sudden, violent burst, the shards slam into the skeletal boss, its purple eyes flaring with the impact. A heavy whump echoes as the attack connects, a bright yellow glow erupting from its chest. But instead of falling, a guttural jie escapes the boss, dark energy beginning to swirl around its form. The sound quickly morphs into a chilling, ha, a defiant laugh that shakes the very air. Enveloped in a furious purple aura, the skeletal boss stands, seemingly unfazed, its power surging. The dark, purple energy of the skeletal boss erupts. But Soo-hyun Kim's sword slices through the air, aiming for a swift counter. With a sudden, violent impact, the blade shatters into countless fragments, sending him sprawling to the ground, his weapon now useless. A look of grim surprise crosses his face. Yet he begins to speak, explaining that when they first started fighting, the boss likely thought he would use Ju-ho as bait, which is why it focused more on his movements. The skeletal boss looms over the fallen Soo-hyun Kim, its scythe poised, even as Hak-jun launches a surprise attack from behind. "You probably thought you had a chance at winning," the boss taunts, "since my weapon would break in time." The force of the skeletal boss's attack had been absolute, leaving Soo-hyun Kim's blade in countless glittering fragments. Hak-jun recalls the plan, explaining that he and Jua Sasai had decided to face the boss, agreeing to let Soo-hyun Kim finish the creature off. They had believed he would be able to pierce through the boss's carelessness. Hak-jun looks down, his expression resolute. The skeletal boss extends a hand over the broken weapon, its voice echoing with chilling finality. "This isn't the end." A dark prophecy begins to unfold, speaking of a time when the sun is cloaked in darkness. The skeletal boss's eyes glow with an ominous purple light as the prophecy continues. "Our king shall be born again." The final words hang in the air. "He will." Later, standing in a bustling city alongside Hak-jun, Soo-hyun Kim receives a system notification. Skill, how to understand pain, has been acquired. Hak-jun and Soo-hyun emerge from the dense foliage, the former clutching a small plant as he admits they barely made it back out. Their footsteps echo softly on the forest path as they continue their journey, leaving the ordeal behind them. Meanwhile, a woman clutches her phone, her brow furrowed with worry as she's asked about her colleague, hoping he's still alive, but fearing the worst. Her distress grows, her hand flying to her mouth as the grim reality sets in, the thought that he might already be dead by now, bringing her to the brink of tears. Hak-jun confirms their assignment. "It looks like we're going to be on the rescue team." Soo-hyun echoes, "Yes, we're going to be on the rescue team." Hak-jun then asks, "You don't want others to know, right?" Soo-hyun absently snaps a small branch in his hands. As Hak-jun continues, "About how you're actually the top of the rankings." Soo-hyun concedes, "Yes, well, it'll be revealed sooner or later. But I don't want to cause that kind of trouble for now." Hak-jun reacts with a surprised shout. "What?" He then questions Soo-hyun's intent. "You're going alone? Into that mess?" Soo-hyun confidently replies, "Yes. I'm pretty good at dealing with situations like this, having cleaned up after others for quite some time." Hak-jun shifts his stance, stating, "However, there's a condition." He then extends his hand, offering, "My share of the reward that you gave me earlier. I'd like for you to take them." A heavy sack, filled with something substantial, is held out. A voice questions, surprised, if the entire contents are truly being offered. A single, glowing ether stone is revealed, its worth estimated at hundreds of millions of won. Hak-jun, holding the bag, addresses Soo-hyun. He explains that Soo-hyun's life as a B-ranker is already challenging enough, despite the decent earnings B-rankers typically receive, concluding that he doesn't want to accept his share of the reward. Soo-hyun, looking at the offered bag, states he doesn't feel qualified to take it, prompting Hak-jun to inquire why. Hak-jun reminds him that their success in defeating the Lich was solely due to Soo-hyun's crucial assistance. The terrifying image of the Lich, its skeletal face frozen in a silent scream, flashes into their minds. He stands, his back to the viewer, amidst the golden light of the forest. Hak-jun insists that the help he received was far greater than any reward, explaining that Soo-hyun could have handled the Lich alone, but allowed him to participate for his own growth. A flicker of surprise crosses his face, as Soo-hyun realizes there's no fooling the man. Hak-jun then urges him to take the ether stone, adding that he'd also like to personally escort him out of here while he deals with the situation. He offers to call a taxi at the closest road. Soo-hyun, however, looks past him, a question forming on his lips as he recognizes a familiar face. "Young-un, is that you?" The sun begins to set over the distant mountains, casting long shadows across the landscape. A faint whistling sound echoes, as if from a distant memory. He reflects on his journey, a wry thought escaping him. I never thought I'd come this far. What a joke. Hakjun's voice cuts through his thoughts, mentioning that their acquaintance has quite a large network. Still lost in his own mind, Suhayan acknowledges that despite catching the culprit, they couldn't save everyone. Hakjun continues, explaining that their success in saving as many as they did was solely due to Lee Juho's assistance, and that they couldn't have done it alone. Suhayan's gaze drops, a heavy realization settling in. He should have been able to handle it himself. He clenches his fist, the truth undeniable. He's still not strong enough, and he needs to get much, much stronger. The thought lingers, a bitter taste in his mouth, that he once believed himself to be strong. He stands alone amidst a desolate, ruined landscape, the memory of a past failure echoing in his mind, where not one person was left standing after everyone had fallen. Even with his efforts, he knows that was nowhere near enough to change the outcome. He resolves that he must get much stronger in order to change the future, and afterwards, he will bring trustworthy people to his side. Back in the present, riding in a car, he knows that before anything else, he should take care of his body first. Hakjun glances over at his fatigued companion, a faint smile playing on his lips as he reassures him. You're already so much stronger than you're giving yourself credit for. His mother's voice carries a gentle weight, expressing her desire for him to simply be happy and make his own choices. Yet she continues, reminding him that she has always been there for him, insisting he let her know if anything is bothering him or giving him a hard time. A slight frown creases his brow as he listens. Before he offers a simple, heartfelt, "Thank you, mother," his mother's face softens into a warm, knowing smile. And he then casually mentions that he happened to make some money recently as an awakened. His mother's eyes widen in surprise at the revelation, letting out a small, questioning sound as he adds that it's enough for her to quit her job. His hands, holding a smartphone, seem to confirm his newfound capabilities. She stares at her phone, her eyes wide with disbelief, barely able to articulate the question of how much he had earned. The staggering figure flashes in her mind, 600 million. Her voice rises in an incredulous cry, wondering if he had won the lottery. Overwhelmed, she questions the sudden, immense wealth, unable to comprehend how they had become so rich so quickly. Still fixated on her phone, she sits across from him, while he calmly scrolls through his own device, the sound of his mother's frantic thoughts filling the quiet room. A hint of suspicion enters her voice as she asks if he isn't acting a little too happy about all this. He continues to look at his phone, while she, already shifting her focus, begins to consider preparing a much better dinner tonight, just for him. Her concern quickly turns to care as she asks if there's anything specific he would like to eat. He looks up, a thoughtful expression on his face, processing the weight of his mother's reaction and the new reality he has created for them. He had been dreaming of this kind of life for a very long time. This heartwarming atmosphere, which he had never experienced before. A family sits together at a dining table, bathed in the soft glow of a peaceful home. At times, this warmth became so comfortable that he almost thought about giving up everything and just settling down in this peaceful life. His mother gently serves him food, a soft smile gracing her lips as he looks on, a quiet contentment in his eyes. But he knew he wasn't the real Kim Soo-hyun who truly belonged here. This warmth belonged to the real Kim Soo-hyun, not him. His legs dangle beneath the table, a stark reflection on the polished floor. But that realization didn't make him feel sad at all. Since he was granted another chance, a shimmering, ethereal image of a family stands on a glowing orb, surrounded by swirling cosmic energy. He knows he must protect this newfound peace, this quiet life with his mother, to safeguard such tranquility in this world. As he eats, a silent resolve forms within him, understanding that this body, once belonging to Kim Do-yeon, now carries a new purpose: to live confidently in front of other people and never lose the loving mother who sits before him. Sharing a meal with her, he silently vows he will make himself into a hero. With a soft step, he moves forward, closing the door behind him, ready to face whatever lies ahead. He knows he needs to get much stronger, acknowledging that a mere lich shouldn't have given him so much trouble. With that in mind, he considers climbing the tower again. As his hands wrestle through a case, he realizes that in order to do so, he needs a weapon, not just a weak one, but a legitimate weapon. He holds a simple knife, contemplating its inadequacy. A weapon from the authorities, a truly legitimate one. A determined expression crosses his face, which means it's been a while since he's heard that cranky voice. Standing before the colossal, segmented creature, Soo-hyun listens as the craftsman promises to forge him the greatest sword from its very material, explaining that such a beast nests and marks its territory until it leaves. With a firm handshake, he accepts the offer, understanding that while the master craftsman will take some time to finish, he can take any useful temporary weapon from the workshop in the interim. Agreeing to the terms, he confirms his choice. Soo-hyun then steps out into the peaceful village, a newly acquired sword now at his side. He considers the time it will take to repair his original weapon, a realization he had somewhat expected, yet it still brings a touch of sadness as he walks away. He examines the device in his hand, a small, intricate mechanism, wondering if it truly looks as pretty as he thought. Still, he considers the amount of mana it consumes is quite significant. Despite the cost, there's only one thing left for him to do. With a determined gaze, he activates the device, stepping into the shimmering portal to proceed forward. The world around him blurs into streaks of light and color as he plummets through the ethereal void, the descent feeling endless, until he finally lands in a burst of light, a system message confirming he is now entering the abyss. A sudden, unseen force slams into Su-hyun, sending him recoiling violently backward. Before he can regain his footing, a small, dog-like creature with glowing red eyes lunges again, its movements impossibly swift. More of the creatures emerge from the shadows, their glowing red eyes fixed on him, a pack of aggressive predators surrounding their prey. Without hesitation, Su-hyun retaliates, a swift vertical slash cutting through the air with deadly precision. The attack connects with explosive force, sending a cloud of dust and debris erupting into the desolate landscape. The reddish-orange sky looms over a vast, cracked expanse, where fine particles drift lazily in the air. Standing amidst the broken earth, Su-hyun surveys the scene, his gaze falling upon something unsettling. The ground beneath him is littered with sharp, bone-like fragments, suggesting a much larger, ancient struggle. Nearby, a massive skeletal structure, resembling a colossal rib cage, dominates the horizon, a silent testament to a creature so immense that even the aggressive dog-like monsters seem insignificant in its shadow. It must have been quite some time since it had eaten all of it. The red-eyed, rat-like creatures emerge from the desolate landscape, their hunger palpable. He observes them, a grim realization dawning that he must appear as nothing more than prey. With a powerful surge, he launches himself forward, the ground beneath his feet cracking and splintering from the force. A shrill cry echoes as a red energy flares around the monsters. The pack charges, a wave of glowing red eyes and snarling maws. But before they can reach him, a swift impact sends debris flying. Blue energy erupts around him as he moves through their ranks, striking down multiple foes. One creature shatters into fragments under the force of his blow. He continues his assault, the remaining monsters dissolving into dust as his blue energy cuts through them. He unleashes a swift, wide-arcing slash, a vibrant blue energy wave erupting from his blade. The shimmering arc of power cuts through the desolate air. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaps towards another rat-like monster, his sword poised to strike. A clean strike, and the creature dissolves into a shower of glittering particles. He moves with fluid grace, a trail of blue energy following his every motion. Another burst of power streaks through the air, leaving a shimmering, ethereal path. Suddenly, a sharp pain on his arm snaps him out of his focus, his eyes widening in surprise. He curses inwardly, wondering if the bite is venomous or corrosive. Whatever the substance, he knows it will be a significant problem if it spreads. As the horde of rat-like monsters swarmed, Su-hyun reacted instantly. A surge of power erupting from within him as he unleashed his ability, calling forth holy flames. The brilliant blue energy exploded outwards, engulfing the creatures in a searing inferno. They dissolved instantly, their forms twisting into nothingness under the intense heat. The blue flames pulsed, leaving only shimmering particles in their wake. In moments, the area was clear, the monstrous threat completely eradicated. He landed lightly, his gaze sweeping over the now empty space. Only faint embers remained, a testament to the power he had just unleashed. Though individually weak, he knew the sheer numbers of these creatures could still pose a significant threat. Su-hyun Kim unleashes a powerful swing, his blade arcing with lethal intent. But with a sharp crack, the impact shatters his weapon. He recoils from the unexpected force, the fragments of his sword scattering around him. A thought flashes through his mind, to think that even his powerful attack wouldn't work. This opponent must possess significant physical resistance. Standing amidst the debris of his broken blade, he remains resolute. Then, a new strategy forms, and with a surge of energy, he activates his magic. Divine Flames. A brilliant torrent of explosive blue energy erupts from his form. He lunges forward, now wielding the raw power of his magic to strike back at his formidable foe. The divine flames erupt with a sharp crack, spreading outward from the point of impact. As a powerful blue energy surge tears through the stone, leaving cracks in its wake. But as the magical energy dissipates with a soft hiss, Su-hyun Kim's eyes widen in disbelief at the outcome. Standing defiantly amidst the dust and debris, a colossal serpentine creature with gleaming metallic scales and piercing red eyes remains completely unharmed. Still wreathed in the faint blue glow of his divine flames, Su-hyun Kim readies his blade, his gaze fixed on the formidable foe. He wonders if his attack did nothing at all, realizing that while its resistance isn't as absolute as its physical defenses, it's still somewhat resistant to magic. His glowing blue eyes narrow in thought, concluding that using divine flames won't have much of an effect. The massive serpentine creature, still coiled and menacing, remains a formidable presence. Suddenly, with a deafening impact, it unleashes a devastating attack. A blinding white energy blast slams into him, sending him hurtling backward through the air. He twists in mid-flight, the force of the blow still propelling him. The lingering shockwave continues to push him, until he crashes hard against a distant surface, landing with a heavy thud. As the creature roars, he realizes the true danger it poses, its power far exceeding his initial assessment. Without hesitation, he draws two gleaming swords, charging forward to meet the monster head-on. With a swift strike, he brings his blades down on the creature's head. He realizes the creature is even faster than he had predicted. As a blur of motion strikes him with incredible force, the impact sends him flying, shattering the ground around him. Another blow lands. The massive serpentine creature coils and strikes with blinding speed, its movements defying its immense size. It's a relentless assault. Soo-hyun Kim is thrown back once more, crashing through the crumbling environment. Clinging to a piece of debris, he observes the creature, noting that despite its massive bulk, it possesses an unexpected agility. As its glowing blue eyes fix on him, he realizes it has a weakness. He acknowledges that a month ago, this creature would have been an insurmountable foe. But now, with his feet firmly planted, it no longer poses a threat. With a sudden burst of speed, Soo-hyun launches himself forward, a swift, decisive strike. His attack connects with the creature's head, sending a shockwave through its segmented body. He continues his relentless assault, moving past the reeling head. Landing firmly on its back, he prepares for another devastating blow. The impact reverberates through the cavern, as the creature's body recoils from the force. He notes that he has only half the mana he usually possesses, and must act quickly before it's all gone. He moves with a blur of motion, his body arcing dynamically through the air. Meanwhile, the massive serpentine creature's tail coils, preparing for its next strike. As Soo-hyun declares his intent to bind its movements, he closes the distance, his form a streak of speed towards the creature's head, and a knife, glowing with arcane energy, flashes through the air. He lands with a powerful impact, the ground cracking beneath his feet, then blazes forward, leaving a brilliant trail of light in his wake. The sheer velocity of his movement distorts the very air around him, his face tightening with intense focus or exertion. He moves with blinding speed, a golden blur streaking across the cavern. The air distorts around him, as his hand snaps out, firmly gripping the serpentine creature's scaly body. A powerful impact reverberates, golden energy erupting from the point of contact. He immediately pulls away, a shower of white energy shards trailing his swift retreat. His movements are a blur, until he lands with a heavy thud, golden particles scattering as the ground cracks beneath him. The effort is immense, and he acknowledges internally that no matter how high his magic proficiency, such exertion comes at a cost. But there's no time to rest, as he immediately leaps onto the creature's back, which now pulses with an ominous blue glow. He aims for a critical point on the creature's segmented body, blue energy crackling around his hand, knowing it will sting a little if he hits there. With a sharp impact, his strike lands, eliciting a pained shriek from the beast. The creature's massive form recoils violently from the force. Enraged, the serpentine creature thrashes its body, attempting to dislodge him from its back. But he holds firm, digging his foot into its scales. The creature's tail slams down, creating a powerful impact nearby. Moving with impossible speed, he evades the next attack. The creature's tail whips through the air, a blur of destructive force. It streaks past him, a devastating blow narrowly averted. The serpentine creature thrashes with immense power, sending him flying from its back. He quickly regains his footing, his hand glowing with a gathering surge of brilliant blue energy. The concentrated power erupts forward, a piercing beam of light. He guides the attack, soaring through the air as the blue energy streaks towards its target. The beam strikes the creature with explosive force. It pierces deep into its segmented hide. A sustained burst of blue light engulfs the impact point. The creature lets out a deafening roar of agony, its massive jaws wide open. Its body convulses, thrashing violently in a furious, uncontrolled rage. As the serpentine creature thrashes violently, debris explodes around him, forcing him to react instantly. He lands on one knee, dust swirling around him, his body already preparing for the next move. A low grunt escapes him, acknowledging the creature's raw power. As the creature lunges, he swiftly evades its attack, a glowing weapon appearing in his hand. His eyes narrow with intense focus, a new skill already forming. The creature's glowing eye widens in surprise and pain, its roar cuts short as the attack connects. Vibrant green energy bands erupt from him, coiling tightly around the creature's massive body. The glowing restraints tighten further, compressing its scales with immense force. Its powerful tail, once a weapon of destruction, is now completely ensnared. The serpentine creature lets out a defiant gotcha, as Soo-hyun Kim stands before it, acknowledging its formidable resistances, physical, magical, and even regenerative power, noting that it's the first monster he's encountered with all three. But, he declares, "You can't defeat me." His voice rings with certainty, blue energy beginning to spark around his legs, because I have more destructive power. The vibrant blue energy intensifies, crackling around his outstretched hand with a low growl. The destructive aura expands, radiating outward. The destructive blue energy he had begun to manifest surged outward, a wave of raw power expanding with a resounding roar. Standing firm amidst the swirling power, Soo-hyun Kim channeled the intense blue light from his raised hand, focusing his will. With a powerful smash, the energy slammed into the creature's fiery core, causing a violent eruption of light and force. The blue destructive force continued to engulf the core, swirling around it with relentless intensity. The assault showed no signs of stopping. As ribbons of pure energy lashed out, tearing through the air, the blue light expanded further, consuming the space with its overwhelming power. From within the maelstrom, the serpentine creature let out a pained roar, its form writhing as the destructive energy enveloped it. The blue energy continued to surge and dissipate, leaving a trail of shimmering particles in its wake. As the blue energy, unleashed moments before, begins to coalesce, it swirls with intense power. Rapidly, it takes on the form of a majestic, ethereal phoenix, its wings spread wide. Suhyan watches as the vibrant, glowing construct manifests around him, its form shimmering with raw magical force. The phoenix then surges forward, a brilliant azure streak across the ethereal space. This is the Divine Flame Phoenix, one of the unique summons born from his Divine Flame skill. He had acquired this powerful ability not long ago in the game, a direct result of his Divine Flame skill leveling up. More than just a simple summoning beast, this phoenix can also be ridden and controlled, a true extension of his will. Standing amidst the fading magical particles, Suhyan observes his creation, a silent testament to his growing power. The ground beneath him shimmered with an ethereal blue, particles of light dancing in the air. Though the magnificent Divine Flame Phoenix consumed more mana than anticipated, Suhyan knew it was well worth the investment. Because a smirk played on his lips as he considered its true might. This creature's destructive power was 10 times the amount of divine flames he could normally conjure. With a decisive command, he simply uttered, "Go." Blue energy surged from his form, cascading downwards with immense force. The ground fractured and glowed under the impact, a testament to the phoenix's unleashed might. The immense power of the Divine Flame Phoenix surged forth. And the serpentine creature, caught completely off guard, could only register a moment of pure shock as the blue energy descended. With a blinding flash, the creature was instantly engulfed in a torrent of brilliant azure flames. The divine energy tore through its armored hide, shredding scales and flesh alike. Every segment of its body was violently ripped apart, dissolving into shimmering particles. The sheer force of the attack left nothing but a scattering of debris as the blue flames began to recede. What remained of the creature was utterly consumed, leaving no trace of its monstrous form. Finally, the charred and broken head of the serpentine creature fell to the ground, still glowing faintly with residual blue energy. A final surge of blue energy erupts, followed by a resounding crash, confirming a 100% achievement rate. He watches as the magnificent Divine Flame Phoenix dissipates into shimmering particles, its task complete. A moment of quiet reflection washing over him as he wonders if he has truly completed the 19th floor. The tower's difficulty, he knows, escalates dramatically every 10 floors. And just like the 10th, the 20th will demand extensive preparation. He had spent half a year doing everything he could to prepare for this very moment. His gaze remains fixed upwards, a silent testament to his unwavering resolve. With the previous challenge overcome, only one final thing remains, as the scene shifts to a tranquil, sun-drenched landscape where a rustic house stands peacefully amidst green fields. The camera descends, focusing on the sandy ground, where faint, shimmering particles dance in the air. Embedded deep within the earth, a massive, white blade, or perhaps a monolith, rests silently. The ground around it continues to sparkle, as if infused with a faint, lingering magic. In a bustling city, a young woman with blonde hair turns to her companion, asking if he's heard about the board. Her male companion, dark-haired and serious, confirms the incredible news. Someone achieved a 9th-floor clear in less than half a year, and it's Kim. The woman, astonished, wonders if Suyun is even summoned, pondering if this means he'll set a new 9th-floor clearing record in the same time frame. The conversation continues, shifting to the mystery surrounding this individual, with one voice questioning his identity as a sleek red sports car speeds by. Another voice adds that he's been recruited by every guild imaginable, yet hasn't even responded to scouting calls from prominent guilds. The discussion moves to a cafe, where the question lingers. Is there anyone who truly knows who he is? At a table, the blonde woman and dark-haired man continue their conversation, unaware that the very subject of their intense speculation, Kim Suyun, sits just across from them, his back to the viewer. He sits alone at a table, a faint smirk playing on his lips as he reviews some papers. Soon, his steps echo lightly on the pavement, as he makes his way towards a sleek red vehicle where another man awaits. The man, Juhu, opens the car door with a welcoming smile, calling out to him. "Good to see you, Juhu SSI." Suyun replies, apologizing for any wait. Juhu waves it off, stating he'd just arrived himself, but there was something else he wanted to address first. "Is the car I gifted you to your liking?" he asks, a hint of pride in his voice. Suyun's eyes widen in genuine awe, a soft escaping his lips. He then admits, "I think that it just might be a bit too luxurious." He stands before the luxurious red car, as Juhu dismisses its extravagance, insisting that someone of his caliber deserves nothing less. Recalling his own past, Juhu explains the profound impact reliable transportation had on his life, from riding the subway to taking the bus, emphasizing its importance. The sheer generosity of the gift leaves him reeling, a silent shock washing over him. Now seated indoors, Juhu continues, acknowledging that even with his advanced abilities, some things remain a hassle, before shifting the topic to the upcoming challenge, assuring him that he'll soon be ready for the 20th floor. Back outside, Juhu gestures expansively, his expression conveying a sense of anticipation. The scene shifts once more, settling into the quiet ambience of a cafe, a tranquil space awaiting their conversation. A steaming cup of coffee sits on the table, beside some neatly arranged documents. As they finally settle into their discussion, Juhu inquires about his well-being and the progress of his preparations for the 20th floor, to which he confidently replies that everything is proceeding smoothly. He explains that he's been putting off something important, waiting for a particular item to arrive, but fortunately, he'll be able to pick it up later today. A soft clink of glass accompanies his words as he takes a sip from his drink. Juhu, having looked into a new apartment for him, expresses his relief at being able to help, suggesting they need to talk further. He then asks where Suyun used to live, to which Suyun replies, Ansan City. Juhu muses, Ansan, huh? He reassures him that it's not too far from Anyang City, a slight pause in his movement as he considers the information. Suyun then reveals that he's managed to arrange a meeting with the agency's director for the following month. Juhu considers this, suggesting they might be able to get some assistance from them if Suyun shares the details he previously mentioned. He then adds, with a hint of urgency, that with the meeting set for next month, there are only about 2 months left until the impending outbreak. He continues his investigation, but the situation isn't looking promising. Meanwhile, Juhu asks about the Dump Guild, receiving a simple affirmation. So-hyun admits he's been investigating the incidents without any leads, concluding that whoever is behind them is hiding themselves quite well. Juhu then reveals a critical piece of information, an incident in Ansan City where an awakened suddenly died in the street, an event that was covered up by the Sunjin Guild. He continues to review the data on his screen, detailing how he found out about these incidents where awakened individuals died suddenly in public, and that further investigation revealed the cause was poison. The revelation causes Suyun to react with a sharp intake of breath, his eyes widening in surprise. Juhu's expression hardens as he speaks of the poison, sensing something deeply unsettling about the incident. He continues, his voice grave, prompting Suyun to ask if he could look into it further, to which Juhu readily agrees. As Suyun prepares to leave, Juhu offers a final, earnest plea for him to return safely. Leaving Suyun to ponder the unsettling revelations by his car, his thoughts drift to the outbreak in Anyang City, a grim reminder of the escalating dangers. Meanwhile, Lee Juho, despite the overwhelming odds, is doing his utmost to uncover the truth. Yet, as Suyun gazes out at the city, he finds nothing that offers a positive outlook. After a moment of contemplation, he concedes, I guess. His resolve hardening with each step, he concludes that the only way to truly deal with the escalating threats is to stop them himself. As he walks away, the sound of his footsteps echoes, and the day gives way to a starry night, a soft click of his tongue expressing his thoughts. The journey continues through the twilight hours, past quiet towns bathed in the glow of a fading sunset. Eventually, he arrives at a room filled with an impressive array of weapons, axes, spears, and shields meticulously arranged on the wall. Surveying the collection, he notes with satisfaction, they're all high-end quality. He receives a grateful acknowledgement from the craftsman, who lets out a satisfied sound. The craftsman proudly displays his work, remarking that the material was quite challenging to handle. But ultimately, he found great enjoyment in the process. He assures Suyun of the weapon's immense power, urging him to examine it closely. A brilliant flash of light erupts as the weapon is presented, and Suyun holds the newly crafted spear, its sleek form reflecting the light. The spearhead gleams with a deadly sharpness, its long shaft perfectly balanced. He grips the hilt firmly, ready to wield its power. He stares ahead, a quiet determination settling over him as he considers the weapon he now holds. Though it appeared to be a mere sword at first glance, the moment his hand closed around its hilt, he knew this weapon was something more profound. The long, gleaming spear, radiating a soft light. It was unmistakably alive. A sharp, metallic click echoed as the spear seemed to shift in his grasp, and he instinctively tightened his grip, preparing for whatever came next. Suddenly, a flurry of glowing, needle-like projectiles shot forth from the weapon, whizzing through the air with incredible speed. He moved with practiced ease, his hand rising to meet the incoming assault, a faint aura of energy shimmering around his palm as he deflected the deadly shards. He gazes up at the newly acquired spear, a sense of wonder washing over him. The weapon itself seems to hum with latent power, its sleek form reflecting the light. He continues to examine it closely, a quiet awe in his expression. Even the tip of the spear, resting near his leg, feels imbued with an extraordinary presence. He muses on its craftsmanship, recognizing that both its sharpness and durability are of the highest quality. As he grips the hilt, he realizes it's reacting to his mana, instinctively knowing what to cut and what to spare. A profound understanding settles within him. This is truly a perfect sword. A satisfied smile spreads across his face, his eyes gleaming with newfound purpose. Later, in what appears to be a craftsman's shop, an older man with a beard asks him, "Have you thought of a name for it?" The craftsman urges him to name the sword now, suggesting he should give it a proper designation. Suyun considers the gleaming spear in his hand. A moment of quiet contemplation passing. The craftsman waits patiently for his decision. Finally, he declares, "I'll go with the dragon-slaying sword, Graham." A sharp exclamation escapes the craftsman, his voice rising in disbelief. As he questions the chosen name, he leans forward, clarifying his confusion. "You're not talking about Graham, as in 100 grams and 200 grams, are you?" Suyun simply replies, "Graham," then clarifies, "It's Bamung's alternate name in Northern European mythologies." He considers the weight of a name, realizing he can't simply reuse Bamung, a legendary moniker. Yet, the idea of abandoning a name that signifies the slaying sword feels like a betrayal. A spectral, skeletal figure, wreathed in purple energy, manifests in his mind's eye, a stark reminder of the power such a title commands. With his thoughts settled, he declares his imminent departure. Turning his gaze towards the night sky as Juhu watches him from a distance. A faint regret crosses his face as he murmurs, "Maybe next time." The night stretches before him, holding a new destination, a place he must reach today. High above the snow-dusted landscape, a formidable castle stood sentinel under the night sky. Inside its ancient walls, a lone guard, accompanied by his loyal hound, made his rounds through the torch-lit corridors, his heavy breathing echoing softly in the quiet halls. Each armored footfall a rhythmic beat against the stone. He reached for the heavy door ahead, his hand closing around the cold metal handle. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the silence, demanding, "Who's there?" The guard spun around to find a figure in gleaming red and silver armor, spear held ready, standing calmly in the corridor. A gasp escaped the guard's lips as he recognized the newcomer. "Ah, Commander Maxman." Maxman's expression remained unperturbed, his gaze steady. "It seems like I've caught you by surprise," he observed calmly, then inquired, "Did anything happen?" A guard in green armor responds to Commander Maxman's words with a firm denial. While Maxman acknowledges the strain of continuous guard duty, yet urges patience from his subordinate. He explains the dire threat of the Dragon Kingdom's potential invasion, and the green-armored guard, reassured, pledges his utmost effort. With the conversation concluded, Maxman turns and walks down the illuminated corridor, a soft sound accompanying his thoughtful gaze upwards. He reflects on the escalating difficulties both within and beyond the castle walls, fearing that if the situation persists, only the innocent civilians will bear the brunt of the suffering. His troubled expression is mirrored in the glass as he stares out into the snowy landscape. A heavy question hanging in the air, a silent plea for guidance. With a deep sigh, he lowers his gaze, the burden of his responsibilities weighing heavily upon him. Still lost in thought, a voice cuts through his contemplation, asking if he is troubled. He offers a slight, almost imperceptible, reaction. Turning, he extends a formal welcome to an arriving figure. A mysterious individual cloaked in purple, their face obscured by a stark white mask. The masked figure responds with a single word, identifying themselves as attaché. A silent beat follows, the air thick with unspoken meaning. A knight in polished armor addresses a mysterious figure cloaked in purple, calling him Sir Attaché. As the cloaked figure begins to walk away, the knight asks if he has time to speak. The cloaked figure pauses, inquiring about the knight's business, then states that he is there to ensure proper watch is being kept, despite the knight's earlier intention to report to the king. Turning to face the knight, the cloaked figure repeats his question about the knight's business. He then asks directly how the situation stands. The knight reports that despite their best efforts to defend the castle, the situation is dire, as the Audra military force vastly outnumbers their own. He continues, explaining that if the worst comes to pass, they might have to abandon this castle and defend the next one, but the cloaked figure sharply interjects with a command to hold. The command echoes, a firm refusal to consider retreat. He stands before the masked figure, his voice strained as he suggests the unthinkable, to abandon the castle. The commander's words hang heavy in the air, and the cloaked figure simply stares, an unreadable silence meeting his plea. He can only wonder if he truly heard that command correctly. Maxman tries to explain, detailing the grim reality of their situation, the difficulty of supplying food during prolonged conflict, and the inevitable outcome where everyone would perish. But the cloaked figure's response is swift and absolute, a single, unyielding word. Maxman persists, trying to appeal to reason, reminding the figure that if they intend to surrender the castle, they might as well. The tension between the two fills the grand hall, a silent battle of wills. A heavy pause settles, the weight of their disagreement palpable. Finally, Maxman's frustration boils over, as he points out the cloaked figure's lack of direct involvement in the battle itself. His voice tight with indignation, Commander Maxman accuses the mysterious figure of treating the lives of soldiers as mere fodder. Not long after the Orium Kingdom declared war, the king had sent his chief advisor to the battlefield as the chief commander. Yet, this newly appointed commander, the enigmatic figure in purple, seemed to hold a chilling disregard for the very lives he was meant to command. While a soldier's duty and the law of the battlefield demanded obedience to the chief commander's orders, this man treated their lives as if they were little more important than an ant's. The thought gnaws at Maximin, wondering why the king would appoint such a man as their chief commander. Standing in the dimly lit tunnels of the castle, he still grapples with the figure's cold indifference. Unfazed by the commander's outrage, the cloaked figure dismisses his concerns, instructing him to focus only on holding the castle for a single month. He then challenges Maximin, implying that a capable individual like him should be able to accomplish such a task. The chief commander's words echo, reminding Maximin of his duty to the nation's hero, Commander Maximin. His armored form stands rigid. As the chief commander reiterates the impossible demand, just a month. A tremor runs through Maximin's frame, his frustration barely contained. As the purple-cloaked figure turns to leave, Maximin follows, the sound of their robes rustling softly. The chief commander's voice cuts through the silence, declaring that nothing will change, even if they hold on for a short time. A low, rumbling growl emanates from the cloaked figure, a faint purple aura beginning to shimmer around him. The sudden display of power catches Maximin off guard, his eyes widening in surprise. He turns back, questioning the source of the sound, as the chief commander continues to walk away, leaving Maximin to grapple with the unsettling presence. Commander Maximin's eyes widen in alarm, a desperate cry escaping him as the gravity of the situation becomes clear. An urgent voice echoes through the command center, declaring a full-blown emergency due to a sudden, external assault. The target is unmistakable. The very castle doors themselves are under siege. Meanwhile, in a different time and place, Kim Soo-hyun stands amidst floating debris, his gaze fixed upwards at something unseen. His expression is intense, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly orange light. A few hours prior to the castle's emergency, Soo-hyun stands as a lone figure before a colossal, glowing tower that pierces the night sky. Stepping into the next challenge, he finds himself within the Tower of Trials, nearing the gateway to its next floor. With each deliberate step, Soo-hyun advances through the ethereal, star-dusted expanse. Ahead, a figure stirs on the ground, looking up with a quizzical expression. The white-haired man, now sitting up, greets him with a casual, almost familiar tone. This is the Floor 20 gatekeeper, and he remarks that it's been a while since he's seen a monster like Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun stands tall, a faint blue aura emanating from him, his staff held ready. His presence is grounded, even as the starry floor stretches endlessly around him. Now seated on a higher ledge, Soo-hyun looks down at the gatekeeper, who asks if he's come for advice, to which Soo-hyun begins to respond. The gatekeeper, still on the ground, then states his need for assistance, before asking how much Soo-hyun is willing to pay. He states his willingness to pay up front, suggesting they can proceed from there. The gatekeeper confirms that the higher one climbs the tower, the tougher the gatekeepers become. A subtle sound escapes him, a quiet acknowledgement of the challenge. The gatekeeper, taken aback, repeats the number, 1,000, his expression one of disbelief. Both men are visibly shocked, their eyes wide. The gatekeeper clarifies, so 1,000 points. That's my offer. Would that be enough? A booming laugh erupts from the gatekeeper, his face alight with amusement. He explains that Soo-hyun is willing to pay points that would take most people more than 10 years to accumulate, all at once. The gatekeeper, still processing the incredible offer, acknowledges Soo-hyun's unusual nature. Before asking about his next destination, Soo-hyun, his hands radiating a soft blue light, reveals his intention to proceed to level 10, inquiring if there are any specific dangers he should be aware of. The gatekeeper dismisses his concern about dying, suggesting instead that Soo-hyun will be the one inflicting harm. A wide grin spreading across his face as he finishes his thought, confirming Soo-hyun's lethal potential. His expression then shifts slightly, as he advises Soo-hyun to avoid unnecessary killing if possible. Soo-hyun considers the gatekeeper's words, while the gatekeeper has one more thing to add. Still addressing him with a pointed finger, the gatekeeper offers his final piece of advice, urging him to simply do what he has to do in any given situation. Soo-hyun, however, seems unimpressed, asking if that's truly all the wisdom he'll receive, to which the gatekeeper simply confirms. As Soo-hyun turns to leave, heading towards the shimmering portal, the gatekeeper's voice echoes, informing him of 100,000 points he's been awarded. The gatekeeper reiterates his earlier dismissal, telling him to get going, his words carrying a finality. Stepping through the portal, Soo-hyun muses on the cryptic nature of these powerful beings, always speaking in riddles. He finds some comfort in knowing their advice is always helpful, but the gatekeeper's final words, "Do what I have to do," continue to puzzle him. With a final glance back, he fully enters the unknown darkness beyond the portal. Behind him, the portal shimmers and then vanishes with a soft hum. Plunging through the portal, Soo-hyun finds himself in a freefall, the ground rushing up to meet him with terrifying speed. The air screams past him. As he hurtles downward, a blur against the dark abyss. Spotting a jagged cliff face below, he instinctively reaches out, desperate for anything to break his fall. The ground rushes closer, and his fingers close around a thick, gnarled root, the sudden jolt jarring his entire body. He swings wildly for a moment, before finding his footing on the rocky surface. With a final, controlled drop, he lands firmly, dust kicking up around his feet. His eyes, now glowing with a faint, ethereal light, scan the unfamiliar landscape of this new level. He looks out, his eyes still faintly glowing, taking in the new world around him. Before him, a magnificent, sprawling castle rises from the verdant landscape, its ancient stones hinting at untold history. He begins to walk towards it, a sense of awe and determination settling over him, realizing, this is. When a sudden chime announces the start of his next trial, the 20th floor, stage 10, is about to begin. His head snaps up, a silent exclamation escaping him as the system reveals his objective. This is the castle of the Kingdom of Elves, a formidable fortress said to house thousands of soldiers. The intricate details of its architecture loom large, emphasizing the sheer scale of the challenge. He has a month to complete his mission, collapse the entire castle. But a final, ominous warning appears, reminding him of the hidden complexities. As the mission parameters solidify in his mind, Su-Hyan understands that the soldiers he sees are not necessarily his allies, but rather potential recruits for the trial ahead. The system's voice echoes, reminding him that during the trial, he may be able to recruit allies, urging him to find the castle's secret and stay alive. A soft groan escapes him as he processes the extensive explanation, his brow furrowed in thought. Despite the length of the system's message, he was able to figure out a few crucial things through the detailed description. His eyes sharpen with resolve, the implications of the mission becoming clearer. The system is telling him to collapse the castle, but he realizes the true goal of this trial is to uncover the secret of this place. Gazing at the imposing elven castle, he understands that by uncovering its secret, he will fulfill the ultimate objective of the trial. The true objective, he realizes, isn't simply to win the battle. It's about avoiding unnecessary conflict, not necessarily with his enemies, and trying not to kill if possible. The gatekeeper's words echo, reinforcing the need to avoid any unnecessary fights. But a crucial question remains. How can he conquer a castle without fighting? He stands before the imposing elven castle, its ancient stones rising against the sky, the weight of his task heavy on his shoulders. As time passes, the sun dips below the horizon, and night falls, bringing with it a quiet solitude. Later, settled by a small, crackling campfire in the forest, he still ponders the enigmatic mission, a soft "Achum," escaping his lips as he considers his next move. He considers the elven castle, a steel-walled fortress with incredibly thick walls, its level not bad either, and wonders how to conquer it without resorting to violence. The castle also holds a decent amount of mana, and if he were to give them an awakened C rank, it would be a formidable challenge. Lying back, he muses that he has a distinct advantage in terms of both numbers and strategy. But the real challenge is to conquer the castle without killing anyone and uncover its secrets. Under the vast night sky, he realizes he has a month, which is a lot of time for a trial, but no time to spare for this particular task. Still contemplating his strategy, he finally comes to a decision, a quiet, "all right," escaping his lips as his path becomes clear. At the entrance to the elven castle, 2 armored guards stood watch, their spears glinting as a figure approached the imposing stone gate. One of the guards, sensing the presence, turned his head slightly. His voice, muffled by his helmet, rang out with a clear command. Kim Su-Hyan, undeterred, continued his steady advance toward the 2 armored figures, his footsteps echoing softly on the path. He considered his options, a slight smile playing on his lips as he realized he didn't need to overthink this. He would simply approach it as he always did. His decision was firm, his resolve burning like a hidden fire. He would go and head on. Reaching the guards, he offered a polite greeting, identifying himself as a passing traveler. But his next words carried a different weight, a subtle warning beneath the apology. He was sorry, but he intended to stay for a while. The elven guards, taken aback by his bold declaration, question his sanity, wondering if he truly understands the gravity of their situation. He stands before them, unfazed, his gaze unwavering as they prepare for a confrontation. With only 2 months remaining until the Anson outbreak, he knows he must clear this trial as quickly as possible, his resolve hardening with each passing moment. A quiet understanding settles over him as he acknowledges the situation, his mind already formulating a plan. Without further hesitation, he moves with blinding speed, sweeping low to disarm the guards. As his attack connects, he offers a curt apology for the impending disruption. A vibrant purple aura erupts from him, signaling the true power he intends to wield. He declares his intent to enter by force, soaring through the air towards the imposing structure. Below, a guard, helmeted and armed with a spear, braces for the inevitable impact. Su-Hyan descends rapidly, a faint purple glow surrounding him. He lands with explosive force, sending shockwaves that throw 2 guards backward. Standing amidst the dissipating dust, he prepares his next move. A swift, blue energy slash erupts from his hand. His eyes blaze with electric blue light as the attack intensifies. The powerful blue energy continues its destructive path. With a thunderous impact, Su-Hyan descends, a torrent of blue energy erupting around him. The raw power of his strike tears through the air, manifesting as a blinding vertical slash. The force of the impact sends debris flying, a massive explosion rocking the immediate area. He moves with impossible speed, a blur of motion and lingering blue energy. Then, with a solid thud, he lands amidst the settling dust and scattered wreckage. From the swirling dust, a terrified scream echoes, a testament to the attack's devastating effect. Another burst of blue energy erupts, further obliterating the surroundings. The residual energy trails continue to streak, a visual echo of his incredible speed. Finally, the dust begins to settle, leaving him standing alone amidst the devastation. The air still crackles with residual energy, a vibrant blue light illuminating the settling dust and debris from the recent, devastating impact. From within the swirling aftermath, Soo-hyun steps forward, his presence commanding attention as two figures in the foreground gaze up at him, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe amidst the floating wreckage. The last echoes of the blast reverberate, as the blue particles slowly dissipate into the atmosphere. His gaze, now alight with an intense, electric blue glow, reflects the raw power still coursing through him. A powerful force shatters the ancient stone, sending cracks spiderwebbing across its surface. As the barrier gives way with a resounding crash. Through the newly formed breach, a lone figure steps forward, his stride confident amidst the falling debris. He emerges into a chamber, framed by the broken archway, his presence immediately drawing the attention of the armed guards within. Their heavy boots shift on the stone floor, a collective tension rising as they prepare for confrontation. A cry of alarm echoes through the space as one guard shouts, "An intruder! The gates are broken! Everyone stop him!" Unfazed by their shouts, Soo-hyun's gaze hardens, his hand already moving to draw the long blade from his side. The sword slides free with a soft hiss, its polished surface reflecting the dim light of the chamber. As he focuses, the more he utilizes his blade, the clearer its true nature becomes, his eyes glowing with an inner light. A soft exhale escapes him, the sword now radiating a faint blue luminescence. He understands now that this weapon is truly a renowned sword. Its hilt warm in his grasp as blue energy crackles along the blade. Through this connection, he can freely adjust its sharpness. Suddenly, a voice shouts, "Catch him," as armored figures rush forward. His grip tightens on the sword, the blue glow intensifying. Then, a blur of motion, and Soo-hyun is amidst them, a whirlwind of blue energy crashing into the guards. He carves through their ranks, sending them flying with each precise, powerful strike. He strikes with a powerful, blue energy-infused blow, shattering the guards' defenses. His gaze remains sharp, unwavering as he surveys the remaining threats. There is nothing, he thinks, that this sword cannot slice. One armored figure lies broken at his feet, while others recoil, shouting in alarm. If he is determined, he won't cut through anything. His blade hums with a soft, internal glow. From above, a commanding voice barks, "Shoot," as arrows are drawn. Undeterred, Soo-hyun charges forward, his sword held ready. An arrow streaks through the air, aimed directly at him. He surges forward, a blur of motion across the desolate landscape. An arrow whistles past, but he twists, narrowly avoiding the shaft, his body a fluid dance of evasion. More glowing projectiles streak through the air, a deadly rain descending upon him. The volley continues, each arrow a potential end. He leaps, sword already drawn, another arrow narrowly missing its mark as he closes the distance. From above, a line of armored archers stands ready, their bows taut. Their stance is unwavering, a disciplined threat. A sudden realization dawns, the full scope of the challenge becoming clear. He looks up at the archers on the towering wall, his gaze sharp and determined. An archer on a high stone balcony draws his bow, releasing an arrow with a sharp twang. Below, a group of archers in green and white uniforms look up, their formation breaking as the arrow flies. One of them, the archer who fired, shouts a challenge. But before his words can fully register, a powerful impact slams into him, sending him reeling against the stone wall with a sickening crunch. The force of the blow radiates outwards, a shockwave of pure kinetic energy. The entire group of archers is caught in the blast, sent tumbling and crashing down from the high wall in a chaotic heap. From the balcony above, Soo-hyun Kim looks down at the fallen figures. He calls out, his voice carrying clearly, "Are you all right?" A pained groan rises from below. The injured archer struggles to respond, his body still reeling from the unexpected assault. He watches the distant figures on the wall, a silent question forming in his mind. Above, two armored figures peer over the battlements, one of them exclaiming in surprise at the sight below. A commander among them quickly takes charge, ordering his troops to retreat and defend the wall, declaring he will face the threat himself. Surrounded by his soldiers, the commander stands firm, his resolve unwavering. He refuses to abandon his post, believing that his survival is paramount to the Empire's future, even if it means facing certain doom. Below, Soo-hyun processes the scene, a flicker of intrigue crossing his features as he hears the commander's words. He muses on the unexpected loyalty, realizing that the soldiers are attempting to protect their leader rather than engaging him in battle. As his own soldiers attempt to drag him away, Captain Rainbow struggles against them, shouting his refusal to abandon his post. The soldiers, however, prioritize his safety, insisting on escorting him away as quickly as possible. He considers the implications of such fierce loyalty, wondering if their attitudes truly go against their commander's commands, all in an effort to protect him. Though he wanted to observe the situation a little longer, he realizes he must put his thinking on hold, understanding that it will only become harder if the enemy begins to attack their commander. With a powerful impact, he descends rapidly, plummeting towards the ground. Below, two armored soldiers look up in shock. As a voice cries out, "No! Stop that bastard from going after the commander!" Soo-hyun lands with a forceful thud, surrounded by the now alerted enemy troops. He drops into the fray, his blade already drawn and ready. And with a powerful kick, he sends the first soldier reeling, the impact echoing sharply. The force of his strike lifts the armored figure clear off the ground. A collective gasp of disbelief ripples through the enemy ranks. Even as he's airborne, a spear-wielding soldier lunges, attempting to skewer him. But Soo-hyun twists his body with impossible agility, narrowly avoiding the thrust. Landing, he immediately delivers another devastating kick, this time to a second armored foe. The soldier stumbles back from the blow, while Soo-hyun simultaneously deflects another incoming spear. His blade flashes, deflecting the attack and striking the soldier in one fluid motion. As a volley of arrows streaks through the air, a voice calls out, warning that the approaching figure is an ally and should not be attacked. Ignoring the confusion, Soo-hyun continues his relentless assault, delivering a powerful, mid-air kick that sends an armored soldier reeling. Another soldier watches in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend the speed of the attack. He moves with impossible agility, striking another armored opponent with a precise, forceful blow. Leaping high above the fray, he attacks multiple soldiers simultaneously, a whirlwind of destruction. Suddenly, Soo-hyun shifts tactics, drawing a bow and charging it with a brilliant, crackling blue energy. A volley of these energy-imbued arrows streaks through the air, a deadly barrage aimed at his remaining foes. From an unseen vantage point, an observer simply remarks on the formidable presence of the young man. He plummets from the sky, a blur of motion against the distant structures, his descent swift and purposeful. Below, an armored soldier races across a fortified platform, unaware of the impending impact. Kim Soo-hyun's face tightens in a grimace of intense focus, his eyes fixed on the targets below. The soldier on the platform finally senses the overwhelming power descending upon them, a single word escaping his lips, strong. Before he can react, a torrent of brilliant blue energy erupts from Soo-hyun, swirling with crackling power. The ethereal light expands with a resonant hum, engulfing everything in its path. Multiple armored soldiers are caught in the blast, their cries of "ARGH! KUH!" echoing as the force slams into them. The blue energy then dissipates, leaving behind only the lingering echoes of its devastating power. He stands amidst the wreckage, the dust settling around him as another armored soldier lies defeated at his feet. The impact of his attack has left a wide swathe of destruction, shattering the very ground beneath them. From a nearby fortified position, an armored subordinate calls out to his superior, asking if Captain Rainbow is all right, to which the captain calmly replies, "Don't worry." The subordinate, resolute, declares his intention to face the intruder, ordering everyone else to focus on the situation outside the castle. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun finds himself confronted by a new figure, a man with vibrant orange hair, who eyes him with suspicion. The orange-haired man speaks, clarifying his identity, stating he is not a spy from the Alchemy Kingdom. A voice observes the unfolding chaos, certain that an unknown individual is acting entirely on his own accord. Finding the sheer scale of the destruction absolutely amazing. A soft exhale escapes him as the thought echoes through the battlefield. Such an outstanding ability to create this level of havoc is truly befitting of a first-class commander. It speaks to the immense level and skill of an A-rank awakened. From a distance, Captain Rainbow watches the devastation, confirming his suspicions. This individual is indeed the real deal. One of his subordinates, filled with concern, urges him to proceed with caution, fearing the irreparable loss if anything were to happen to their captain. Captain Rainbow turns to his men, reminding them of his earlier words not to utter such weak-hearted sentiments, even if the truth of the situation is daunting. His soldiers, looking up at him with unwavering loyalty, declare that they all believe in him. 20 years prior, during the War of the Audrum Kingdom, he had led them to victory, just as he had brought them triumph then. He recalls the unwavering loyalty of his men, a testament to his leadership, believing that if the Captain Maxman of his past self were still present, they could surely halt the Audrum Kingdom's advance. His confidence stems from the fact that he had always been strongly trusted by his soldiers, a trust earned through his past military victories. He stands before them, a figure of resolute command. But then, a different thought emerges, a quiet reflection from Soo-hyun, as he considers the weight of such trust. No one truly understands that the title of captain or leader brings with it immense responsibility, a burden that can break even the strongest. Standing alone in a desolate, snow-swept landscape, he muses, "Just like me." A multitude of hands reach out, a memory of a past identity, from a time when he was known as Kim Sun-jin. From the base of a towering structure, a voice calls out, "Sir Captain." He apologizes for the destruction he caused, acknowledging that it was due to his own negligence that the castle was damaged. Yet, a stern voice cuts through his thoughts, declaring his request ridiculous. Captain Rainbow stands firm, his armored form unyielding. His conviction echoes that with his kingdom in a state of war, he cannot allow anyone who endangered his soldiers to simply walk away. With a determined glint in his eye, Su Hyan draws his sword, knowing he must resort to another crime. A searing projectile erupts from the castle's defenses, blasting towards him. The impact sends him hurtling through the air, debris scattering around him. But even mid-flight, his fist lashes out with incredible speed, a powerful counterattack. He considers the only way to seize the castle without shedding unnecessary blood. He knows his true objective is to persuade the person with the highest trust within this castle. As he presses his attack, a powerful parry from his opponent's blade sends a shockwave through the air, deflecting his strike. Just who? The captain's strength is immense, pushing back against his weapon with a force that makes him recoil. Yet, the commander's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise mixed with resolve. Su Hyan's own eyes blaze with a fierce blue light as he unleashes a flurry of rapid, multi-directional strikes. His weapon connects repeatedly, a blur of purple energy against the captain's armor. No way, is the guy this strong? Was he this strong before? He continues his relentless assault, his blade clashing against the captain's with blinding speed. As the battle intensifies, a singular thought echoes in Su Hyan's mind. Transformation. This isn't just a change, it's the activation of something far greater, a power known as gigantomachia. With a surge of raw energy, a fist glows with an intense, crackling blue aura, enveloping Su Hyan in a tempest of azure lightning as he faces his formidable opponent. He knows this battle is more than just a fight for survival. It's a quest for knowledge, believing that through this person, he will find out the secret of this castle and... Meanwhile, Captain Rainbow, unwavering in his own conviction, declares his intent to pass the trial perfectly. Su Hyan, poised for a decisive strike, adds to his internal vow, and if it is possible, he delivers a powerful impact, promising, "I will take those shackles off of you too." The force of his blow shatters the very ground, sending fragments of ice and rock exploding outwards. The sheer force of the blow reverberates through the air, leaving behind shimmering trails of blue energy. Shockwaves ripple outwards. A lingering sound echoes through the devastation, a soft, drawn-out sigh of impact. Amidst the flying debris, two armored guards cry out in alarm, their voices filled with desperate concern for their captain. More rubble cascades down, the sound of destruction still ringing in the air. The guards stare in disbelief, their faces etched with shock at the sheer scale of the devastation. Within the heart of the wreckage, a ruined structure stands as a grim monument to the power unleashed. One guard cautiously approaches, his gaze fixed on something amidst the rubble. There, half buried in the debris, lies a severed hand, prompting a horrified realization. Captain's body,